مرحب أستاذ مدين.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Yes, are you ready to go live?
Yes, it's on live right now. I already put on live.
أنا بعرف دكتور اختفى. All right, let me know if you're on. You can play music too.
No, play the music.
Okay.
Play the music on your side. I'm listening.
All right. I'm sorry, I think I dropped Dr. AKEC by accident. I was going to make him a moderator. فأنا رميته بغلط. معلش أستاذ دكتور AKEC. أنا شفت اختفيت قلت يا ربي ماشي وين حتى هنا. I'm sorry. اوكي اعزائي المشاهدين، عشان احنا ما نطول عليكم ويكون الناس تجي تطلع. طبعا احنا فتحنا الغرفة ده ك يعني خلاصة ولا recap for the last room that was held back in December 18 last Sunday, just to fulfill some information that we did not cover last week, and also to maybe give some updates. Our speakers today supposed to be the same as Dr. KH, Dr. KH Hodge, وكوتش وبعدين دينجديت أيوك وكوش, and then we have Madid. He's broadcasting the show through Facebook Live. Yes, but then Ustaz Dingdit is not here yet. I don't see him online, but if he appeared, he would catch up. He will come to the room. So بنرحب بكم everybody, and thank you for being here. إن شاء الله الغرفة تمشي على حسب توقعاتكم. Thank you. دكتورة كيج أنا بديك المايك عشان أنت ممكن تبدأ في الغرفة. يلا بعد ذاك إن شاء الله أستاذ دينجديت يلحقنا. دكتورة كيج.
Yeah, I was muted, so I have unmuted myself.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, and also I'm sorry. I was about to make you as a moderator, and then I clicked and dropped you accidentally, and I thought maybe you got out of the room, but then I saw you down with the audience, so I apologize.
ما في مشكلة. Thank you very much, sister. Thank you very much, Brother Madid, for organizing the follow-up recap summary of what we talked about last Sunday. In fact, on my side, ما هيكون في إضافة كتير أو نتيجة لمتابعة, because you all know very well that in our country it takes so long or forever عشان تلقى feedback لمتابعة. What I would want to say is that we got more information بعد الشو بتاعنا about the incident, the unfortunate incident, and other things became clearer than we thought. Last time we talked about the historical relations between El Herdes from Bor and the farmers from Equatoria, whether mainly from Eastern Equatoria or not, lakin all over Equatoria. And we said, the relationship have been cordial and they have always been established based on clear understanding between the host communities, the farmers. وهم ذات farmers ده بعض منهم keep cattle, so they are also cattle headers, and they know what the cattle do, and they have their own rules on how to punish a cattle header if he or she allows cattle to get into other people's farms. We talked about the seasonal migration, why people go from one area to the farmers' land or ancestral land, and what is provoking it nowadays. Yani the cause, the floods, and other factors. We have talked about incidents that occur and how they have always been treated and how they are treated. And this brought us to the latest incident, which occurred on Thursday, last Thursday, a week from now. And how it can be managed. So that is the little summary of what we said. We said that unfortunately, cattle headers who had been attacked just last week, not 2 months ago, not 4 months ago, not 3 months ago, were attacked by people who were had to be speaking Bari language. But we also explained that it does not mean that these are Bari, because when you stay in one area, you learn that language. If you come to stay in Dinka land, you learn Dinka. If you go to stay in Latuko land, you learn Latuo. If you stay in Cholo land, you learn Cholo. You learn Nuer, you learn Zandi, you learn any language. It doesn't mean so much. But the projection was that the attackers could be perceived as Bari or Bari speakers. يعني يمكن يكونوا منداري، يمكن يكونوا from other Bari speaking communities. And this was assumed to be sending a message إنه ممكن يكونوا rebels تابعين لناس. But it transpired that they were found not to be those, because the following this was at between 2 and 4 a.m. in the morning, and when the people in the cattle camp communicated with both Juba and Bor, the people in Bor decided to come and see them. And they informed authorities down there that we want to go and see what is happening. And maybe if there is a way to recover the cattle that have been abducted, then we'll try to do it. So they left in 3 cars. When they left, they were ambushed on the road. One of the cars was targeted by people in uniform known to be members of the national security forces that are protecting the contractors الشغالين في شارع, constructing the شارع between Juba and Bor and proceeding لحد صوبة mouth لملكال ولحد شمال السودان. So those people killed in a deliberate ambush لأن وقفوا عربية واحد من 3 عربات وقالوا أنزل، والناس يعرفون ويعرفوا الناس، لكن apparently they wanted one of the people in that car. We don't know why. And so when the people try to reason them that there is no point to delay them because they are going to help cattle, and the more they delay يمكن ما يلحقوا الكتل ويمكن يحصلوا مشاكل. So these people needed to go, and they have taken permission from all the authorities من بور. يعني ما قاموا وساعد معرفة السلطات whether بتاع أمني ولا بتاع جيش ولا بتاع الإدارة، كله عارفين. They were informed and they approved إنه الناس ديل تمشي تشوف ويمكن يقدر يساعدوا في رجل البقر الشالوم. But the people were ambushed and a number of them were killed, including unfortunately وكيت الآخرين يعني حاولوا يجروا. 2 from the attacking forces كانوا مشوا undercover somewhere. They got killed by their own colleagues in trying to shoot الناس الجارين من العربية, because when they realized that this was just to kill يعني not to apprehend, some of them ran. So this was the start of the incident. The same group left from that area ومشوا وضربوا البقر قريب لبنيان قريب لمقري أو في منطقة بتاع بنيان قريب لجوبا. ف they had us called Nas Juba, who came quickly and were surprised to find that those who have been shooting these people were people they knew. They were apprehended to Wadom Juba. We know nothing after that about what is happening to them. There is no access. Everybody is prevented from seeing them, whether you are a community leader or not. So that is where we are. And a good number of cattle is said not to have been recovered. يعني زمان كان في معلومة إنه some of the many of the cattle were recovered. Unfortunately, it appears that only half with our cattle were recovered and not all of it. The cattle camp, which was attacked, was very far from Muzaria, was very far from villages. And it was selected by members of the community of the Mundari. It is an area where Mundari and Bari live. It is the boundary between Mundari and Bari land from central Equatoria. And there were Mundari cattle and people in the cattle camp. So they were the ones who chose where the people can stay during the dry season, far from homes, far from farms, far from any issues at all. Two of them, a girl, an adult, and a very young girl. The child that was reported was not a Dinka, was a Mundari. And so this is the only development. Some of the cows were rustled, and they don't know who took them. They have searched around, and the cattle are not found. So hands are pointed very clearly. There is no more room for doubting who did what and when. It is the national security staff that stopped the youth going to maybe help the herders to recover the cattle, and the same group that shot cattle on the road moving from Juba through Binyang, coming towards Bor. And the cattle camp that was attacked actually came from that same area. That is why the lady who was killed had her husband killed some months earlier before they moved with their cattle from Juba Nimuli Road, where they were. The question is why? Why somebody who is moving, following directives, following an agreement between community leaders and the headers and the host community and the government to prevent conflict. And so the people are asked to move back to their land. Conditions are better for them to come back, and they have accepted willingly. And they are moving. Nobody, there is no jesh who is accompanying them because there is no known insecurity on the way. So they can move freely. They are moving on their own will, and yet they get ambushed and they get shot at in a form of a hate action. What can we do? So the people are still moving between Juba, moving away from the Juba Nimuli Road with their cattle, and from Bilyang Magari area, they are moving towards Bor. So far, they have not been deterred by what is happening because it is not a fear, but they do not want to create issues between populations, between communities, and with the government. So we recommended last time that if the area, the Bor area, became insufficient for their cattle to graze and to live in harmony, then they could, and probably they will, ask their other community leaders in Lakes State to allow them to cross their land and maybe stay with them for some time. If the lakes area became also insufficient for them, then they could move to Warab area. So that is still in the pipeline, but it is not the immediate action which is being taken now. فده little كنت داير أضيفه. أنا شايف أستاذ دينجديت وصل. ويلكم دينجديت. أكيد بيكون عنده إضافة يمكن أوسع من الملخص اللي أنا قدمته. يمكن يكون عنده مور معلومة عن المتابعات اللي بيكون حصل. Thank you so much for listening, and I yield back the mic to you, sweet mama, so that you can invite our brother Dengdit to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. AKEC. I appreciate you being here today. And thank you for the clarification and updates that you just gave on the incidences that happened in Equatoria. USTAZ DENGDIT, welcome. We started it just maybe 3 minutes or 5 minutes before you came, so you haven't missed much. So we welcome you, and I'll give you the mic. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, Sister Sweet Mama, the moderator. And also, thank you, Dr. AKEC, for that great elaboration on the incident that happened in the middle of last week and also over the weekend. And I would also like to appreciate my brother, Abraham Madin Majak, for being here and for transmitting the forum live to our people through the Facebook Live. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, I am delighted to be back again to talk about the relations between our peoples, especially between the cattle keepers from Boer community and farmers from the local communities in Equatoria. I believe that it is very important for us to talk about how best the issues of insecurity can be resolved so that the spirit of bitterness, animosity, and hatred is diffused among our people, so that conflicts are mitigated with all the factors that perpetuate them are also breached, and so that the relations between our peoples can be improved. For the soon the relations are improved, the soon the high proportion of animosity and hatred is minimized and reduced to a low level until we reach a zero level of animosity and hatred, as well as insecurity, and achieve harmony and tranquility in our country. I support that this is the main purpose and the noble idea for which Sister Sweet Mama opened this room with our brother Abraham Medin Majak, transmitting it live for our people on Facebook and YouTube concurrently. We were here on Sunday, December 18, 2022, and we talked about relations between the cattle keepers and local communities in Equatoria. And to briefly recap the previous rooms, we covered the following areas. Number one, we talked about migration of cattle keepers to Equatoria. And we gave like a brief historical background. We said that there were seasonal migrations, and they used to happen at the times when the lowlands of Bor are submerged by water during the rainy season. So the cattle keepers used to migrate from Bor to areas in Equatoria. And this was done on the grounds of mutual understanding between the elders and dignitaries of one country since the time of Chief Lolik Ladu, as Dr. Akei clarified it last time. And it continued all the way till the time of Abel Alier, who was then the president of Southern Sudan. And so such understanding and spirit of cooperation resulted into the growth of social relations and intermarriages between the two communities over years. That was point number one, as I can still remember. Point number two, we talk about the reasons behind the migrations of cattle keepers to Equatoria. And the reason I think were numerous. Number one, we talk about floods. Bor is a lowland. It falls within the area that is called Sud, the Sud land. So there are seasonal floods in Bor area. So this is a natural factor which caused the cattle herders to relocate from Bor to areas in Equatoria. Number two, that was fatal cattle diseases. Also was one of the reasons why they migrate. Number three, insecurity. And we gave examples. We talk about the split in the SPLA in 1991. This one caused many people to relocate from Bor into the areas of Equatoria. Not only the cattle herders, but the local people, because there was war. And as a result, some of them resettled in areas of Equatoria. And another thing which is also under insecurity are what we call intercommunal violence between the three communities of Jonglei. You know them. There are always insecurity issues between the North or the Nuer people, the Morle and the Jiang of Bor. Number four, we talk about search for better pastures as one of the reasons that caused the cattle keepers from Bor community to go into Equatoria. And this search had resulted into the cattle keepers preferring Equatoria as the best place for their cattle during the rainy seasons or during that season of relocation. The last thing we talked about was also normalization of social relations. And this had resulted into intermarriages and other common cultural and sports activities, such as wrestling games or tournaments between the local people in Bor and the people from Mundari, the people from Aliap, and even people from Bari. And you know that these wrestling games are one of the best games which are enjoyed by many people in Juba stadiums and public squares. And nowadays you can see that they are being transmitted live on social media whenever they are being conducted. Then we touch a little bit on differences between the cattle keepers and the farmers. And the differences were that the cattle cause damages on farms or areas of agricultural production by the cattle. And those farms are representing, or those farms represent actually the main sources of economic income, livelihood, and living for the local population in villages and towns in Equatoria. And so there had been complaints, such complaints by the local communities against the cattle keepers. We found that they were substantive and that they were valid and rightful, because the farmers must cultivate and harvest their crops without any damages by the cattle keepers. And they also must enjoy the fruit of their rewarding agricultural production, eat and taste the sweat of their labor. These differences were also resolved. We mentioned it, that these differences were resolved amicably by the elders and chiefs from both sides in good faith and in a brotherly spirit. And this used to happen when the politicians were still far away from it with their politicizations that came in later. The next point we mentioned earlier was the politicization by the politician to these differences. we pointed out clearly that the politician exploited issues such as damages on the farm by the cattle, and the recent issues such as land grabbing, frequent incidents of killing, which are considered as criminal acts, but they were exploited by the political elites or political class. And as we speak here, we have reached to the stage of people talking about invasion of land of Equatoria and displacements of the indigenous people from their lands. And this one is an indirect incitement, or it is an attempt to stir up fears of possible demographic change. While we also acknowledge that there are arguments uttered by some extreme Jiang sons that they had liberated the land of Equatoria and therefore they have a right to stay there. With all this politicization resulting into many voices today calling for vacations of not only cattle headers, but all of the Jiang people from Equatoria. This is what we mean by politicization. We also talk about the problem that this one has become now a problem, and we suggested some practical solution. We said that all cattle keepers must leave the lands where they are in right now, and they are actually on the way going back to their areas, which is a very good thing. And they have to go back to their original traditional lands in Bor, or if Bor is not suitable for their cattle during the rainy season, then they must go to areas like Minkaman or Awarial in Aliab County of Lagos State. They can go as far as to Chech areas in Yerul East County, as well as Rumbek, Gok, Toin, and other areas of Warab State. We suggested the evacuation and relocations of the cattle headers from Equatoria to the aforementioned areas, not because we want to divide people of South Sudan as perceived by some people, but it is because we believe that it is a practical solution that shall minimize and mitigate insecurity and death of members of local community, as well as death of cattle keepers in Equatoria as a result of attacks or clashes that happens from time to time between the cattle keepers and members of the local community, until such a time when the high proportion of political polarization and hatred is diffused and reduced. Secondly, we didn't say this last time, but I would like to add it. There must be reparations for the farm owners whose farm had been damaged. There must be also compensations for the relatives of the deceased ones who have lost their precious lives in the cattle-related conflicts in the area, especially from the host communities. Number three, I would like to say that there must be special courts. Special court must be constituted for litigating or suing anyone who had been involved in any sort of crimes such as land grabbing or settling illegally in any piece of land he or she did not legally acquire. Such crimes against members of the local communities in Equatoria since 2005 until the present time must be resolved through law. This is what I believe. Number 4, and I want to make it as a suggestion. The National Legislative Assembly of South Sudan must formulate a bill that shall articulate that the liberation struggle of all South Sudanese, by all South Sudanese, and for all South Sudanese from the year 1821 up to the independence of the Republic of Sudan, of which we were part of, until the year 1955, throughout the way until 1972, and again from 1983 until 2005. These are periods in our history in which we collectively struggle to free ourselves as the people of South Sudan. And so the National Legislative Assembly must formulate a bill that shall articulate that the liberation struggle of all South Sudanese is a shared national heritage for all South Sudanese. The act or the bill I'm suggesting must clearly articulate that any claim of the liberation struggle heritage by individuals or groups of human persons or any community or any ethnicity shall be guilty at law and must be tried in a court of law for this criminal offense accordingly without fear or favor. Because, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because there are some South Sudanese who are boastfully going around telling other South Sudanese that we liberated you, and they thereby mean to tell other South Sudanese that the liberation struggle, which all South Sudanese led throughout history until South Sudan became an independent, is their own. They claim it as their own. And this one is creating problems in the region. And it has got a connection with the issue of cattle keepers and the local communities in Equatoria. And that's why I do suggest that a law must be passed, and the law must say clearly that the liberation struggle is a shared national heritage of all South Sudanese, and anyone claiming it must be guilty at law and should be taken to the court and tried, because this one is dividing us. I think I made a recap on what we said in the last room, and I add more points which I considered as a solution to the problem. Now, coming to what we are saying today, we are talking about incidents that had happened in the middle of last week and also over the weekend. There are 4 incidents that happened. Number 1 is the Mangala incident. And I don't want to go into the details because Dr. AKEC has given more details on this. But should there be needs of going into the details, I would gladly do that. So the incident which happened in Mangala is an incident in which cattle headers were attacked by people that are described by other people as unknown gunmen. That is incident number 1. Incident number 2 is the Bilinyang incident, in which the government forces shot a number of cows, and those who shot the cows are identified in the reports, the press report we read, and also the videos that are made and posted on social media. So on the incident of Bilinyang, which happened on Saturday, the 17th of December 2022, is very clear that those who are behind it are the government forces, as correctly said by Dr. Akej a little while ago, that they are members of the national security. Another number three, or incident number three that happened, is the killing of people who were traveling in a boat coming from the area of Bor. They were coming from Bor, coming to Juba. They were killed by those by those criminals. And then the last thing that happened, or the last incident that happened, is the killing of those who were sent. There were people sent by Bor community to go and find out what happened in the areas of Mangala. So these people were sent to go and find out exactly what happened. So while they were in their car going, they were attacked on the way, and they were killed. Some of them who were carrying guns were also pursued and killed. And so the question is, who are behind some of those incidents? Because we understand now that there are 4 incidents: the Mangala incident, the Bilinyang incident, the killing of people who were traveling in boat coming to Juba from the Bor, and then the killing of those who were sent to go and investigate the incidences that happened there by unknown gunmen. Last time, when we were talking in that room, we held the government of the Republic of South Sudan and the security forces responsible for what happened in Bilinyang. But we did not know who were behind the incidents that happened in Mangala. And so I would like to share with you 2 press releases that were made. The first one is a press release by the government of Central Equatorial State. This press release was made on the 16th. That was last Friday. It says Republic of South Sudan, State Revitalized Transitional Legislative Assembly, Central Equatorial State, Juba, Speaker's Office. Condemnation message. The statement reads, on behalf of the Central Equatorial State Revitalized Transitional Legislative Assembly, we strongly condemn the unfortunate attack by Boer cattle herders and the army to the residents of Mangala Payam. The incident occurred yesterday, 15 December 2022, leading to the injuries and killing of 6 innocent civilians. In light of the above, we as people's representative send our condolences to the grieved families, Mangala community, and Central Equatorial State. Therefore, we urge the government, law enforcers to continually provide adequate security to protect all citizens and travelers along the highways and within Central Equatorial State. Peter Wani Ilia Kulang, Speaker, State Revitalized Transitional Legislative Assembly, Central Equatorial State, Juba. You can see that an incident happened in Mangala on Thursday, the 15th of December 2022. And according to the statement that I have just shared with you, the Speaker of Central Equatorial State issued a statement to condemn the incident. And according to what he said in the statement, he accused Boer cattle herders and the army to the residents of Mangala Payam to have been the one behind the attack that had happened in Mangala. And the statement concluded by calling on the government law enforcers to continually provide adequate security and protect the civilian in the area. And so, the most important point in this statement is that the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Central Equatorial State in Juba is clearly pointing out that they strongly condemn the unfortunate attack by Boer cattle herders and the army to the resident of Mangala Payam. And he did not give any more details. How did these Boer cattle herders attack and kill the local people? And how is the army involved into this incident? All right, we put it aside as statement number one. I'm now going to read for you another statement issued by Boer community. It is issued by Dr. Angok Gordon Kwal, the chairperson of Boer community. The statement he issued was issued on the 16th of December 2022. The statement says, Boer community, peace, unity, and development, we care for Pan Boer. Boer community, USA, Canada, and Australia. Reference request for financial support for victims of Mangala attack. The statement says, dear daughters and sons, I would like to request your support for rescuing our people in Mangala area. Yesterday, 3 p.m. local time, a cattle camp was attacked by combined forces of NAS, rebels, and local population in Gorong, Logo Boma, and in Mangala Payam. 3 people died and 7 others were wounded. Another attack happened in the same area on boat, which was moving from Bor to Juba. 4 people died and 8 were wounded. On a separate incident, around 7 p.m. local time, a car was shot at by the South Sudan People's Defense Forces SSPDF in Magok, Kolong area. 2 people lost their lives and 6 were wounded, while 2 people are still missing. Currently, the youth in the cattle camp are trying to protect the children, women, and elderly people. And the few cows which survived the bullets from the attackers, they need to be supported with food items the situation is still dangerous and unpredictable. Therefore, we need your urgent contributions to be used for nursing the wounded and supporting the youth who are providing protection. Your quickest response to this request shall greatly help our people in this dangerous situation. Sincerely, Dr. Ango Gordon Kwal, Chairperson of Bor Community. So, in this statement, the Chairperson of Bor Community is uncovering what is behind the incidences that happen in the Bor area, I mean in Mangala area. And the details are very clear. Number one, he talked about the attack on a cattle camp in Mangala. And according to what he stated in the statement, he said the attack was carried out by combined forces of National Salvation Front, rebels. That's number one. And local population, that the local population with the rebel attack a cattle camp and kill people. That's what number one we understand from this. During the attack, 3 people died and 7 others were wounded. That is incident number one. So who are behind it? According to the statement, it is the National Salvation Rebels and the local population, according to the statement. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just sharing with you what is in the statement so that you understand the nature of the attack on the cattle camp that occurred in Mangala Payam on last Thursday, which was the 15th of December this year. Now, the statement also mentioned that a separate attack happened in the same area, and that there was a boat coming from Bor to Juba. That boat was attacked, 4 people died, and 8 others were wounded. And this is incident number 2. Another separate incident is that there was a car which was shot by the security forces, South Sudan People's Defense Forces, in an area that is called Magog Kolok. 6, according to the statement, 2 people lost their life, which means they died immediately on spot, and 6 others were wounded while 2 people were missing. After this statement was issued, it was later on confirmed that these 2 people were also killed. So, when you add the incident of Bilinyang, you can end up having 4 incidents happening consecutively. And so what I want to say here is that those who are supposed to be held, those who are supposed to be held responsible for these insecurity incidents that happened in Mangala and the boat which was attacked and the shooting of cows at Bilinyang, and those who were going in a car and then they were shot and they were killed. There are 3 categories, or there are 3 sources behind these incidents. Number one, the government of the Republic of South Sudan is involved in 2 incidents: the shooting of cows at Bilinyang and the killing of those who were traveling in a car going to Bor. The incident that happened in Mangala, according to the statement of Bor community chairperson, there are two sources behind it. He held the National Salvation Front responsible for the attack, plus the local people or the residents. And those who were killed in the boat, those who could be held responsible behind this are also elements from the area. And I have a big doubt that the rebels are also behind that attack. So in the previous room, we had only held the government responsible without talking also about the role of the rebels in the region. I pointed at the role of the rebels in the previous room based on the statement that I have just shared with you. But my point was dismissed as wrong, and people focus on the government to be the one behind the incident without mentioning the rebels. And so we are back today to talk about this and talk clearly, and also talk boldly, and to hold all those who are behind these, to hold those who are behind these incidents responsible without any fear or favor. Because when you are talking about the problem, you must mention all those who are involved, whether they are from your own community or they are from other communities, because we are all citizens of the same country, and there are problems happening between us. And when we come to sit down in order to present our views as solution to the problem, we must mention all these things that happen without shying away from some other things. And so this is my contribution to the room of today, so that we together update ourselves and know exactly who are behind this incident that happened in Mangala, Bilinyang, on the road to Bor, and those who were traveling in a boat from Bor coming to Juba. And so thank you very much, Sister Sweet Mama, for giving me a chance so that I can add on to what Dr. AKEC has shared with us. And I believe the room today is very rich because it came up with new updates for our people. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, USTAZ DENGDIT, and for all the points that you shared. I think they're very clear, and now people will know how many incidences happened and who were behind those incidences, because it's very important, so people will not be misled or, you know, understate what happened in those places. So before I go to Brother Manon, I want to give mic to Dr. AKEC if you want to say anything.
No, I would not want to say anything at this point. I want, first of all, I thank Brother DENGDIT for the addition and for stressing the suspicion on us and the Bari community. I had made allusion to that point by saying that the people in the cattle camp said those who attacked them were speaking Bari. So were they rebels? Were they members from the community? Nobody knows. And it is this which has been quoted in the chairman's note. The chairman was not absolutely sure who the people attacking are. He was relying on the information got from the cattle camp. And the first suspicion that comes into the mind of people is that if there are anybody speaking, they must be members of NAS. So it is quite normal. So I would want to listen to the audience, members of the room, before I can add something, agree or disagree, and add some more light on of analysis why it could be NAS, why it may not be NAS. So thank you very much, Sister Sweet Mama. And I prefer to listen to other participants giving their point of view. And I will come to give my point of view. But thank you very much, Brother DENGDIT. That is very accurate addition and analysis. Thank you. The mic is back to you.
All right. شكرا لك دكتورة كيج. أنا همشي للناس الجون جداد فوق.
Before you go to other sisters with,
Yes,
I would like to add some more point because Dr. Akej actually provoked my thoughts.
Okay, no problem.
He mentioned a very important, very vital point.
All right, اتفضل.
Yes, what I would want to add, I'm sharing with you an information that is in the document. One document is issued by government, Speaker of Central Equatorial State. Without more details, it talks of the attackers and condemn the killing and call on the security forces to protect the civilian. When you go to the statement of Bor chairperson, Bor community chairperson, you find that it gives you more details as to how many incidents had happened, who were the attackers. Now, the point Dr. Akej mentioned is that we have to make analysis on why is it the local population are the one behind this, according to the statement of chairperson of Bor community. Why is it the National Salvation Front that is accused in the statement of Bor chairperson community to be the one behind these people? Why do we think that some members of Bari community were the one involved in the incident of attacking a boat that was traveling from Bor coming to Juba? Now, the attack of the government forces on a car which was traveling is very clear. And the attack or the shooting at cows at Bilinyang is also very clear. Let me start with the shooting of cows. I think that the government forces shot those cows because they were trying to force the cattle herders to go back to Bor. But another question would come in. Why was the government forcing the cattle herders to go back to Bor, and they were actually on the way going to Bor? That is another question. In some days back, there was a video circulating on social media in which I saw the Minister of Information, Honorable Michael Makuelwe, in one of social function organized in Gumbo Shirkat. And he sent a message to cattle herders. He told them that you need to relocate back to your original areas, because we know that there are cattle camps around Juba. In places like Lobanok, there are many cattle camps there, as well as in eastern Equatorial State, there are many cattle there. And so he told them that if you don't want to go on time, we will send you security forces, and the security forces that would be sent to you to force you to go back to your original areas would not be provided with food. It is your cow that will be food for the security forces. And so when the incident of shooting at cows happened in the area of Bilinyang, I recall that one. Could it be what Michael McQuay said as a warning to cattle herders? Could it be the one that is happening, or that happened in Bilinyang when the cattle were shot? This one is a malicious act that actually targeted the civilians by the security forces. And I'm saying it is malicious. Why? Because they shot the cows, and the cows are the source of income, and they are the livelihood of the cattle keepers. And so shooting at cows when they were actually moving on the way back to Bor is malicious, because there is no any other interpretation to such an evil act by the government forces. We have to find out also, did the government gave orders to those soldiers to go to Bilinyang and shoot cows? Who gave the orders? As we talk here, I want to tell you honestly that it is not clear who actually gave orders to those soldiers who went to the area and shoot at cows. But you can come to the conclusion that since these individuals who shot at cows are members of the national security, then the national security officials, the top officials of the national security, must be behind the action by the soldiers at Bilinyang. And as we speak here, this is what we can say, and this is how we can interpret it. When it comes to the accusation leveled at the National Salvation Front, we are all aware that the rebels of the National Salvation Front who are active in the region are actually targeting civilians. And I talked about one thing earlier. I said the issue of cattle herders existent in Equatorial region and the damages that they cause to the local population is understood. But I talk about the role of the politicians also in politicizing this issue. The presence of cattle keepers in Equatoria is perceived to be an invasion of land of Equatoria. It is perceived to be a weapon that is used by the government to displace the indigenous population in the area so that these people replace them. Foreigners have interfered and books are written. There was a book being discussed here and being debated several times here in Clubhouse. You are all aware of this. And so there is a call. There are voices from Equatorial region calling for the relocations of the cattle keepers to their original and traditional lands, which is a very good call. But at the same time, there is also a call that all members of the Jiang community have to get out from Equatoria. And this is what I referred to earlier as animosity and hatred at the same time. And members of the National Salvation Front are active here talkings against the Jiang community, talking that the Jiang is the problem in Equatoria and therefore they have to get out. And so it is no longer about the cattle headers getting out from Equatoria. It is about members of the Jiang getting out from Equatoria. And these could be the reasons why the National Salvation Front is accused to be behind the killing of the civilians that were in the cattle camp in Mangala area. That is it. This is what we can say, and this is how we can analyze it. The members of National Salvation Front are here on social media, and I'm sure that they got the statement in which they are accused by the chairman of Boer community, and maybe they will respond to the statement and they will defend themselves. But what I want to say, when you read the two statements, the statement issued by the speaker and of the Central Equatorial State, and another statement which is issued by the chairperson of Boer community, you see a big difference. And you can judge who is telling facts and who is trying to hide facts. You only judge now by your common sense. And so this is what I did when I read those two statements. And so members of the National Salvation Front are accused to have been involved into this issue. And as they say, the accused is innocent until proven guilty. That is how we take it. I am speaking here as somebody who is trying to solve a problem. But at the same time, I am also an observer because I observe all the unfolding events in our country. And I keep records so that when I come and speak here as a political activist, I speak based on what happened without adding anything to it or without omitting anything to it from it. I mean, so this is what happened. This is what happened, and this is how you can interpret the issue. The issue of tribal bigotry and tribal hatred is becoming serious, and that's why the chairperson of Boer community accused the members of National Salvation Front. And I also share with him this accusation for my previous knowledge that the National Salvation Front had been involved in so many incidents along the Juba-Nimili Road, and based on what they say here on social media. So this is the addition I would want to make, and thank you. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, USTAZ DENGDIT. I have a message from USTAZ Medit. He said he have a question. So USTAZ Medit, take a mic.
Thank you, Sister Sweet Mama. I have a question to our two guests, Dr. AKEC and USTAZ DENGDIT. DENGDIT, you mentioned that you read two statements coming. One is coming from Dinka Boer leader, community leader, and the other one is coming from governor of one of that state, Eastern Equatoria. So did you, one of you, receive any statement coming from the leader of NAS, General Thomas Shirilo, to condemn this attack regarding his forces attacking civilian? If yes, did they read out any statement, or if no, did another thing to another question that I would like to ask Dr. AKEC. Did General Thomas Shiro, did you talk to him regarding about these issues, regarding about these forces attacking the civilian in cattle camp? Or what about General Pagana Mom? Did he say anything about this regard? Thank you.
أستاذ دينجديت والدكتورة كيج أي واحد منكم ممكن شنو يجاوب والتاني يجاوب next. So yeah,
So,
اتفضل.
okay. المايك بتاعي فاتح. So ممكن.
اتفضل هاي.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sister Sid Mama. And thank you very much, Brother Madid, Abraham Madid, for the question. Regarding the question that you have asked, whether there has been a statement from Gerald Thomas Cirillo regarding the NAS. I haven't seen any, I haven't heard any statement from his spokesperson, either confirming or denying. Normally, whenever you are directly accused of something, then you respond. But community accusations are normally not responded to by political actors. So I haven't had, I have not seen any response from Thomas Cirillo or the spokesperson about this incident. Thomas Cirillo forces, the NAS, have been accused frequently in the area between Juba and Nimuli. But he never ever made any statement. Again, in the area between Juba and Ye, his forces have been accused of activities against cattle headers in that area. And I have never heard anything. I am not in direct contact with him. So I have not asked or talked to him to give an elaborate information. I may ask, but I think what I will get will not be directly from him, but from some of his actors with whom I'm in contact. So that is one aspect. The other is that Pagana Mum has not made any direct comment about the incident, but he has said that the incident that occurred, the incidents, because like the one in the river, these are a known gunmen. Nobody has pointed a finger at any particular group except suspicion that this could be members of the community along the river who are either Mundari or Bari. Number two, they could be National Salvation Front members who could have done something similar. So Pagan has not ask or talk to Thomas Cirillo about that. But yes, he has compared what has happened in different parts of South Sudan to what happened along the Juba Mangala Road, where the hands of the government have been seen. Where you can talk with evidence, but you cannot put loudly an accusation to somebody when you do not have an evidence. So he has compared what he has had along the Juba, Mangala, Bo Road to what has happened along the Malakal, Juko route, Juko Nasir route, and what has happened in Cholo land, because people have, those who killed in Cholo have been moved through Malakal, so they have been seen, and there is evidence about their movement through that, which was facilitated by the government. Again, what happened between the Ngok Dinka and the Twitch Dinka, Twitch Mayad Dinka in Gorial? Government hand has been seen. So he has compared this number of incidents happening all over South Sudan and said it is probably a government policy. It is part of the policy of the government to destroy communities or instigate communities to fight each other, even on assumption. Instigate communities to fight each other on assumption. So this is what Pagana Mum has said, and I agree with it. I agree with the analysis, and I have said it. I have said a similar analysis in the previous talk, and I will continue to be saying it today. Otherwise, I will continue to wait for more interventions from the public. But one thing, it is not that myself or Pagana Mum have some political alliance with National Salvation Front or army, that we are defending them. No. But there is an information, a concrete information that we have, that there are 5,000 Bari speakers.
Okay, we are listening to you, but you should not play the major round. Just get out. Then we can come around. Don't
Hey,
become like him.
USTAZ Kennedy, can you not
I
interrupt,
just want to
please?
give him a right because this guy is just make a propaganda. But you make sure.
Please do not interrupt, please.
You will come, my friend. You will come, my friend. What I'm saying is that we have information that there are 5,000 Bari speaking troops that have been trained and that are at Magre. Magre is not very far from Mangala. And they can be in uniform, they can be not in uniform. They have all the means to move either in the river or by land. So we know NAS has made activities around Juba or between Juba and Nimuli. There, when there is anything, nobody can question it. But in an area where they have no activity, we all know as members of the SPLA at that time, we know what Khartoum used to say. So this is probably a propaganda that these are NAS activists, NAS soldiers who are in that area. You cannot go to an area and move out very quickly without being known, without being detected. For sorry, I tend to disagree with any suggestion incriminating NAS in this particular incident, not in all incidents. I talked to some of them to blame them.
Yeah, brother, could you give us time to speak? I know you are good. We hear from you. Could you allow your brother to speak?
Ustaz Kennedy, can you wait, please? Because we really want to let the speakers actually clarify some points, and then I will give you guys next after they finish.
Not
So
for
do
him
not
in
interrupt.
queue. Everyone have to wait his queue. He be going to be the last.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm done. I'm done, sweet mama.
Okay. اوكي استاذ دينجديت داير تجاوب السؤال اللي كان ساله استاذ مديد.
Yeah.
Alright, تفضل.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Madid has asked two questions: whether we have received a statement from NAS regarding what came in the statement of Boer community chairperson. My answer is the same as one of Dr. AKEC. Up to now, I didn't get any document from the NAS saying that the accusation level against them is not true. As for real SPLM, no, I don't think they have got a connection with all these incidents that we talked about. I am aware that we have a political alliance that is called the NCF, National Consensus Forum. There are members there. But I'm speaking based on the information I have obtained, and I cannot accuse somebody who is not involved in any accident. And so, real SPLM has nothing to do with this, and therefore General Pagan did not say anything in a document about it. But I think what Dr. Cage said is very clear. Yeah. So these are my brief answers to the two questions by Medid. I want to add more information to this. In the comment section, some people are becoming sensitive as to why the national salvation is mentioned in regard to the attack that happened against cattle keepers in a cattle camp in Mangala. But this is coming as a result of the statement. And I have to read out the statement for the people to be aware or to be informed. I have no any ill intentions to accuse the National Salvation Front as a political movement. I have no any intention to accuse them. But this is what came about them in a public statement that is circulating on social media. Yet they are silent until this moment, right? This is what we can say, and so nobody should feel sensitive, or nobody should look at whoever mentioning Nas here as somebody who is biased or somebody who is having ill intention towards the national salvation. But I can add and say that I believe that the National Salvation Front has got a connection with this. Because, you know, we listen to their rooms here and we listen to their members talking and urging community members to contribute money so that they can go and buy gun and kill people. They say it here openly. It's never a secret. And so when they speak here and things happen on the ground there is a connection because they say it here clearly. And so when we come and talk about these issues, members of the National Salvation Front who are here on social media or their allies should not be upset and should not accuse us of being biased. We are in the media and we listen. We do listen to what people say here, guys. A lot of rooms have been opened on Clubhouse here, and many members of National Front were heard publicly talking about their intention to buy guns and kill the cattle herders. And they were urging people in diaspora, people in Africa, in the neighboring countries to contribute money so that guns are bought, so that the killing is carried out against the cattle herders. As to the government of the Republic of South Sudan, Dr. AKEC, I think, made it very clear that it is a policy of the government to make sure that communities are incited against one another so that they get engaged in killing themselves, so that they get engaged in violence and intercommunal violence, so that they prolong their stay in power. This is a policy of the government of the Republic of South Sudan. And I agree with him on this point. We have seen it so many times. He has given you the example of Tweet Mayardit and Abiy. In 2021, it was Zande and Balanda in Western Equatoria State.
Could you allow me
Okay, in March this year, it was among the Nuer people.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you allow
Kennedy, please wait. You will get your chance. The moderator will give you the chance. So please don't open your mic if you are not given a chance. We have seen this, the government doing this among the Nuer in Lair in March this year. There were clashes between the forces of the IO and the SSPDF in Lair. And the result was that many people were killed. Not only in Lair, but in places like Malwal Gaus, Maiwood, and places like Joko and Nasr. And you are all aware that the president announced in the National Liberation Council last week that there is fighting in Eastern Nuer up to now. Okay, in Rumbek, the government have been doing the same thing. Local communities among the Agar people were made to fight themselves. It's a policy of the government. In the previous time, even in Gorial, the place where the president comes, the two communities of Aguak and Apuk were made to brutalize themselves. It's a policy of this government. And so we have to be very clear. We don't have to hide anything. We have nothing to fear. We have nobody to fear. We have no any political organization to fear when we have an evidence that they are involved into any detrimental activities against the people of South Sudan. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Sister Wien.
Yes.
There is a video I saw on social media. The video contains more details. I think this video should be played.
Okay.
You can play it so that those who are in the room can hear this.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Shukran lek Ustaz Dengdit.
I interject, Dengdit become like a.
Ustaz Kennedy,
Hold
أنا
on a minute.
هنزلك.
Could you give me at least?
معلش أنا هنزلك because this issue is very important and it's very sensitive, and we really need to know who are behind this and the connectivity with those people, especially those people who speak here in Clubhouse. We should never like say that they have no relation with what's happening downstairs. Also, as you go to many rooms around here in Clubhouse, I yesterday was in a room where people were really motivated and so energized, saying that we need to donate money to go kill Dinkas. They did not even try to sugarcoat it or anything. They said those Dinkas are bloodsuckers. They need to be, we need to fight them. We need to get them out of our areas and stuff. So we can never dismiss those talks or those rooms. They are really doing this stuff, So we need to inform people very well so they know who is after them. There are people actually who are after those people in Jin community in Equatoria. We're not going to say Eastern or West or anything, but in Equatoria, except for Juba, because Juba is a capital. But anywhere else, we're telling our people, please get out, because the chances of you being alive, staying alive there is limited. So we need to well inform people so they know that there is no joke when those people come here in Clubhouse and instigate war. There is no one war instigation that ended up with nothing. It's always end up by killing people. Like we saw them, they come here and they speak, instigating communities such as Abyei against Twitch, and next thing you will see people killing themselves. And then they come again and instigate war against, another community. The next thing, yes, those people are getting killed. So those talk are never lies. Okay, so anyway, I even have a lot of recording that I can play some people's voice that talking about killing people in Equatoria, and those are not lies. Those are not just any other, people. They're people who have power, So yes, Ustaz Dengdit will let Brother Madid play that video. Ustaz Madid, do you have that video? I sent it to you yesterday.
Yeah, can you guys continue a little bit? I'm driving right now. When I reach to the office, I will go and play it.
Okay. Yeah. Ustaz Manon, thank you for coming up and thank you for being patient. I will give you the mic. I'll give you like 5 minutes or so until we have Brother Medit back and ready to play the video.
Okay, thanks you, sweet mom, and Ambassador AKEC, DENGDIT AYOK, USTAZ Medit, KHOC, and the rest of the audience who are listening down. Yeah, thank you for bringing up again these topics.
Excuse me, Manon, your voice is very low.
Yes, sort of very.
Let me try, Steve.
Better.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, better.
Okay. I'm saying thank you for bringing up this topic again. Last Sunday you brought it up, these topics, and I was engaging in some activities, and I couldn't really get a chance to participate. But the issue of cattle herder in Equatoria is known by all of us. Nobody can sugarcoat it, and we are aware sentiment in Equatoria that does not want those cattle herder to be in Equatoria. The Mahaja, the low policy of government, of non-policy of government. We are all aware that, as Deng Ayok said it clearly in Club hours here, especially on November incident, when cattle herders came and shot some of the members of the community of Equatoria, in central Equatoria, 5 people get killed and 6 get injuries in Langara. We have seen the statement came out from Central Equatoria government condemning the event, and give 72 hours for those cattle herders to leave, return where they came from, across the Equatoria. We know it. All of us know it very clearly. There's nobody can deny that there's clubs here. People are mobilizing dollars, including nice members, mobilizing the dollar to buy the weapons and kill them and let them leave, drive them out from Equatoria. Who doesn't know that? If that is also a policy of government of Juba to mobilize, to encourage or motivate or promote Equatorian to collect dollar to go and kill innocent cattle herders in Equatoria, Dr. AKEC, if that is the policy of government, Jama, what we say in our mouth will cover up the crime that we will get later on. Yes, Nas now they can deny it. They can say anybody in Equatoria will say we are not part of it. This is a government. It is a government policy. It is a South Sudan army who are attacking the cattle herders. You cannot blame them. Because somebody like Dr. AKEC as ambassador make a statement clear. So how are you going to deny now that the NAS are involved or anybody else involved? Well, we are know the reality here in Clubhouse here. Dollars are being mobilized, donation. They are very clear. They did not hide. They are very clear. Kill them, drop them out. If it's become a policy of government that is collecting the dollar here in diaspora and mobilizing the dollar here to go and drive innocent Boer cattle herders, then it is Dr. AKEC to prove that to us here in Clubhouse, or is a statement. But the reality, when you cover up, you got innocent people going to pay a price for that. And it's become clear right now that we're going to see more incidents going to happen. More incidents are coming. This is not the last incident. But the reality is very clear. We're all aware about it. There's no question about it. But coming here and saying that is a government policy, I don't know how I can understand it, how everyone here can understand it. It's the policy of government to tell, John Wishang to open the clubhouse 24 hours, mobilizing Equatoria to go and kill those Dengas, herders in the area, in Canada here, or all over, wherever the clubhouse that they are discussing the issue of mobilizing the resources and collecting the money. The most secret. It's not a secret at all. Nevertheless, we are still coming here and saying it's the fault of government. I will stop here and thank you. Let Dr. AKEC answer that question to the idea here. Thank you.
اوكي دكتورة كيج لو موجود منون ظاهر سألك بسؤال
أنا سميت السؤال.
alright تفضل.
Thank you, sweet mama. Brother Manon, I think you are coming not with objectivity, unfortunately. I'm a member of the Boer community. You know that. So I have people who have been killed. One of the 3 people killed in the cattle camp is a brother to my mother, Jawed Khali. So I have an interest to find out precisely who did what and fight back to prevent it from happening next time. But I'm not prepared to amalgamate things which are not true. Things which are not true. Brother Manon, I don't know who told you that people in the cattle camp killed 5 what? There are so many unknown gunmen everywhere in South Sudan roaming in many places. The people who killed the Bari in Lobanok have not yet been identified. For you to admit in the in the clubhouse and to say some people killed somebody, is not correct. What I'm saying is that not all incidents. Yes, I don't come to clubhouses, so I don't follow. Lakin ana bisma from others who follow that Equatorians, some of them are mobilizing for Dinkas to be killed. So I talk only on evidence-based facts. When I have evidence, X and Y has done this and that, this is what I say. Because this is my nature since I was young. It has been my nature all through during the movement. And it is my nature, it was my nature during public service. And I will continue with that. Nothing is going to change. But I am giving just one example of what has happened. The incident last week up to the weekend, and maybe as you say, that will come again, is definitely related to the government. Government cannot deny. And I cannot come and keep quiet because somebody instigated somebody to go and kill one of my relatives, and not to point out. I'm not afraid of anybody. I've never been afraid. I got wounded many times. Fortunately, God helped me to survive. I'm not young. So if I don't say facts at this age, when will I say facts, my brother? And I'm not here for defending anybody blindly. If somebody is wrong, I say this is an X is an X. And X and Y is wrong. Whether that be my father, my mother, whoever that may be, if that person is wrong, I have to admit. So government soldiers have been caught red-handed. Have you not seen the videos? You have seen the videos. So there is no doubt. If in other instances nobody has been caught, then you could go away with saying that no, these are a known government. Like in this time, there are no unknown government. These are gunmen from the national security who have been caught and they have been imprisoned. They have been taken to Juba. Whether we will know the result, the outcome of the investigation or not, they become shitani. Lakin, my brother, you could be a relative also, because I have known who are relatives. You could be a relative, but what you are saying is not correct. I beg to differ with you, and I continue to assure you my position will continue as it is, as it has been, and there is no power under earth that is going to change my mind to say what is not true. Shukran, Sister Sweet Mama. The mic is back to you. Lakin, I hope I have answered the question. It is the national security. It's not the government that is asking the people here to collect money to go and kill what. I did not say that. But it is true that there are people collecting money. But that doesn't take away the fact that today the government soldiers, whether they acted on directives or without directives, they shitani. But these are non-government soldiers in uniform, in the car, carrying government equipment for killing people between Juba and Bor on the road. I did not say I did not say it was the government that killed the people on the Nile. Lanu Mafizol massacred anybody. I did not say the people who attacked the cadet camp were absolutely from the government side. The two examples, I separate them. We don't know. They are said to be people speaking Bari. Who they are, I don't know. They are a known gunmen. So, yes, I stand by what I say, and I will continue to say what I say, because this is what I am, this is who I am, and I will be. Shukran.
All right, shukran lek Ustaz دكتور كيتش. أنا هدي المايك ل أستاذ مديد لأنه هو جاهز عشان يشغل لنا الفيديو، وبعد ذاك we will come back.
Can I add something before? Can I add something before Madid play the video?
Yes, تفضل.
Thank you. Manon is asking a question. Is the government responsible for mobilizing South Sudanese in diaspora or on social media to kill the cattle herders? Is it a government policy? Manon, I think what we said is very clear. We said that there are 4 incidents that had happened. The responsibility is shared between the government and the rebels. I made it very clear. The government has its share in what happens, and the rebels also. This is one thing you should know. Another thing, داير أشكر الأخ مكانجي شارك معنا خبر متصل بالموضوع نحن بنناقشه، إنه راديو تمازج وزيرات داخلية والداخلية وحكام ولايتين يمثلون أمام البرلمان لتقديم نتائج التحقيق في حادث لوكيلري العام المقبل. ده خبر طبعا في وسائل الإعلام، أنا قريته قبل، وشكرا إنه هو عمل لنا اللينك هنا عشان طبعا الشهر الفات we all know that there was an incident which happened at Lukiliri in which 6 or were they 5? Some media houses say 6, others say 5, in which 5 people were killed, and it was believed that they were killed by cattle herders. Now the report is going to come out in the new year, and I thank Brother Makangi for sharing the link with us so that we can connect it to the issue that we are discussing. It is very much related to what we are saying. Coming to Andrew Ajawin, I want to tell him that I did not accuse any community here of being responsible for the incident that had happened. I don't speak about communities, and I do believe communities are not supposed to be held accountable for the bad things that are going on in our country, because I believe that the entire population of South Sudan is innocent on the things that are going wrong in the country. And so Bari as a community cannot be accused. The people I accuse are the NAS, the rebels, right? And I have an evidence why I accuse them. I said they speak here and they mobilize people here. They tell them that they have to make contribution or fundraising so that people go and buy gun and kill the cattle herders. So I'm saying this based on what they say here on social media. But Bari, as a community, cannot be accused. I think it was Dr. Akej who mentioned that some of the people who killed those people that were killed in, near Juba, he said some of them speak Bari. And he did not specify. He said they could be Bari speakers because Bari, as a tribe, has a language that is spoken by like 7 ethnic groups in the area. And so we cannot accuse Bari as a community at all. We cannot accuse them at all. And in my ethics of speaking in public, I always avoid blaming or accusing a community. We blame the politicians. I blame the government. I blame the NAS because NAS is a political organization. It's not a community. So this one should be very clear. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ustaz DENGDIT, for your clarification. Ustaz Madid, if you're ready, you can play the video.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. Ita chiwe yote yaita chitor ria melu ria buta per pen ganom kunyat ata ria ikade wala ba kelwel
Yeah, napa kau taman wajib benten from Juba. Taman Juba King and Peter Wala one of the two. And Tolom, Honorable Malenga our national MP in Juba. Jamamur community leader with a bike. And others, Yamatenega, Secretary General of Board County Community. This incident in Hadis Ranoikan, Rodonako, were saying like rather one. Canadian community, beauty, board, we wouldn't wear too much. You know what? Chanate were near Dur, Kamis, early morning, what Taguti, Mangala Domini, elements suspected Bari by I call it Cirillo, or Thomas Cirillo. Can make a one over one of the movie? Syrian and it was the vocation of Buloy. Come on, a buffet. What happened last night, Taban, is something of a surprise. I can go there to just say, went to the scene of the incident to see generally ambush. Rian Canadian community, a bobor, Namil, a Thai security, mostly called Arbat National Security. Language, Transferu, Kedian, Zabutu, and Charles 14. Yeah, he came with us to Moria because all we can know immediately. Apa Jawago, Mojaka, the Martin, my Mudari, okay, like you got on to it, you know. I care what you can know. A civilian. Moy Pakin Noni. Here and then that, we kill a Moy Finia, and then one gentle barrier. Go in coming at the ambush. I was done him. Any chatty la Puma, Konya cake, came out in, rescue, they would take, look at the ambush by the 3 cars. It is very unfortunate that our forces, Akuma, the Arbat became ambushed on high road, Mani Juba Bor Road. This road is a developmental road, and I quite river about Jungle with that. This road with Bor, with Apana, with Malakat. But it is I'm on investigation on this incident. These categories of heavy calibers machine guns, I can use 3 machine guns that were used against this vehicle, against the occupants of this vehicle. It's not acceptable at all. Our people are peace living people. We are supporting government of Southern Sudan. We are with our government. And our youth, one day, they did not use their weapons against the forces of the government or against the government as such. Our enemies is one. These rebels are our enemies. They are enemies of the communities, enemies of development, enemies of self-care, enemies of government of Southern Sudan are the same enemies our own people. So we condemn it, and we need the forces, the commander of these forces, to investigate the officers who committed this heinous crime against our youth. It's a combined force of national security, of reverian force of the army, and of the police. Until now, no official investigation has taken place. This is why we came here as community to come and prove it that a certain crime has taken place against our people. We are here to tell you, our people, that we will continue with this case, and we will ask our government always to know who are their friends and who are their enemies. Thank you very much.
Yan ka chin ki de lo koi ko cha tin malaria ka cha chali ku ko ji ke to tin win che de cho ka ja bi yu be ku jam ka tong ji ku ping ka ke to re e ko lip bu ko lo wa ka wai ko kwon yung e yang ko ba ka loy a ken be bi ti ta na chi moy ku moy ku ko ku che wa kwon ka mana a ken moy cái chi lối ai yu be ku ka le ro ki jol ka moy ku an ka dan ken man ka ken ka to ka ke a ka jor ye we yung ko cha tin ya to ka cha cha le ấy của tin có cả mình jor ke ro a ke dil ke ni dil ke la ke có ka ti có cha ku cái ke le la cái ke ko moy ke ko ken jam ấy ku le non ke ta ti mà na chim cái đi phụ le có ở bài nhỉ cái tu li chara của mày ku ka ke ba chan bi có cái hoa chứ cái là ngoài tối bi cái bức quanh bi cái bức túi nì go ben ku kan ke de le kwa ken ke ti to ga le la ba ke no go le la wa bobo go ke li okay na cái chỉ coordinated chama ne ne le cái wa rot lôi có ku cái chỉ coordinated abijal tin da kuma be nom do ko ke ba kuma be nom do ko ke kai ke ni ti di te e ka bijal la pin ku ka chin cái di be le tin e ke chro loy ke ko ku bu bitin ku bu dom ku ba pin chro loy de e mangala e ba cha le chi ni chi na dun le bu ba ti cha ri chen o ye na ka che man ne chi we ke pin chin cái di bu ba ma fin watch it so guys
Yeah, I don't think I will have more to say on the video, but the video is an evidence to what we said earlier. You have listened to the person talking in that video. accusing the government of the Republic of South Sudan and the security forces of shooting and killing. So it is an evidence to what we said earlier, that the government, on the other hand, is behind these incidents. What I want to add more now is something that might be considered as sensitive by the people. I want to say that this issue of cattle herders existing in Equatoria and the consequences of their existence in Equatoria in form of clashes that happen between them and the local communities, resulting into either them killing members of the local community or them being attacked and killed, is both a loss to the country, and it is not good. And that is why we said that the solution is that they have to relocate. But something ironic happened. While they were on the process of moving away, going back to their original places, they were attacked by the rebels and by the government. And so members of the society are talking in the video, blaming the government. Why should the government kill them? Is the government of South Sudan turning against their community, that is the Boer community? Those are some of the questions they are asking. I saw another video in which Dr. Malenga Aler is speaking, another video, and he blamed the government and he was talking bitterly. And so what I want to say here, some members of Boer community or some sons and daughters of Boer community are not happy with the government of President Salva Kiir. And the reason why they are not happy is based on many things. First, they said that the national security failed to protect the cattle herders. I think in the previous room it was said, the recording is there, we can go back and see that one. And most of the people who say this are normal citizens. They are not members of political parties. So they express themselves in a way that show their sympathy with their community, and at the same time putting the blame on the government. At the same time, this issue of cattle keepers, I think, is dividing the Jing community itself. Because if you look at what the president said during his visit to Awarial, he said that he made a remark in which he said that the cattle headers have actually gone back to their areas, to their original areas, but they are now going back. The president said that one. And this one was interpreted by the citizen to, this is according to my observation. This one was interpreted by the citizen, especially by members of Boer community, to have been a signal from the president to the local communities in Equatoria that those who are causing havoc in your areas are now coming back. And so they did not feel happy with the statement that the president made during his visit to open the second pass of the road while in Lake State in Awarial County. And so you can see the government that is assumed by other people to be a Dinka government is having some citizens who happen to be emanating from the Dinka community also, or from the Jiang community, not also happy with the same government. So the issue is becoming sensitive, and it is now becoming serious. It is now a question of whether the government is turning against Boer community. You see? It is now a question of whether the government is sending signal to the local communities in Equatoria that the cattle herders are coming back at the time when they are reported in the media to be going back at the time when there are videos of them on the road going back. And then the president made this incident. That was last week. And so you can see, guys, that the issue is becoming very sensitive. And therefore, we tried our best to offer the solution. We said the purpose of this room is to diffuse and reduce the high proportion of hatred among the people of South Sudan, especially between the cattle herders and the farmers in the region. And we pointed out that this issue had been politicized and made complicated by the political class. And so I think this is the main objective and this is the main purpose of why we are here to talk about this issue. When we point at political organization or rebels, it does not mean that we are complicating the matter. But when people are killed, you need to understand, or the public need to understand, who are behind the incident of killing. When people were killed last month in Lokeliri, it was pointed out that it was cattle herders. And there is something that I have observed, because I always speak as an observer more than being somebody who is partisan in these incidents that are happening. Another thing I had observed is that we are not genuine, we South Sudanese, when we come to talk about the issues. Because we only issue a statement when members of our community are hurt. Then we will now go and issue a statement to inform the public of what has happened. When members of another community are killed, it is that community that will be crying, and it is that community that will be issuing a press release in order to clarify to the public what happened. And we don't show a spirit of solidarity so that we cry equally for members of our own community, and at the same time we cry for the members of other communities that have been killed. And this is the negative part of the scenario. And so this one is dangerous. And I think the solution we offered earlier are actually good for finding a way out of this. That all the cattle herders need to leave the areas of Equatoria, and they need to relocate to other areas in Lagos State through all the way to Warab State, so that we can solve the problem of insecurity which is caused by these cattle herders to the members of the local community in Equatoria. This is number one, so that we also solve the allegation that there is a land grabbing by these same people. Okay, and I think the issue of land grabbing is not only connected or related to the cattle herders only. There are others, even members of organized forces are involved into this practice. That's why we said they have to go out so that we find a solution. Until when such a time when there will be peace between the people, then they can come back on new basis or on new understanding with the members of the local communities in Equatoria. That's why I suggested earlier that there must be reparations for members of the local communities whose relatives have been killed in separate incidences since 2005 until now. And that is why I suggested that the National Legislative Assembly of South Sudan need to formulate a bill which will articulate that the liberation struggle that was led by all South Sudanese collectively, that this law should articulate that this liberation struggle heritage is a shared national heritage by all South Sudanese, and none is entitled to claiming it as a struggle of his or her community. Should they do this after the bill is passed by the parliament, that person would be held accountable as a criminal. They would be seen as people who have committed some criminal offense, and the law would have to take its course. And of course, this would not be practical under the present government. It would be practical under a different government, a real government that will come for the people of South Sudan. So the room is more about finding a solution to the problem rather than dwelling on issues of defending members of the rebel would like to defend their rebel entities and things such as this. So this is what I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you, USTAZ DENGDIT. 1 second. First, before I go to our new guest, I will welcome USTAZ Kush because he's one of the speakers, and I want to ask if you want to chip in, then I'll give him the mic. USTAZ Kush, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Sweet Mama and Dr. AKEC and USTAZ DENGDIT and the rest of the distinguished panelists الموجودين هنا فوق. It's a continuation of the second room. I just wanted to apologize for coming a bit late due to engagement with work. But I've been listening and I'm just trying to get a grasp of the al-kalam al-hasil. I just wanted to build on the suggestions and the findings early USTAZ DENGDIT mentioned that the cattle need to be relocated. And in my previous room, I mentioned similar remarks that if you live in a place and those people don't want you there, it's better to go in a place that you are more welcome. And I think the Boer community have come into realization this is probably the best options, to relocate in those places that people don't want you to. I give an example. Last time in the U.S. here, there is some cities and states that you will not want to stay there or move there because some peoples do not want certain people with different looks or different color. If I just wanted to be blank or different, whether they just prefer not to or being racist by nature, but use your responsibility to find a place that you are welcome. And it's good that I commend the Boer community for taking this initiative to move the cattle out of the Equatoria and frankly moving them to Greater Lakes or to Western Bahr Ghazal and all those is you're kicking the can down the road. You're not solving the actual problems. Why am I saying that? The solutions is really to be going back to the greater Jungle area and develop that. Let me give you an example. I just make a comparison between Jungle State and a country ismo Holland or Netherlands. Jungle State is almost 32,000 square mile. Netherlands as a country is half of that. It's about 16,000 square mile. So Jungle as a wilaya أكبر من هولندا مرتين. هولندا in Burabin Abgar مش خليفة تربية أبقار. هولندا موجودة is underwater. It's under lakes, under the oceans, and it could be flooded any times. But what the Dutch did, هم عملوا شنو؟ عملوا canals. لما المويه بيجي they cannot, so they solve for problems by making it, finding a solutions so they could be able to live with water. Ita kan mashet Holanda ita to shoot there is a lot of canal biji in ocean. So more with the ocean instead of biji amal flood, more de bodu bimshi talautan be oceans in another area. So Hollandin fi Terbit Abgar, they're one of the best. For agriculture, they're the second after United States. Belmisah Sagar. So for us as a community, as a South Sudanese, as a board communities, lazim we have to look at actually solving al-mashakil jazriyan. You can't just keep kicking the problem out of the road. We could not just keep making excuses. Flood or if it disease, mysterious disease, al-bol be hassle filo fi Tijabor area, or we wanted to blame this and we wanted to blame this. Yes, all those things are true, but it's really time we need to be thinking critically. Is a modo fedanda? We have 32,000 square mileage. Hata fedanda kanja, it's not gonna, the whole Jungle State is not gonna be underwater. So they have to be somewhere there to be farming, to be taking those cattle forward. So really, I really challenge the board community to be thinking that, you know what, we have the biggest state in the whole South Sudan Union. We have a land that is twice as big as Holland, as the Netherlands. If they could do it, we could do this. We could literally locate our cattle back there. Let's make it one of the best places in raising cattle. Let's make it the best places in agriculture. Okay? Rather than trying to, we're going to move to Jungle, to lakes, we're going to go to Western Barghazal, and you're going to keep causing more chaos. So really, it's really to just, let's look at the problem in Juzuru. And let's make Jungle one of the best places. If Moduf Taflada, less intellectuals, both community have a lot of most educated people in South Sudan. There are people that went to Harvard, to Cambridge, to all these great universities. And I know I'm a friend with a lot of them. So it's really time to be able to know with this Modok Taflada, let's try to stop it. Our people, we need to relocate them back there. We need to develop Bor, make it a shining city on the hill. Rather than you just keep trying to go from place to place. Like it is only Tamandag Mahal. You have the biggest land in the whole South Sudan. So really, Bor intellectuals and Bor sons and daughters who are listening here, I'm a friend with a lot of them. So really, let's take these problems and turning into a solutions. If we wanted to move those cattle, you wanted to make sure that there is an escort. There is a lot of Bor communities members who are in SPLA security organs. If you're moving hundreds of cattle, it would make sense to have an escort and really move them all the way back to Jungle State. You don't want to go to lakes. You don't want to go to, because you know people. I know my people in lakes. They are killing themselves by themselves. You want to go there, add yourself into the mix. That's not a solution. So really, I will not prolong my talk, but let's really try to let's just shifting and leaving all these conspiracies that the government is against us, the Equatorian are against us, and these are against us. Let's leave those things aside, and let's turn a problem into a solution that is a permanent solution. Let's take a lemon and make a lemonade out of it. But first, you have to acknowledge that I need to solve the problems. I need to stop crying. I need to stop bickering. I need to stop blaming others. I need to find solutions. And we are all there. We really want this thing to stop, because these issues is causing, is bringing the whole nation, is intensifying the tribalism that we're having in South Sudan, rather than people taking it as a mushkila between farmer and cattle herder. People are taking it as a Denka versus Equatoria. There is some Equatorian who are taking this and just making it as a gospel. to use it for their political agenda. And there is some Jeng in that area are using the same thing. So really, let's nip this problem in the bud, and let's solve these problems for good. Thank you.
Thank you, USTAZ Kush. I just want to say that all you said is good, but then there is one little thing that is missing, which is like when you compare Jungale to Holland and how they develop, or taking care of their issues. That's exactly what we don't have right now. We don't have government. We don't have system. We have no institutions that will work together and solve the problem. Right now, we just have people who are in danger. We have insecurities around the country. We have people displaced. We have government officials or like national security that come and kill people. So these theories are not just theories; those are reality. Just like we have the room Sunday on the 18th talking about those 4 incidences. Those people were really moving back to Bor, but then the national security came and shot them dead. Also, the reason they're moving out is because, as you see, there is so many rooms. I will say maybe 90% of the rooms or 80% of the rooms that are being open here in Clubhouse, all of them are talking about what? About Jengbor are the issues of the whole South Sudan, failing government, Jengbor are this, and they're dominating and they have to get out. So that is hate speech, and that's alarming, and that's danger to them. So they need to get out. It's not just a theory, it's an actual thing that's happening. Also, because there is no system, there is no government at all, those reasons that are being overlooked, which is that there is a cow disease in those areas. So when they go back to their areas in Jungale, a lot of cows will end up dead. So they don't want that to happen, and that's why they move and go into the neighboring regions. Okay, so then if Equatorians don't want them there, just like you said it perfectly. Okay, if someone doesn't want you there, maybe this area is very racist and they don't like you for your color or culture or whatever. They just don't want you there. So you go where people will welcome you. So we're not going to call it kicking the cans down the road. We're going to call it like it's a must right now. Why? Because, like I said, there is no security in the country. There is no government that will help them develop that these areas and make it suitable for cows to stay. So what will happen here is to get out of Equatoria, and if some can go back to Bor, that's okay. But if the number is so huge that this area cannot accumulate them, then they can go to other places. So that was, just a solution so people can save their life, get out of that area instead of being shot down dead by the government and by the locals. So, there is no any exaggeration here. Those people are really in danger, So that's what I was going to add. And also, I will just move down the line and go to brother.
Can I say something?
Yes, اتفضل أستاذ دينجديت. معلش أستاذ أنا برجع لك كان بيقول إنه هو في محل إنترنت حقه ما هي هنا واصل لقدام، عشان كده أنا كنت هديه chance، لكن أستاذ دينجديت تفضل.
Yeah, I would like to agree with Brother Kush. And I think he made very good proposals. He talked about South Sudanese, he talked about Boer community intellectual finding a solution. to the issue of floods by using technology, which is a very good idea. And I think this is one of the good recommendations that came in this room. But before the technology is used to solve the issue of floods that relocates the cattle herders in every rainy season to areas of Equatoria, we said that these cattle should be relocated to areas like Lake State, pending this idea that would be later on implemented. And I think Dr. AKEC also mentioned the reason why these people leave their area and go to Equatoria. Flood is one of them, he mentioned it. He mentioned also that there are some cow disease in that area which kill cows in big numbers. And when they go to Equatoria, there are no such disease. So they find the environment there favorable and therefore they stay there. But with these cattle herders now causing insecurity in Equatoria, that's why we said they have to move to other areas such as Lake State. The idea of using technology to resolve the problem of flood is very good. But this government would not do it right now. This government is a government that is not actually active. It's a failed government. But we can take that one as a future resolution to be implemented in the future. It's a very good idea, and I really appreciate it. So while we are waiting for this to be implemented, we have to relocate cows from Equatoria because they are causing a problem to the local population. There are a lot of complaints, and also there are politicians with a political agenda who are using this one as a propaganda, and they are using it to incite the local population in Equatoria against the cattle herders. And so a problem is already created. I think that is the additional comment I want to add to what Brother Kush said. I agree with him also in saying that it shouldn't be seen as a Dinka issue, as it is a Dinka and local communities in Equatoria issue. It's a national issue. That is very good.
Thank you, USTAZ DENGDIT. Fee comment, Anisha, the last person said those cow disease could be cured locally. That's true. طبعا حاجات زي ديل, the community itself, okay, they can work on that and see if they would have some professional to go look and study these diseases and see if they can find a cure to it. But before that happened, just like Ustaz Dingit said, we need to relocate those people. We need to make sure nobody's causing distraction to no one or insecurities to no one, and make sure that these conflicts of cattle herders with the farmers is, it's resolved. That we don't want to hear anymore people saying that, oh, you have to get out of from here. People have to leave. People have to leave those areas and go somewhere else, at least for now. And later, if everything is good, all these ideas will be implemented. Ustaz Walin Talo Mawjud, I will give you the mic.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
hold
I'm
on.
available, sweet mama. Thank you so much. Deng Da York and Kush, I greet you all. I have come up here when Deng Ayogdit was speaking. Deng Ayogdit, just because you are opposing the government, please, we count on you to really be truthful in your argument. The country we come from has a lot of mess. you wouldn't run out of points that you can make to us in order to make yourself better as an opposition and give us a glimpse of hope that you could actually be better than the current status quo. For you to come in here and say that the government collides the civilians against one another, and then you went on to give us the list of the places where the government collided the citizens against one another, and you went in and you included what happened in Agar. As somebody that come from that area, I don't have any reason to cover anything up from the government, but I really want to hear the truth. What happened in our community have nothing to do with any government at all. And what had happened in Rumbek is started since 1997. Maybe by that time you were probably in intermediate school. And it had been going on for a while, and it has been fueled with a lot of lack of injustice. It was not the government that did it. The government of South Sudan did not have any agenda to collide us against one another. What had happened is that we had some individuals who worked so hard to acquire constitutional posts at the state level and at national level. And then they come back and instead behave like cattle keepers. And instead of delivering justice for all of us, they only deliver it to those who are related to them. And many of us who didn't have big people in the government were badly treated. And that's where Lagos State got messed up really bad. When I came into this room, I had a picture of a cow, a bleeding cow, because this was part of the topic we were discussing. But in order to support my argument here and perhaps to help you understand that what had been going on is not really an agenda of the government of South Sudan. What would people of South Sudan get out of it to come and collide us into Junubin? I tell you, for you to make us kill ourselves in Lagos State. What do you get out of that? What I really know is that our army, our military, is not a disciplined military. And that needs a collective work from all of us. So maybe what we can do and what you should do as an opposition is to challenge the leaders to discipline the army. If you look in this profile picture of mine, that is a what you call it? That is a report of what happened in Chuaibet, by the way, in 2010, according to Sudan Tribune, when a paramount chief, who is also a veteran of the SPLA, Jong Dao, was gunned down in his own courtyard under a mango tree at age 104, along with my own uncle at age 99. All men were killed by the SPLA in Chaibet, Western Lagos State. Now, can you really convince me that somehow into Junubin, including you, because by that time you were not opposition, can you tell me that into Junubin you had this agenda? Did you really mean it? Did you order our army to come and kill my uncle? Did your MP voted to have my uncle killed? I don't think so. I don't think what these soldiers did to my uncle and in Lagos State, I don't think that have anything to do with the government of South Sudan. It is because we have an army that is not disciplined. And with these facts here, I want an opposition that comes in here to challenge the government to discipline the army. Let me give you a chronology of the event, what the soldiers did in Lagos State. December 12, 2009, the city of Yorul was ransacked by the SPLA soldiers. People were beaten up. The market was robbed. January 6, 2010, in the small town of Akot, the SPLA soldiers coming from Yorul, going to Malau, met a bunch of young men by the Barnam River there and gunned them down. As a result, their cousin, the cousin of the young man who got gunned down, went and mobilized themselves, came back and had clash with the SPLA. And almost total of 17 people lives were lost. February 10, which is what you see here, February 11, 2010, that is when this paramount chief was killed. And so on all the way to 2014. In October 2014, the SPLA soldiers came to our cattle camp, and instead launching rockets into cattle camp, killing 12 people. 8 children ran into the river that drowned and died. The Gilwang, or the cattle keepers, retaliated, fought with the army, and they killed 40 soldiers, including the commander. Okay? Did you, people of South Sudan, did you organize this attack in Lagos State? Would you accept that responsibility? Into Kulakum Junubin? Would any one of you accept that? I don't think so. The way we saw it, what Junubin, Junub Sudan mind Miskela Mana. We look at it, there is a breakdown in the system here, and the breakdown has a lot to do with our army, the undisciplined soldiers. Therefore, the call I would make as a citizen is to call upon the commander-in-chief to put our military under microscope to evaluate it effectively and discipline our army. لكن عشان نجي في social media ونقول يا أخي جنود الجا قتلوا بارامانسي في باركازال ده أو في هنا ده في ليغ ستيت، تعلم ماجورتي منهم أبناء نوير، بمعنى إننا مشكلة مع نوير. ده بيكون فتنة، يا أنا قاعد نقلقه. ده بيكون فتنة بين ناس ليغ ستيت وناس نوير. وما ممكن نقول إنه تعلم يعني our cattle camp, the rocket was launched in it. وتعلم commander من أبناء جونغلي، بمعنى ناس جونغلي، ناس ياو، ناس دكتورة كيجة، عندهم مشكلة معنا. We are targeted. I blame our suffering squarely on the leadership of our military. But the way I hear you guys speak here, Laninta ya denga yogdit, inte gulishinu, 3 times, inte gulta el hassel 2 days ago. You said it 3 times that government is behind this incident. Inte gulta kalamde 3 times. And then lama namshi nashuba el video, fi ada barlaman min jongle, the MPs, they were there and they were talking. And indeed, they acknowledged that some soldiers, some bad soldiers, did this thing. And then I wonder here, at the Barlaman, hell, are you telling me Taban Barlaman and be attacked in the Barlaman de Bardo, Juzaman el Hukuma? So I get confused here. Would I say that these MPs who came to the victims along the road, were they part of the voting process that approved the attack of the Boer people on the road? I don't think so. So I don't think this is a design by the government. I don't think anybody ordered these soldiers, I'm sure, Walgo Nasbor Fitarik Wadurubum. Because my own family went through the same thing here. The rogue soldiers and disciplined militia, El Jamun Shimal Sudan, El Khan Gani Haribo, as a part of counterinsurgency against the SPLA, Jau the Mom SPLA, Uma Fita Deriva Amolo. This is our true headache. That if you are out there speaking on behalf of the people of South Sudan, and if you are out there trying to tell us the solution, don't use it in order to advance your opposition agenda. We really need help. And if you get to come here and use it in the way that benefits you, and it doesn't address the root cause of our problem, you are giving us a false hope, we the people of South Sudan, because we really need an opposition that speak on our behalf. Go ahead, Denga Yogdit and the rest of opposition. Go ahead, man. Challenge the government. Let the government discipline our military. I will
USTAZ,
support
well,
you.
can you conclude?
Yes, I can
Thanks.
conclude. Yes, I can conclude. So let us be careful here. Responding also to you, Kush. Kush, your proposal is okay. But the problem is, though, maybe we need to dissolve the Constitution of South Sudan, particularly Part 2 of our Constitution, Chapter 27, that says that every one of us in our country, including you, have every right to live anywhere. Now, if you want to make it sound as brilliant as you put it, that you should not live in a place where you are not wanted, maybe either this constitution need to be thrown into garbage, or maybe you need to call your MP to give us a motion to amend this part of constitution which give us a right to live anywhere. I thought when we are intellectual, we're supposed to be constitutionalists rather than being presumptuous. I think we're supposed to govern ourselves by rule of law. As far as your comparison between Holland and Jonglei, well, we can dream. But what I know is that the GDP of Holland is not the same as the GDP of Jonglei. In order for us to expect a state of Jonglei to be as responsible and capable enough to do exactly what has been done in Holland, in Jonglei, such that the Dinka Boer people won't suffer from the flooding. Hey, it's a good dream. I would welcome it, and I wish they can do it. I would be proud of it. Let us be careful about what we wish here. Hena lo begin again na gulinu inta ayi moten yamal ala kefu fi Junub Sudan tap lo nazala nil galu yak kalas lo biga zede kalas nena nazala nil ena nazruwen, and we the citizens who come from the oil producing state kalas el petrol de biga haganna kalas. To hell with it. We don't need it. We don't want you here. Au bad bukra ya kush lo nazbar gamu fok ugali yake bala mandari bala dinka bala lutuka madari na izolene. Of course you would pack your bag and leave, right? Because you are not wanted by Bari. Well, ganun hagag de ayam shike. It work on some people and won't work on others. That's very difficult proposal to implement. Sweet Mama, take the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, USTAZ. Thank you, USTAZ Wal. You spoke very well. The last point that you said, answering USTAZ Kush, I will say Kush might be right at the moment or at the current situation in South Sudan, that right now احنا عايشين بقانون الغابة أصلا, because there is no rules. لو بقينا عندنا government بعدين حتى بعدك we will sit down and see do Equatorians really want to separate? Do they really want to be part of the country and absolutely want nobody in their lands? حاجات زي دل, we can talk about those if we have a government. لكن حاليا I believe that احنا عايشين بقانون غابة right now. If someone said get out, you just get out. You listen to them, you pack up and leave, because otherwise you will see blood. فحاليا زي ما أنا بقول وبكرر إنه إحنا ما عندنا government, so we have to do whatever we can just to avoid our people dying. So that's the thing. There is no constitution. Alinta Bitgulu, that there is no constitution in the country. Okay, maybe you would disagree with me, but everything that's happening in South Sudan will just tell you there is no constitution, there is no government, no security, no policing, no nothing. People are just living whatever way they want to do it. So thank you. And أستاذ كوشي اتفضل.
Yes, thank you for the opportunities.
just 1 minute. شكله كده ما حدوني فرصة. I think I've
Malish,
been here,
Gabriel, one
been
second.
waiting for.
1 second, Ustaz Gabriel. Actually, I would let my main speakers interject anytime they want. So you just stay in there and be patient. Thanks. Ustaz Kush, come in.
Okay, thank you. Ustaz Wal is a person that I respect, and I know you personally, and it's your opinions and regarding into this mushkila bitata. If you living, the comment that I make, if you're living in a place people don't want you, it's a common sense to pack your stuff and leave. You know, you just making you talk for like 2-3 minutes talking about how there is no laws in the country. There is no government. There is nobody could be able to protect who that even kill your uncles, and you give a lot of examples of the chaotic that is happening in South Sudan, and yet you want the constitution to be followed. Which constitution to be followed if there is no an authority that will enforce that? So common sense come before constitutions. You know, if I could not go to a places, most racist places in the U.S. and I said I'm going to be, yes, U.S. is the most secure place and the constitution is there to protect me, and I'm just going to put myself there to go live with the KKK. I'm not calling people from Equatorial KK. This is just an extreme example. I could not going to go to places with people who are full of hatred, who does not want me to be there, and then I'm going to say, let the United States protect me. It's not going to happen. You know, there is a limit. Common sense come before the laws or the constitutions. The example of Holland, and want us to be having a problem-oriented solutions rather than just complaining. You know, when I give the example of Holland existed before even there's something called GDP was existed. They've been living there for ages with the same situation, but they manage locally. You just keep doing whatever you can to do to divert the water. Diverting it, you build a canal to divert the water and push it back to the same where it came from the other side. And that time there was no GDP, there is no one. GDP is, you know, with the technology, with the government getting bigger, you know, there is more bigger solution and modern solution. But we shouldn't be saying, oh, because the GDP of Jungle is not the same as Holland, therefore mahanak the namal haja. That's not a way to go. You know, inshallah can tahfiru be correct. That could be done. يعملوا نفير ويحفروا بكوريك ومويه كان يجي ويعملوا ردميه بشوالات. That thing is doable. يجيبوا شوالات بتاع الرمله ويحفروا ويعملوا ويبنوا said inshallah you know, it doesn't matter. It could be done. The problem that you mentioned, that if the people don't, if the Bari said they don't want Mundari and all those things, the same problem is, this problem is not new. It's happened between Mundari and Bari, you know, and the Clement, if you could remember, government Clement Konga, he ordered all the Mundari cattle herders to get away from the Bari area and push them to go back to their area, because putting a cattle herder and a farmer in a place there is no law, there is no rule of law, it's a difficult thing. It can you know, so he's personally ordered his own people to move back into their area to solve these problems. So it's just a common sense. That's what we're just trying to find solutions and be able to ease these tensions. There is a time bomb is ticking, and we need to diffuse it as many as possible. But we're not going to say the constitution is going to solve it if there is no an authority to enforce it. Once there is authorities there, then you are free to live in anywhere that you want in South Sudan. But when that time comes, let just be a common sense. Use a common sense. Thank you.
شكرا لك أستاذ كوش. نقاط واضحة شديد و thank you for clarifying some points. أستاذ دينجديد and دكتورة كيج، عندكم أي مداخلة قبل ما نمشي next speaker؟
يا نعم.
اتفضل.
I want to respond to Brother Wal Moranyar very briefly. He's not happy that we are holding the government responsible or saying that the government is behind the incidents that happened. You know, the fact that there are some MPs who attributed what happened to some bad or rogue soldiers is a blame game, in my opinion. And there is an English proverb which says, a bad workman quarrel with his tools or blame his tools. That's what the government of South Sudan is doing. They are responsible for what happened. And now some MPs are blaming the soldiers they describe as rook soldiers or bad soldiers. And so you can see it is a sheep blame game. Before you come to the room, we were talking about it as a policy, not just an incident that happened and then it involved some soldiers or some members of the organized forces in the country, if we really have organized forces in the country. And so there is no way you can try to justify the government as to trying to tell me that I'm advancing my own opposition agenda. I'm not doing that. The people of South Sudan are weakness, and even if I did not point it out, this there are others to say this. If I did not speak, with regard to what happened in Agar community, that they have been killing themselves until Rintwen Mabor stopped it, and now the state is enjoying security and peace. It's also very clear that it is a government supported intercommunal clash, because who supplies the citizens with a gun? They are members of the government or officials at the national level and at the state level. They are the one who supplies clans with gun. You know, there was a military governor of Lagos State who was accused some years back of having been supplying his clan or his tribesmen with guns so that they can go and kill members of other clans. And so there is no way to deny this. I was in Agarland. I was in the heart of Agarland. I was in a place called Yak, but that was in early 1990s. From 1991 up to 1995, I was in Yak. I was in a place called Courage, and then I moved from Courage and I stayed in another place called Diakwe, where I went to school. There was a Bush school there. We were going to that school. And by that time, there was no intercommunal clashes, although citizens had guns, especially the cattle headers. They had guns, but they were not fighting one another. And so saying that the problem started later on in 1997, that could be right, because by that time, I had already left the area and I went to Khartoum. But the problem actually got worsened. The problem was became worse after the SPLM, SPLA was managing South Sudan as a government, as a regional government, the government of Southern Sudan. From 2005 until the time Rin Twing Mabor was appointed. Lagos State, especially Agar community, have been busy fighting against themselves, especially those of Pakam and those of Rumbek Center. They have been busy fighting against themselves. And I'm not making it up. It is something that is there. And there are records that people can go to and see this. Lagos State, together with Jonglei, have been on the record for years. Plus Waradi State, my own state where I come from. You see, they are on the records of having been fighting one another. And the government is behind that. Take, for example, my own area in Gogrial, when Apuk and Agwok were fighting, it was the intellectuals from both communities that were filling trucks with guns from Juba and then sending them to the area there to the citizens so that they can use them in killing themselves. When Abraham Gum Makwai became the governor of Gogrial after the country was divided into 32 states, he is from Apuk, but he was a great governor and he was honest. He was against the intellectuals and government officials from both communities. He discovered their dirty game and he was for peace. He was for reconciliation between the two communities. And he stopped the citizen and he did disarmament. And then the intellectual from both communities, especially members of his community, became angry with him and he was attacked. And his house was burned down in a place called Luanyaker. So when we say that it is a government policy, it was stressed earlier before you come to the room by Dr. AKEC, and I confirm it. It's a government policy. The same thing was used in Warab. The same thing was used in Lagos State. The same thing was also used in Jonglei. The same thing was recently used between Abiy and Ngok, Abiy and Tui. The same thing was used between Balanda and Zande in Western Equatorial State. The same thing was used between Mundare and Bari in Central Equatorial State. So I can go down to numerous records to prove what I'm saying, that it is a government policy. But I don't want to dwell much on this because this is what we are not talking about. What we are talking about is finding a solution to the problem of cattle headers getting out from Equatoria so that there are no killings of the local people by the cattle headers who have guns. We are for their relocations so that there is peace among the local people. We are coming up with ideas and recommendations of how this solution can be solved. Although I'm aware that some of these solutions need a new government because the government we have right now is actually a partner in crimes that are being committed against the civilian in all our communities throughout the country. So this is what I want to tell Brother Wal Peter Moranyar, and I would stop here. You can allow others to speak. Thank you.
Can I come in, sweet Mama?
Yes, اتفضل.
Thank you very much. And thank you, the previous speakers, من DENGDIT وكوش وبرادر وال. إضافة بسيطة لإجابة اللي عملوا برادر كوش ودينجديت لبرادر وال. Brother Wall, when we start by saying this is a government policy, it is the beginning of an attempt to correct it. Because once we know what the problem is, then details of how to correct it can follow. So we are very sorry what happened all over lakes during that time. We regretted it, and we still regret it. We don't want it to happen. That's why we are insisting that what happened should not be repeated. And if it happens anywhere, it has to be pointed out, the mistake, ways. Whether the soldiers are indisciplined, whether they were drunk, whether they acted without orders, ده كله بيرجع للتريننج، بيرجع للتريننج. لأنه لما يكون عندك قوة, how to maintain its image depends on the activities they do. And during the training, you need to remind them about so many things, how they can go astray. Into لو شربت مريسة, you are going to act without being inhibited. يعني ما هتفكر تاني إنه ده بطال وده كده كده. No, you just do it. Whether you bring somebody kind of mentality somewhere وانت ما نظفته تاني قبل ما تديه السلاح, still it is your responsibility. So my brother, in order for South Sudan to be a country where law and order is followed, we need to mention that the government is failing to do that. Muna al-musula and security, the ma muwatin, the ma community, the musulia bta hukuma, whether wilai wala markazi, whatever level bta hukuma, bukun al-musula and security. So if we mention that we have clearly identified and it has been repeated by a member of the parliament and a former deputy governor. It doesn't show that the people are against the government. Yani if those people can say it and they are part of the government, as an opposition, should we restrain ourselves from saying it? Not because they have said it, lakin this is our duty to point out whatever mistake is being done. This is what we want to correct as an alternative government, a better alternative government. You need to take note of that. أنا ما هرجع ل whatever you have said about Dongle, لأنه the response بتاعت Sister Sweet Mama plus the other two brothers who talked before me is quite clear. You cannot, the constitution, you can refer to a constitution if it is being followed by the government itself. Like if the government is not following the constitution, you cannot refer to the constitution. How many things are being done outside the constitution? People are being sent away. People are being made to staff. Their salaries are not being paid. Does the constitution authorize the government to employ people to do the work and not to pay them at the end of the month, or to do the work and to pay them very little salaries? Nothing. Or not to follow justice? It is not right. But the constitution can be suspended in the public interest until whatever is not working can be reviewed later by a different government. Or if the government decides to change, they can review the laws and implement the new law. But I cannot wait to be killed. Lanut is my right. My right is not going to save me. If somebody doesn't want me, I will have to de-escalate the problem. I will not stand as and it is my right. But this is part of the solution. It is part of leadership, my brother. So, Brother Kush, thank you for the reminder. Holland, yes, it has taken time and resources for the Dutch to carve the land they have, to keep whatever resources they have in it, whether it is agricultural or animal resource. And so it is would be a very good dream and example to follow. This is a very good suggestion. And there are many instances where such references have been made, but a community cannot undertake the responsibility of developing a whole region بدون يد بتاع حكومة. So we need to be stable. The Dutch, when they did whatever they did in their land, they were not under pressure from any other community. They were free, there was stability. But under crisis all the time and violence, حتى ولو كل الناس بتاع جونغلي في diaspora وفي refugee camps في displaced people's camps برا من what from the state, if they were to come back, can they stay in that place under threat of violence every day? Can they stay without the means for their livelihood? In order for you to do the work, you need to feed yourself, protect yourself from whatever violence, from disease and other things. It is a good idea, and it is not an illusion to propose this could be a solution. Unfortunately, we cannot do it today. We cannot do it today. It will require time, it will require funds, it will require government intervention also in order to do it. It will require a government policy. And we are not going to do it at this age, we are going to do it by equipment. And for this equipment to come from other countries that have claimed lowland and transform it into a livable place, we need the equipment they have used or they are using to maintain that. We need that technology. That would be the little I would want to add. Like in Sweet Mama, for how long will the the house remain open. Lanu, we might have other musuliyat bachwaya. So I would suggest lo mumkin to allow some time so that we have a target time to finish within the Kun Magul. Thank you very much. I yield back the mic to you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. AKEC. I don't think we will prolong like last time. We will only let people up here contribute, and then after that, you guys can conclude. Otherwise, USTAZ DENGDIT, what do you think?
Yes, the room should not be longer than this. We make sure that those who are up here are given a chance to speak. And I think I will not be interjecting anymore until they have all spoken. Yeah, that's what we can do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
That's a good idea then.
أنا شايفة جوني تشان قاعد يعمل فلاش لمايك حقه أستاذ جوني تشان.
Please keep the line. Keep the line. You just go with the line.
All right. أنا هدي الفرصة لجابرييل أستاذ جابرييل. Gabriel, please take 3 to 5 minutes. And then the rest of the people after Garang, if you guys don't mind, if Uchang can come in because it seemed like he's in a hurry.
We are all in a hurry, sister. My end here is almost one morning. It's morning here.
Yes.
You can wait for next time, John Uchan. Not all the time. You are doing this a lot.
You are not a solution. You are not a solution.
One second.
Wait.
Anur, all right. I'm sorry. Yes.
Guys,
thank you. Thank you, sister.
Me, I'm not giving him.
Okay,
I'm in front of him.
Ustaz John Chang there, you know.
No. This is not good. This is the corruption we are suffering from.
This
is what we are suffering from.
Giving him a chance to speak. 1 second, ya Nur.
Okay, shukran. Dr. Esum Sunodeng, AKEC, and Dengding. I came here, especially the speech of Dengda. You are the one who moved me really. You moved me up. In your language, it's a language that can open peace and that can bring reconciliation.
Okay, Ustaz John Uchang, Malaysia, to interrupt you. I thought you were about to ask something.
Yeah.
I would actually come back to you.
Another nasal question. AKEC, best. Vital AKEC. Then Minak, and I'll be waiting on the line.
All right.
AKEC, you have said by yourself that this is a solution. We cannot do it today. We have to wait instruments from other part of the countries and all of this to move. When those cows were moved from Jongole to Equatoria, were they moved by instrument? I think the cows were moved the same way. Some were moved by truck, some were moved by footing. Why not for them to move through truck and footing? Why do you waiting this time? That you have to wait. Wait until when? This is a buying of time. Why do you say wait? How did these cows came actually from Jongole up to Equatoria? How were they brought? Thank you.
Okay.
Very short.
Okay.
Thank you, Brother Ochang. Sorry, I think you must have misunderstood me or I did not explain myself correctly. I was answering the question with our development of Jonglei. Alkan Ikhtarau that was proposed by Brother Kush. Jonglei can be like Holland. That was what I was talking about. I was not talking about the movement with our cattle. And Agulta on Sunday and even in the morning, I mean, when we started, and Agulta, the Dinka Boer headers have agreed, and the community elders have persuaded them eventually, and they have accepted. They have to move. They have to move back to Boer. Lakini lo meheldak fi Boer, ma bikafiyum later, if it will not be sufficient for them to leave, then they can also initiate contact with the Lakes State, and those who will not be able to remain there can move to Lakes and beyond. Sorry, I'm not talking about the movement with cattle from Equatoria in general. Yahui, get me well. Roga Sabek Shoya. And thank you very much for making me clarify this to all the rest. We are on the same page. The movement is now. And that's why I'm angry with the soldiers who shoot the cattle when they are on the move to board. We are saying, if you are doing this, what are we to do? We want to move and we are moving. Nasser Khan, fi Magui, Yahoo, some of them got killed in Gorong, which is beyond Mangala. The people are on the move and they have to continue moving. So there is no reverse current, Brother Ochang.
Okay, the other question I want to ask you, Dr. Kate. Can I ask the second question? The second question, Mama, the second question. Dr. Kate, it is very...
One second, because Finas got a Henam in Gibel. Can you
I want
write
to
down?
just ask. I want to just ask you the question. The question to Akech, and then
I know. I know. 1 second. Can you write down that question and then we'll come back to you? Sorry.
Okay.
Because
go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. USTAZ Gabriel, please take 3 to 5 minutes max. When your time is done, I will flash. So you should conclude.
All right. First of all, thank you, Madam Sweet Mama. And I thank the audience and moderators and all who are listening to us. I've been waiting here for almost 2 hours. First of all, I will be a bit opposite to your views. And I don't want to be interrupted in the middle when I'm making my points. So I'm asking because I'm a government supporter. The topic has been diverted by my brother DENGDIT. I thought that we were talking and tackle the problem between the farmers and the cattle herders in Eastern Equatoria or in Equatoria. And then the topic had been switched to the blame to the government. So I'm asking because I don't want someone to stop me. If I'm saying anything later against what has been said by people who spoke before me, I don't want someone to say that stop there. So do I have a chance to say my view or not?
That's why we give you the chance so you can talk.
Thank you, sir.
Unless
Thank you so
much. Attacking
thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. And also I appreciate what you have done, bring me up. All right. I will also give a chance to Arabic speakers to Finas Ketirin, Mumkin Ma Kullu اللغة الإنجليزية. نحن ندي فرصة لنا اللغتين الإنجليزية والعربية لغات في جنوب السودان. أولا أنا حابدأ بأنه معلش لأي إنسان تأثر لو قتلوه ولا شالوا بقر بتاعه ولا قتلوه البقر ولا في فامس ديل جنوبيين وناس عندهم حقوق يعيشوا أحرار ومبسوطين، وده السبب بتاع التحرير. نحن بنحتاج لمجتمع مسالم، وده السبب الرئيسي لحمل السلاح. لأنه أنا بضحك لما نشوف الناس ضد الحكومة، خاصة كلمة policy. Policy is something that you put and then you have to follow up at someone who have been given the role to do this. And if you didn't follow that policy, you will be held accountable. يعني بيستغربني جدا هل الحكومة يعني تاخد قانون على أساس إنه خلوا المجتمعات تمشي تشاكل، ولو شافوك أنت بعد مرور الزمن شهرين ولا شهر بعد ما عملوك حاكم وما في شكل حصل في مجتمع بتاعكم يقولوا لك يا أخي أنت ما عملت حاجة كويسة. حاجة مستغربة جدا. كويس. أولا لما نشوف ناس بيقولوا الحكومة ما قادرة تعمل حقها، قبل ما أنت تقدر تشوف نحن عايشين في مجتمع. المجتمع ده صحيح يعني اليونانيين قسموا السيتيزن للثري. كويس. يعني في ناس في النص انا ما هقول اسماء بتاعهم عشان ما يقول في شتيمه. في ناس بيجيبوا مع ناسهم، اوكي، في ناس بيجيبوا مع هنا، وفي ناس بيجيبوا مع الافكار. مجتمع بتاعنا ما كان مجتمع جاحظ يستقبل انسان اخر. خليك من انه يكون ناس ما بيتكلموا اللغه واحده، الناس اللي بيتكلموا اللغه واحده في قبائل بتاعنا ذاتنا، داخل دينكا ومش داخل دينكا ذاته، ممكن قول داخل اقواق. العشائر ال 12 ما يعني حتى الان ما قدرنا انه نغنى المواطن البسيط على اساس انه اي زول بيجي هنا هو عنده حقوق، لانه نحن بقينا مواطنين ما بقينا قبائل هسه حاليا. وده السبب اللي برجعنا على اساس انه انتوا المعارضه السبب في القاعد يحصل ده. ليه؟ لانه اذا كان فور اكزامبل اذا كان الحكومه هي القائمه بالقانون.
You have a minute left, okay, brother?
How? What?
You have a minute left.
I have 5 minutes.
I did set up a time, so.
No, sister. I'm with the time here also. I did that. That's what I said. All right. Let me conclude because I don't want you to interrupt me again. What I'm saying is that until now, السبب الرئيسي لمشكلة جنوب السودان المعارضة بدوا من قبل ما إحنا ما نأسس الدولة من 2005. ما أدوا فرصة للحكومة تقعد. بعدين we cannot hold accountable to individual act. يعني قول مثلا زول قام من الحكومة ما عمل هنا، دي حاجات شخصية ما حاجات يعني الحكومة رسل زول عشان يعمل حاجة. رينتوين ده منو جابه؟ ما الحكومة. إذا كان الحكومة إنه ضد الهنا ده ليه جاب رينتوين مش تطبق الحكومة ده البوليسي بتاع الحكومة. الوالي بتاع جوريال الدينا يوغال ده كان ماشي يطبق البوليسي بتاع الحكومة إنه لازم يكون في سلام. في كم اجتماعات الحكومة عملته قريب ده بين هنا ده بين الحكومة رسلت ناس عشان تعمل سلام، لكن الناس ضد الحكومة هم اللي دايرين بيعملوا الحاجات دي عشان يقولوا للحكومة. كويس. بور وناس باريا وناس منداري في جوبا هسه ما جبتوا، عملوا مؤتمر صحفي قبل يومين. دي الناس كانوا عايشين مع بعض. كويس. To conclude, المشاكل اللي عمل لهم منشن اخي هناك اول باو تعلير ده الحكومه ما عندها يد فيه، دي المعارضه سواء كان انه لو كان بتاع ناس ريق مشار كانوا معارضه بتاع هنا ده الحكومه ما عندها يد فيه في ملكال، دي المعارضه في ايسترن نوير الحكومه ما عندها يد فيه، دي المعارضه. هسه ده بتاع الناس اللي هو ذكروا دي ما حكومه، ده واحد. نمبر 2 من الصعب انه تقول لانسان شايل سلاح بتقول له يا اخي على الاقل انت ما تعمل مشكله، هو ما عمل مشكله اوكي. هنا اذا ضربت بالسلاح بيقولوا الحكومه بيقتل المواطنين، لو خليته هو شايل السلاح. لذلك ده محتاج انه الناس تقعد كلها، ما في زول يجي هناك عشان داير هو داير يشيل الحكومه كويس، ولازم هم انتوا زاد هم المعارضه هم اللي بيعملوا المشكله ده بورا عشان يقولوا ده الحكومه. لكن
All right,
الحكومه the policy.
brother, your minutes
Let
are up.
please I'm sorry, bye.
Okay. I gave you more than 5 minutes anyway. So
it wasn't sister, that's what you brought me up. You were the one who brought me up. I was not about to participate because I knew that you will not be accepting what I'm saying. What I'm saying, the opposition are the troublemakers in South Sudan. They are not giving the chance to the government to do the policies that will make the peace and harmony between the communities. And this is the reality.
okay,
No one
thank
could
you.
say now.
We
That's
got
the
it.
reality.
We got it.
Thank you.
All
Yes.
right. We have USTAZ Noor and then USTAZ Makangi. أستاذ جون ويتشانغ بيقول إنه هو في شغل ومستعجل لو كان ممكن تدوله الفرصة. If both of you said yes, then we'll let him take the chance.
I'm not giving him chance.
Okay. All right. Then أنا هديك 5 دقايق because it's your chance. Take 5 minutes, and then when your time is up, I will mention it to you, and then you should conclude. Otherwise, we will let you know. I mean, we'll stop you actually and let the next person speak. Thanks. اتفضل.
Yeah, shukran jazilan, sister. First of all, one of our major problem is corruption. There are hassle here. If we go even to your topic, we will also find a corruption there. Because يعني قانون بيقول شنو؟ Let me start from where stopped before. هو قال يا أخي إنه قانون بتاع جنوب السودان بيقول يا أخي أي زول عنده حق يعيش في أي محل. نو. قال في باراجراف تاني بيقول يا أخي regulated by the law وما جاب داك ده. وبعدين في قانون دائما أنا ما زول بتاع قانون لكن عندي يمكن حاجة بسيط كده because I was a policeman before also. دائما في قانون ممكن انت تطبقه مباشر لكن في قانون بيكون في مادة مغرون بمادة تاني. in this case of land نحن عندنا land act ونحن عندنا local government act. اتنين دول بيمشوا مع بعض. فنحن مثلا لما نجي نتكلم في مشكلة بتاع رعاة ومزارعين ده طوالي بيمشي في اتجاه بتاع local government act. يعني انت لما تمشي هناك ده نحن لما نتكلم انه يا اخي regulated by the law انت when you are moving انت you will be يعني under the laws of the state you are moving to. Within that state you will be under the laws of the county, of the Payam, of the Buma, and even Salatin بتاعنا في جنوب السودان يمكن نحن شفنا هم لبسهم uniform. يعني they are under local government. فيا جماعة ما في زول قال بيابا زول ولا كده لكن يا أخي حاجات ده كله لازم يتم بقانون. المشكلة بتاعنا في جنوب السودان كله غياب القانون. وكلام إنه مثلا نجي نتهم الأوبوزيشنز ولا الجوفرمنت ولا كده يعني أنا بالنسبة لoppositions because I'm part of them. Oppositions يمكن بيكون من أفضل الناس اللي قدموا حلول لمشاكل بتاع جنوب السودان. يعني نحن دائما في مثل عربي بيقول ما تمسك العصاية من النص. انت لو لاحظت انه غرف بتاع ناس بتاع opposition كله كان بيقدموا اطروحات انه حل بتاع مشاكل دي كيف، ليه فلان دخل في ارض فلان، غياب القانون وكلام ده كله ناس opposition قالوا. فالمفروض هنا نحن ما بنحمل الاوبوزيشن الغلط، لانه opposition يتطرق للمواضيع ده من زمن بعيد وحتى ادى حلول انه يا اخي المفروض اي واحد يرجع لمنطقته. ليه؟ لانه نحن مؤمنين انه يا اخي البلد ما فيه قانون، البلد سايبه. وفي ناس يعني ممكن بيجي ناطلق زي جون وشان كده ما داير يجيب في الصف، طوالي شنو بيقوم بيمشي نمو له. فده يا اخو الموضوع الجاي بالمشاكل يا جماعه. لكن انه اي movement regulated by the law I think will be acceptable. لانه انت لو مثلا بقره بتاع خشه في مزرعه بتاع زول، انت السلطان بتاع القريه البقره بتاعك اكل فيه مزرعه، ده سلطان ده بيحكمك. ما قال يا اخي نحن يعني بننتظر سلطان تاني جاي من برا ولا جنرال في جوبا يجي يجيب تعليمات. No, it's not like that. I think يعني we need to be sincere. I want really to appreciate my brother AKEC ولا coach يعني for his honesty. يعني to solve the problem of South Sudan نحن لازم نقول الحقيقة يا جماعة. out of the حقيقة نحن ما حنوصل لنتيجة. وشكرا لكم، أنا ما دار أطول.
All right, thank you, Al-Nur. Ustaz Makangi, I know أنت زول صبور. لو ممكن تدي فرصتك لجون ويشانغ because it looked like that he have a burning interjection or comment that he want to bring or solution as he said.
جدا جدا الديمقراطية علمتنا كده يا سيد ماما.
لا شكرا لك أستاذ. John Wichang, you can take the mic.
Thank you.
بديك 5 minutes and a half.
Okay, shukran, sweet mama.
You're welcome.
Okay, sweet mama. Thank you for the opportunity. وأنا بسلم من الناس تتات وناس الفوق. Sorry, you may be hearing a lot of noise. I'm just walking, going somewhere here, but I think you can hear me. So I will say this in this 5 minutes. I will say the statement. At the same time, I will also ask you the question to Dr. KHOC. The same question that I had wanted to ask, and he told me that to write it down. But before I ask you the question, I say this, that especially to the cattle herders, you need to talk with the people who are having problems. And then you will get a solution. But if you just bring the case for the sake of talking to the people of South Sudan, you will not get a solution. AKEC, it is only that when there's a problem of cows, majority of doctors from Jongole will appear to speak. Are you doctors of cows or doctors of humanity? That is question number one. Why is it that we have been looking all this time, including the governors, have been looking solution that let us sit down with dialogue? None of you appear, including doctors like you, ambassadors. None of you appear. But you only appear when things are being affected. Are you doctors of those cattle or doctors of human beings so that you settle the problem of people? We have been looking for you, people like you, to sit with us, especially we members who complain a lot, to sit with you and reason with you and come up with a solution. to these cows. None of you appear. Finally, I will not talk much because the issue of these cows, it becomes something like just a game. Today we talk, cows are going, and tomorrow cows will come. I don't believe that cows are going. It is because just problem happened recently. That is why cows are going, but they are going to come back. I will not waste too much time of talking because the Bor people and the Jongole people are not interested even to talk with some of us. So why should we wasting time of talking with them? But I am moved here by the word of Dengda. The word of Dengda from Warap. I think if people all talk like you, I think we will be reaching a solution in South Sudan when we are honest. You are from Apuk, that area of Apuk, and you give example and you go on. This is the way. That is what we need to talk as a citizen. You open even the heart of somebody. You can even open the heart of somebody to say the truth. The same statement that you said, Mr. Deng, that politicians are behind all this chaos of cattle. It happened even to some of us in Eastern Equatoria, in which communities raiding their cows. And when we trace on, we found that politicians are even behind it. You know, politicians from the local communities, villages, are even behind it. Dengda, you have nailed it exactly like the way we used to talk when we were settling differences within our communities. Politicians are the one behind fueling all this violence. We don't know what are they really benefiting from it. But had I really have enough time, if it was my room, I think I would have discussed with you more than enough. You move me, and I love people who really talk the truth like this. But to AKEC, I doubt your statement. You are talking and you have reservation. And I will doubt from you because when things happen in Nemule, Dr. Munujai, never Dr. AKEC de Jato, Dr. AKEC de Jato, Yaojai, Lana Sulus Lobong. You are the Jeng Ajere, the Bor Youth leader, Vijuba, or Vijuba Lomunu.
My Dr. Keja, brother. It wasn't him.
Okay, my Dr. Keja, but somebody called Dr. Munu, Dr. Angok.
Dr. Angok, that's with Dr. Angok quality.
Yes. Dr. Angok came before the incident of Nemule. We talked. We said, Lobongali, I need really more intellectual. Let us sit down. Ito maderin. Ola intellectual benu, ola nas Rebecca Nyandengde benu, ola nas Akorkor benu, ola nas Munu polisi sunu benu, mabzol benu. Aragu biyut, aktulu nas fimagui, mabzol benu. Now people retaliate and kill your own people and kill even cows in Nemule. Everybody appear, including Dr. Angok. Recently, when the problem happened in Lokileri, in which 8 people were killed, nobody appear, including you, Dr. Kech, and Angok himself. None of you appear in public here and condemn really like intellectual that this is a bad thing. We need to find a solution to our communities so that they can coexist. None of you came. But when things happen to your community, now you came out as a doctor. Are you a doctor of cows? Are you leaders of cows? Why did you not come before? Majority of the people who come always, when some of us open the rooms, are members from Barghazal. They are always the one who came point blank and discussed with some of us regarding this issue of cows. But these are not their cows.
These are your cows of Upper Nile, of Jongole, of Bor people. But you are avoiding. And the Barghazal boys are always talking with us every day about this issue of cows. Why are you happy when some people are going to be collided because of your problem? For me, the issue of these cows, it is politically motivated by interest of leadership. You want to destroy the leadership of Salva Kiir. Whatever you are doing in the region with your people, you are hurting the feeling of Equatorial people to multiply more enemies to Salva Kiir. So that people blame that the government is the one doing this. How many times Salva Kiir told you to take your cows back home? How many times? He told you million times to take your cows home. He has taken his cows. Sincerely, Dr. AKEC, for me, as John, as always one of the advocates of these cows, against these cows, I said, you are not only against the people in the region, but you are also against the system. You are multiplying the enemies because whatever you are doing is hurting the feeling of the people, and the people will misplace their anger to the government and to the wrong people. And when people are having problem with the government, you will be happy because you want to achieve the goal. So I don't see that the whole government is behind this problem of cattle. It is members of Dinka Bor, which I have read the list. I have read the list of how many people, 8 of them. I read here. They are all members from Bor, generals. It's not the government of Salva Kiir behind this. It is the members from Dinka Bor who are behind this, defying even the orders from the president. Who are you to define the orders of the president? When the president said that sit down, all of us must sit down. When the president said that they stand up, all of us must stand up. Who are you to defy the orders of the president by telling you to take your cows home? Is it because you are Dinka? That is why you divide the orders. So you are not against the people of the region alone. You are not causing problem to the people of the region alone, but you are also causing the problem to the government. Majority of these farmers in Equatoria, they are crying, they don't have guns. Tomorrow, they will rebel and join the rebel. Whom are they going to fight? They are going to fight the government. You are multiplying the numbers of rebellions in the country. But if all of us are happy, AKEC, you are happy, I'm happy, everybody is happy. Who is going to rebel against who? Who is going to kill who? Who is going to talk about separation? Who is going to talk about whatever? AKEC is happy, I am happy. Sweet Mama is happy. Who is going to talk against who? But if a Sweet Mama is not happy, do you think that is going to continue and staying with us? She will be rebelling against me. I need to talk with you, AKEC. Last week, I opened the room. I was calling you, but you could not able to come. But I wrote to you, I wish one day we will talk together. And DENGDIT, I salute you. Keep this spirit. Peacemakers are not many in the world. Peacemakers are a few. People who talk the truth. Even though you hurt my feeling and you tell me the truth, I love it. We are people who love the truth. You are DENGDIT, whatever, you are DENGDA, whatever you said. It makes me to say that there's reasonable people within the Dinka community. But I am still questioning, where have you been? People like you, where have you been? You have helped us from this mess, whereby we are discussing with people even who don't even have any value in the society, whether in the society of Dinka, whether in the society of South Sudanese, whether even in their own families. We are wasting time talking with them. We need to talk with the people who are responsible like you. People who have a team, people who have followers in the society. and their word can be understood, not just for the sake of talking. I want to talk. John Ochang is an Equatorian. AKEC is a Denka. Just we want to talk because just no. Talk with the people whom you know that they have got influence within the society. We have been looking people like you, but it was difficult. But no problem. It's not too late. It's not too or whatever. Still, we can still meet and discuss. Thank you. I will end up here. Thank you, sweet mama, for giving me this opportunity. I am at work, but you also closing. Maybe we will meet next time. But AKEC, you answer my question. Are you the doctors of cows? Because whenever cows problem happen, you will appear. Doctors of Bor will appear. Thank you.
شكرا لك أستاذ جون ويتشانغ. شكرا للنقاط حقك I believe today I'm seeing you acting positive. فعلا احنا كلنا لو دايرين solution we can really come up with solution. Also يعني even with the solution, if we lay down our ideas to bring up the solution, we don't have to agree in every little thing. We have to agree in big lines, such as people moving out from those areas. Also, طبعا, there is one thing that wasn't being understood from community, Jengbor community. They did not understand the gravity of the situation, and that's why they have ideas such as we died in this area or but حاليا Ustaz John Chang, I think they got it. They understood. They catch on to the gravity of the situation, and then now that they're moving out, I don't think هم هيراجعين زي ما انت بتقول. I don't think هم هيجوا راجعين. Also, one thing that you said إنه مفروض دكتور أنوك يقعد مع community leaders from Equatoria. I think that's another thing that should be done too as one of the solution, because حتى لو الجماعة دي طلعوا من المناطق دي لابد يكون في شنو dialogue between the two communities, because we're still South Sudanese and we're still going to exist as neighbors. So moving out, I don't think that's the end of the story. It's just part of the
It's sweet mama.
Yes.
I'm not talking, but Dr. Angoka already said with the community, but I will explain to you because John doesn't have information.
Okay. Yeah. فده الحاجة اللي أنا داير أقوله إنه we have to sit down, okay, after those people moved out. We still have to sit down. We have to lay out how we should coexist in that areas and how we can be, South Sudanese at the end. Because it is important. بس عشان الناس شاكلوا والناس طلعت ما معناته إنه شنو الأسرة انتهت وهنا because ما في زول جاي يشيل أرضه ويقسمه ويطلع به ويمشي به محل تاني. إنما إحنا شنو لسه قريبين بعض ولسه ساكنين في نفس المناطق، ولا بد هيكون في فلان مر هناك وفلان جاي. زي ما شفتوا الناس ضربوهم هنا ده قول له شنو البحر في المراكب ضربوهم، وفي ناس في العربات ماشيه برضه ضربوهم. لسه في طريق هناك، لسه في طرق. Equatoria is not just a land that nobody should pass by, مربوطه بطرق highways. معناته لازم يعملوا شنو زي ما كانوا قالوا community leaders اللي بيتكلموا انه شنو لازم الحكومه يجيب السكيورتي يكون في الارياس ده عشان ما يجي يعملوا اتاك للناس، وعشان اللوكالز كمان ما يكون شنو always try to aware who's coming by and who's here and who's not. فأنا أنا بقيف هنا ما بكتر الكلام، لكن شكرا لجيتك برضو. أنا هدي الفرصة لأستاذ مكانجي لأنه هو كان نكس. اتفضل أستاذ مكانجي.
كويس. أنا داير أشكر الناس اللي موجودين في المنصة كلهم، والحضور التحت. انا قاعد اقول بس نقاط محدد بس. وبجد انا من الساعة 6 وحاجة انا متحسر جدا بواقع بتاع جنوب السودان. انا يمكن قبيل يعني معلش انه في نقاط بس محدد داير ارسله. في روم انا كنت استفسرت فيه لانه انا الروم ده متابع من اول، لكن ما اديني مساحه ناقب في اقل من دقيقه بس في روم كده. انا سالت سؤال موضوعي جدا لاختي سيما منى، قلت لها يا منى الكلام اللي امبارح ترجمه سايمون هو صح ولا ما صح؟ لانه الموضوع له معايير ما جيد. فهي قالت لي انه جون اقصد سايمون ابوي ما بيعرف لغه دينكا بالمعنى الفصحى، لانه حتى لو انا استفسرت عنه فانا طوالي طلبت اذن ونزلت تحت. لانه انا السؤال بتاعتي ليه؟ لانه هنا كمجتمعات بتاع جنوب السودان هنا بنتكلم اللغات لبعض، والعكس ما بناخد لغات لمعايير اللي ما كويس. انا اجي للنقطه بتاع الصميم، لانه انا قبل لما جيت الروم يمكن سويت ماما هو كان هو مودريتس وحسن ويد مودريتس وقباله هو كان في دينجدي غيوك وفي اكوي. لو انا ما نطقت الكلمه غلط او العباره كوش سوري برضه معلش كويس. انا كنت في الروم بدري لانه كده جيت ادخل في الروم وحاولوا انه ما يقولوا صميم، لانه دينجدي غيوك والمتحدثين قبيل في الروم بكل صراحه ناول الموضوع بنوع من الموضوعيه واستصحب معه 2 بيانات: البيان الواقع للمجتمع والبيان بتاع مجتمع بور. انا عشان نيجي نعاقب لده، انا عندي سؤال للمنصه: ليه ما في رد لما اسسوا حركه بتاع كوريوم 2 كمجتمع بتاع بور؟ لانه انا كنت عملت فيه حلقه كامله وتناقشت فيه كنقاش فكري في دائره انه احنا كمجتمعات بتاع جنوب السودان كلنا احنا محتاجين نقعدوا ونديروا حاجاتنا بنوع من معايير نقاش فكري. ده سؤال للمنصه كويس. هنا ما اول دوله على مستوى بتاع العالم نخلق يكون في خلاف بتاع ازمه ما بين الرعاة والمزارعين، العكس. يعني نيجيريا في عهد بتاع محمد بخاري حتى انه المجتمع بتاع فلانيين سموهم انه ارهابيين. شفت كيف؟ فالمساله دي هنا محتاجين انه المساله بتاع جنوب السودان ما ممكن ننقل التجربه، لانه هنا دوله حديثه وفي تجارب بتاع دول ثانيه قدموا قدامنا. انا شخصيا من الناس اللي قاعد اشوف ان التجارب ده كلها ممكن يمثلنا. ليه؟ لانه هنا دوله فيه مثقفاتيه، فيه مثقفين، فيه ناس ادرى بتجارب بتاع الدول الثانيه. والروا ده يعني الروا ما بينحصر في دينكا وبس، تبوسه فيه حتى في المجتمع بتاع فراتيت. بالمناسبه في ناس بيقوا الروا يعني مش يعني بيقوا الروا بحكم امكانيتهم الماديه يشتروا ابقار بيقوا يرعوا في مناطق محدوده. الروم ده انا يمكن المره اللي فاتت يوم الاحد دنجي جايو كان موجود، لانه الروم ده بالمناسبه انا قاعد اتمنى معلش انه ممكن اسرق زمن صغير منكم بس، رغم انا ديمقراطي لكن ممكن خلوني شويه زمن كده بس. الروم ده انا اتمنى يكون روم تاريخي ونسلط الضوء لكل الرومات اللي حصل، لانه قبل في تعقيبات انه حتى في اصوات على حسب كلام دنجي جايو وكلنا موجودين في الروم. في مجتمعات انه وصلت على انه يتكلم مش كمجتمعات كتنظيم سياسي، لانه هو قبل في 2 بيان ورفعوا. وحتى انا قبل ما اطلع فوق قال لي الروم ده بانجليزي شديد، انت انجليزي؟ قلت له انا الانجليزي بتاعي جيد والاساتذه بيعرفوا جيد ما ممتاز، فالناس يميز ده. فانا في استوعاب بتاع الكلام ده انه حتى بيان بتاع المجتمع بتاع بور ومجتمع بتاع المنطقه لما ترجع للراديو التمازج والاعراض بيكون مختلف في النقاشات دي، لانه مرات فيها صوت.
دقيقة مكان جي
تفضلي.
مكان جي البيان واحد بتاع مجتمع بور، البيان الثاني بتاع حكومة سنترال إكواتوريا بالتحديد رئيس المجلس التشريعي. واصل.
تمام جدا. انا بس مكان بانجليزي شديد، انا قاعد احاول اجتهد انه في ترانسليت. شفت كيف؟ على العموم البيان اللي انا كنت متامل فيه شديد ليه؟ لانه ده المخرج من الازمه. انت الكويس انت تناولته بانيار البيان كنفسه بتاع مجتمع بتاع بور ومجتمع والحكومه بتاع سنتر اكواتوريا، وده يكون جراءه ويكون واضح لكل الناس. حتى انه انا كنت منتظر لانه مديد كان قاعد فوق انه كان في فيديو مفترض يسميه، وهو انه قال هو كان بعيد، وهو لما جاء رفع فيديو كان في شخصقه في الصوت ورفعه بصوت. الاصوات دي كلها انا بالنسبه لي انا لو حكومه سنتر اكواتوريا ولا مجتمع بتاع بور، ده بيان هم بيطلع بيصدر منه والعكس ما بينتج غير كراهيه. ليه انا قاعد اقول كده؟ انا قاعد اقول كده ليه؟ انا قاعد اقول من باب اساس محدد. ما في بيان رسمي يطلع في اشتباك ما بين الراعي والمزارع في ظل بتاع دوله مسؤوله. ده مسؤوليه بتاع دوله في محافظه. لو لاحظت التركيب بتاع الدوله بتاع جنوب السودان عباره عن كاونتي، فيام، بوما كادنى مستوى. فكيف انه يطلع بيانات من مجتمعات او يطلع بيان من حكومه بتاع ولايه بشكل ما يكون لجنه بتتقصي بتاع حقائق؟ وده قد يضرب في كل الدوائر بتاعتنا هنا كمعارضه. انا ما قادر اتكلم كثير شديد، بس المهم جدا فيه يا اخوانا الخطابات اللي قدم شيء، لانه انا قاعد اقوله لانه انا قبل كنت مستمع. انا ما ممثل اي تنظيم هنا، انا قاعد امثل كمكان جاي وعندي روم انا بتكلم فوقه باراء اخر. عندي تنظيم سياسي بالمناسبه للامانه، لكن انا ما ناطق رسمي بتاع تنظيم سياسي كويس. التنظيمات دي انما اراء انهم تفكير، لكن لما يعني حتى قبل في التناول بتاع النقاش انه حتى في الكلام انه في اتهام في اطار انه جبهه الخلاء جزء منه في طبيعه الكلام لما في تناول قبل، لانه الروم مسجل تيب. التنظيمات السياسيه، وده انا من الناس، انا ما اقدر اكون ناطق باي تنظيم ولا بحكومه من الاستوائيه. حتى انا في الاستوائيه انا راي جريء لاي زول، يعني انا ما عندي مشكله، لانه انا في النهايه انه انا عباره عن كيان انساني منتج فكري محدد بيتناقش في قضيه بتاع بلد اسمه جنوب السودان. الرومات دي كلها في النقاشات دايره فيه ما جيد. انا شخصيا وكلكم انتم موجودين في الروم تكونوا فيصل. يعني انا بس كده اتسال سؤال ثاني، ليه النقاش الموضوع بتاع منقله ده يعني يمكن له حاجه بتاع اسبوعين وسمسم ما اتداولت في فترات ده كلها، اللي اتداولت ما بعد انه النقاشات بتاع صراع بتاع شنو في معلش انا معلش ما استهزاء بالمجتمع. في كلمه بقول له بتومون في منبر يا دونجي جاي يساعدني بس معلش. توك شنو؟
كده عيدوا تاني.
في منبر اللي
جيب نمتو.
ايوه جيب نمتو معلش انا لو نطقت غلط برضو اعذروني، لانه انا مجتمع تاني كويس. ده خلقت صراع. يعني تخيل انا قاعد اقول حاجه، الكلام بتاع مجتمعات ده حصلت قبل حادثه بتاكير، بالمناسبه. الموضوع ده متربط بموضوع بتاع اسمه بتاع النقاشات الدارة. يعني شوف النقاش الاول بتاع المجتمعات ده كلها بالتحديد حادثه بتاع منقله حدثت في زمن قبل حدث تاكير، ما يتداولت في النقاش ده. وانا قاعد اقول الكلام ده لانه قاعد احترم شيء ما ده، لانه كان في زمن نقاش وكان يعني بجد في نقاش ديرناه موضوع بتاع زواج الخاسرات حتى انه يعني دنجدت يوم بأعز الصراحه قالت انه اكثر من يعني تناول ذاته ركز على انه في مجتمع بذاته. حتى تناقشت في المساله دي كان لي مثلا انه النقاش ده ما دار في زمن ده، دار الا في زمن بتاعنا جوطه بتاعنا الروم بتاع الاتهام المتهم فيه الاول والاخير هو اتليو. يا اخوانا نكون واضحين، يا احنا بقينا في منابر بتاع نقاش، بقينا كدينكا وبقينا كاستوائيين وبقينا كعلنيين يكون كويس، يا بقينا انه نخلق نقاش ما كويس. يعني نيجي منبر عديل بيور كده كاستوائيين وما لين دينكا، او نيجي كدينكا ما لين استوائيين، نيجي كعلنيين ما لين استوائيين، ما لين اي مجتمع. فدايما المنابر زي دي احنا نكون في واقعين بدون انه يعني هسه حاليا انا شخصيا المنبر ده كله من قبل لما انا كنت متابع بالمناسبه، وده مسؤوليه تاريخيه. مسؤوليه تاريخيه بتاعه وين؟ انه جبهه الخلاص هو متورط في المساله. جبهه الخلاص المفروض يطلع بيان، لانه انا من مجتمع، انا من منطقه بتاعيزو، انا جبهه خلاص جبهه خلاص متورط فيه. ما في ضروره انه يتهموا كاستوائيين كلهم، لان السوائيين بريئين من انه ما كل السوائيين من جبهه خلاص. في السوائيين داخل الاس بي ام، في السوائيين داخل جبهه خلاص، في السوائيين داخل الاس بي ام ريلي، في السوائيين داخل كل التنظيمات السياسيه. ما نسب كل الخطوات بتاعتنا او كل الافكار بتاعتنا في دائره بتاع تنظيم سياسي انه ما يرفع ده. انا قاعد اقول الكلام ده لانه في ضروره ان كل تنظيم سياسي مفترض يطلع بيان في واقع السياسي اللي انا ما اعتقد رسم اي تنظيم سياسي، انا منظم. انا بتكلم لانه المنبر ده جبال اخذ معيار فكري اكثر من دائره احزاب سياسيه. فيا اخوانا وكل المستمعين انا بقول كلام للامانه والتاريخ، انه المنابر اللي احنا بنتناقش فوقه يكون محصله بتاعتنا الاخيره، يا بيجينا جنوبيين كجنوبيين، يا بيجينا اي زول يرجع للمجتمع بتاعته، وبعد ذلك انه ما في داعي انه نحترم بعض، لانه بجد انه حتى الاحترام لبعض بقت انه يبارك كلامات ما كويس. انا بسي يعني انا عمري ما اسيت لزول لقيت نفسي انه بيتكلم مع زول انا بيحترمه، هو وصل لمرحله انا قبل ما نتكلم في الروم ده بالمناسبه في مجموعه بتاع شاتنج في صفحات الخاص ما كويس، لكن حتى قالوا لي انت بقيت مجرف من دائره بتاعتك السواعين، من دائره الزغال بتاعك من مجتمع بتاع بحر غزال، من دائره بتاع النيل، انت ما ممكن تكون مجرف في الروم ده. انا الروم انا قاعد اقول للناس واضح، الرومات ده عباره عن نقاش بتاع فكر، ما عندي علاقه بانه انا من ياتو دائره اجتماعيه كويس. انا عندي موضوع انه مو بتاع مجتمع ماشيين وين الكويس سويت ماذا. حتى دنجدت قال كلام واضح انه الحكومه بتاعت السودان ازمه. انا معلش انه انا مشيت كثير، انا بس دي حلول للمزعله. الحلول شنو؟ اول من حلول انا قاعد اختاره بالنسبه لنا في مواقع بتاع التواصل الاجتماعي او التواصل الاجتماعي، خلينا نبتعد من نقاشات اللي بيدخلنا هنا في دوائر بتاع المجتمعات، لان المجتمعات دي امورهم ما كانوا ازمه. واحد. اثنين، الحكومه هو ورا كل التفاصيل دي كلها، وانا اتفق مع دنجدت يوب واتفق مع سويت ماما في انه الحكومه هو الازمه. عبر الحكومه بيكون في قوانين صارمه. الحاجه الثالثه، الرواه والمزارين ده يا جماعه انهم قيادات تقليديه موجودين اللي هو التراديشنال ليدرز بتاعتهم بيقعدوا مع بعض، القوات بتاعتهم بينتج لنا انه الحلول المفصليه. انتوا عارفين انه الراي والمزارع هم اخوان اكثر منه، والناس الموجودين فيهم عارفين الكلام ده. انت عارف المزارع ده لما يزرع، لما يجي زمن الحصاد يحصد، لو هو امكانيته ضئيل ما عنده حاجه بتاع او ما عنده قروش بتاع او ما عنده وسائل بتاع كيف انه يقلل الحشائش وده، شفت الحراك بتاع البقار ده طبيعي جدا. يبقى انه نحتكم في دارين المزارعين في زمن بتاع زراعه وحصاد بيكونوا في دعوه بتاع الروايه بدايه مشان كتمشيط ما بيفهم العسكري، العساكر بيحبوه. الحاجه الثالثه نسلط الضوء بالمناسبه انه الواقع ده ما في استواء بس بالمناسبه، في واو انتوا لو يعني دمدي قايل بالمناسبه يعني انا نفتي به ضئيل جدا، وهو انا بيحترمه بمعايير ما تتخيلوا بالمناسبه. انا دمدي قايل بينه وبينه، وانا قاعد اقول كلام لانه المنبر ده عباره عن منبر تاريخي ولامانه والتاريخ. دمدي قايل ده يعني هو عنده سلاسل بتاع نقاشات، سلاسل بتاع كتابات. حتى ذكر ايام كان زمان بيكتب في او بيكون في السينما بتاع، المهم السينما بتاع واو والتفاصيل الكثيره دي. في ده انا اقدر اركز بس لحاجه
استاذ مكانكي، ممكن تلخص؟ معلش ممكن
كويس. انا معانا كده كويس. التصريح بتاع الضوء بتاع الاخيره انه الرواده ده مشكله بتاع الرواده ما بدت انه ما مجتمع بتاع استوائيه وبور، لا حتى الفلاته في واو كان عباره عن ازمه، لكن ما بعد انفصلنا وصلنا لحدود بتاع المشكلات ده كلها. وشكرا جزيلا.
سوري يا جماعة. شكرا لك أستاذ مكانجي وللإضافات اللي أنت ضفتها. أنا ما هدخل في أي شيء، إنما هنمشي للمتحدث البعديك عشان هم منتظروا هنا لفترة طويلة. أستاذ تشارلز، الظاهر الفرصة حقتك لأنه وشن ووال هم مشوا.
All right. Sweet Mama, Sama Sot?
Yes, أنا سامعك.
All right. Yeah, thank you for coming up again for the second pace for this topic. I think we did it 2 days ago, and it's going smooth. Just different ideas, a lot of components, mistaking wrong messages, But it are sometimes human being is very hard take the time exactly what spends. يعني لو أنا لو زول كلام من بارغزال قال يا أخي السنون بتاعي وجه, and then one of your Upper Nile, I may just say okay وجه, but I will not know exactly the pain. The same thing في زول الفيستواية. If you say سنون بتاعي وجه, and then he told me I may be ignoring it, but I don't exactly. The same thing to Jungle, which is Upper Nile. Mishkala with Jungle, a lot of you, even though Dr. Ake came up, Ake is a politician. He may, touch some, and he may not even go deep, because he's a politician, man. The Mazol just sahil, like John Ushang been humiliate him here in front of the public. But you can see his attitude. Dr. Ake never even answered John Ushang. But the way John was, that was humiliation. And that's a problem here with the John Chang. John Chang also don't have even information. Marad he collects some data from the different room, and then he will come up with the title of the rooms, and that's why sometimes leading into the wrong information. So Mishkal Abdana, yes, a lot of us will very hard to understand exactly what's going on fi Jungule. Kalam the Sab, even some Denga York say some, but I'm still, even me myself, I disagree also most of the time with the Denga York about these things, because Denga York never touched deep to it. It sounds good, but as the citizen of the area and the politics going on in that regions, I don't think so. Denga York even touch it. Even 30%, I don't think so. He got it. There are two things in social media, and I think we are familiar with this. في اللغة بقول أبقار, okay, Dinka cows. في اللغة تانية بقول we don't want Dinka in Equatoria, And if you look at this, there are two parallels. البقول Dinka cows, ده طبعا ده نادر المزارع. والبقول we don't want Dinka in Equatoria, it will be up to you where you're going to put that one to it. So fit two things, and they arise here in social media. But sometimes we are crossing it and we are mixing it, and sometimes we're combining it. Marali gulo do kulu denka bori Equatoria, So it would depend the way you're translating. But let me go back to the what brought even Dr. AKEC here to this talk about it. We are talking about a recent accident. The Hajj Hasself is board there, or is board fat Yamal Khamis Yamal Arba. This is what we are talking about here. We are not talking about the previous. What happened to Shar Al Fat, Shar Ashara, Lewara. No, we are talking about what happened to Yamal Arba Al Khamis. And that's why you guys come on this topic. And then you just mix it up with component of whatever happened in the state. Al Hassel, this is major big issues. 800 cows died. Tumumia Brazbagar. Oh, this is obvious. The Hakuma, which is the national security, Jobal Arabia, the Mutfarashash. They start talking with the people and they're shooting it. Darbu Murah. The Mafia Gitabata, Ayi rebellion Fogo, they exactly national security. They did it and they left. All right? عملوا شغله وفاتوا. ناس جايين بعربيه وعربيه طبعا ما في عسكري ممكن يطلع بعربيه يمشي به ساكن without no orders. If you take that accident and then you slide it back, my statement with President Kiir في Turkey, okay? The same week, the other week I'll visit Turkey. So you will start there and you slide it back and go listen the message of the president himself. Message was down outside. President, I think they talk about it before. President Kiir got yes, Abu Gar Fat Urajain. President Kiir say also, Kulu Denka into different culture. These are very small, Kelmat Basit, but if you are translating it, plus the action taking place, you may get some result on it. Result kalam without it, yeah, make it that exactly result. Alha Abgar they are moving, they already passed machine. Muajain lil bor. ليه هنا حكومة بيرجع؟ دي أول حاجة ممكن تقدر to look at it. Why the government take that action? Do the government exactly want those cows to leave? ده سؤال ممكن تسأل. حكومة سيدار مراد يرجعوا في بور وما دار. وماله we are just that's where we are messing it up. There are a lot of things in جملة things في مشاكل أفغان يا أخوان. Government بيتكلم two languages. Alright? When he gets so much voice of Equatorians that the cows, then the government will talk with our members of the parliament, community leaders, self-guard and Nadim for J1, okay, I've got to move. But when they started doing the journey, okay, this is the second accident. Hassel fi shar tiza al-Grib, fi Eastern Equatoria. Now Hassel. Kuluma, they are moving fi Mishkala. They are also one we need to talk about. Ya Junubin, let's go to here. Asma kalam da kwez. Hakuma da selfada ma behel ay mishkala bata jungle kuto viraskum kulukum. It will never solve any problem. Why? Le ma be solve mashakil. First of all, area bata jungle de hakuma selfada he wanted to be negligent areas. Udare kun zede. Office sabab he if it's fi asbab udare kalam. Selfa he said with the community leaders be kalam bita gas alfi jungle to be dig for 2012. For community leaders, including those of Kwal Manyang and the rest, people reject that. Okay? People of the state, Galiak, Al-Jazama, Yafurasa, because what is happening in Bentiu, Wahaja Garasel, Vishamal Malakal, Mafi medical, le Muatanin. Fahaja ma Yafura until Ikunida Musafiat Fidol. Kalamda raise Majam. Now, the budget, Dola mind budget. Where did the revenue of the government come from? The oil. But look, the oil of Sudan, they already what? Hajere Dayeno, okay? Dayeno until what? 2028 or 2029. For Hakuma in the shortage for oil here. For shortage for oil. For Guru Bezat Kid. Ma fi fadal illa jungle de. But I shan't tell go just but jungle, you have to create chaos. Okay? You have to create chaos. First of all, Khali Murlede. They came up with Haji Suma demonstration. Kadishu Takati with a Hakuma. All right? Gal Jungle Gasumu, they took administrative of the Buma from the state. Okay, wadolle murle. Ugala mikir murle I give enough. But it is not. Women shall the resources, the income of the state, or ahukuma musulbo, now they're digging whatever they Tyrad Bemzul Mihina, they go in when people don't know it. Okay? The community with the area, Mafizol Kalam Fogo. Not second. But Hakuma insists still bada murle be asla jabir min Israel. Alright? عشان شنو؟ to terrorize مواطن ما في مواطن يفكر يرجع في الجنجله عشان يصوتن هناك. اوكي؟ حكومه ما داير اي مواطن يصوت هناك because هو عارفهم لو مواطنين رجعوا هناك هيصوتنوا وهيكون صعب عليهم. He trained Murle 5,000 قاعدين في بلنيان. They are not even part of the national army. Okay? To terrorize اي عربيه يمر هناك لازم يضربوا. لو عربيه تجاريه يضربوا، لو جاي في بحر ينضرب. Okay? This is what happened. And most of you don't understand it completely. تما فاهمين الموضوع ده. المشكلة بتاع community بتاع state عندنا مشكلة مع central government. which is حكومة بتاع رئاسة الجمهوري ده. They are the one doing all these things. ويا قاعد نقول الحل انتوا ما تشوفوا. You will talk, but انتوا ما تلقوا حل. Unless the time we see the new leadership. They are to تشوفوا area بتاع جنجلة and the entire South Sudan. That's where you will see the really bright light. But under President Kiir, the game nothing will come out. You know, Nas Bugul were intellectual, but yes, wilaya few not intellectual. You know, there is. Hajado mafia jarabu. People try to talk with with everything. Rasul Nas in America, Nas Jam in Australia, and he said with people, you know, Ulisa Bila the same game. You know, so Al Gari Tulna, the jazz bita wilaya. Hakuma are trying, even if Shaifin al highway ma wadena galashan for income revenue, ushunu filebor. No, you know, and you will see it in the coming months. Hajere wadin le jazz. You know, they want to dig that oil, Akwan. They are mushuru al mashasa. You know, unless we have a new leadership, they are mushuru that I give. For Lebu Doran to blame the communities, you know, we compare our problem. And then mishkela they happen fi Rumbek. Al Hassel fi Rumbek, it is a subcline. The mashakil are subclines between Alamar wa Alamar. Lakin in the Hena fi Jungula, they're between tribes. There are different between tribes. For Abgar Butana, the way Rabbana Khalogum, Abgar Tuwal Zere, they are not even getting the salt grass. Alanil fi grass Butam, they are salted. Fistuaina, Al Gesh al Bugubna Ted Hajar ma salt. It is not good for cows. Abgar Magari Jibu Leben. Lucky Loraja of Wilaya, you will get a lot of milk. You know? فالموضوع ده حكومه ذات والحكومه تي المواطنين بتاع إكواتوريا بيقول لهم اوكي نازل ماشيين وحكومه دي يمشي يعمل اتاك قدام you know وده قبل brother John Shang قال يا اخي Luis Lubang is trying to sit my community يا John Shang Dr. Angugde is my uncle immediate my uncle and I have connection with him من فار مشى قاعد مع Luis Lubang في Eastern Equatoria وانا كلمت لك في الشو بتاعك why the meeting برجل because you know في شكل نادر كان كتولده حراس بتاع لويس لوبان لقوا في شكل you know حراس بتاعه اثنين كتلوا
خلاص اعمل خلاصة أستاذ تشارلز.
yeah فالموضوع هنا يا brother دين دي دايوك it is not about the community يا brother you have to go deep about our issue is the central government ده في الحكومة حكومة السلفة is the one who playing this card فما communities we are not our people not allowed to stay in Equatoria ما في أجداد ولدوا في استوايا alright ما في زول ممكن يقول my grandfather in Equatoria been there no we are not happy about it we want to go back to our homeland ده ما ربنا خلق فوق you know بالطين بتاعنا ده but في حاجات كويس فوقه alright okay this brother Denga York please you have to analyze it very good accident اللي حصل ما في أي support our government this is the government ده حكومة يعمل حاجة وفي lot of evidence okay غوات بتاعنا
أستاذ تشارلز
yeah I will finish my sister 1 minute community leaders my retired general they want to meet with a Kolokur dodge them until right now they never sit This is the other thing. And I mean, we the people of the area of the state, we are well informed. We have very good connection with this. You know, we have very good connection. I mean, and the good thing you said it, yes, they will divide the Denka. How did I get some Denka Basaraki?
All right.
Thank you, Almim. I will just wait for
Ustaz
my last
Charles.
comment, but thank you for that contribution.
All right. أستاذ شارلز أنت بتقول دكتورة مجدة خالك آخر مرة أنت اتكلمت معاه 200 because الورقة اللي هو كتبه he stated, you know, at least you should go back to that paper that was written by your uncle before ما تتكلم مع أستاذ دينجديت لأنه أستاذ دينجديت هنا قاعد يقرأ الورقة اللي كتبه خالك زي ما أنت بتقول. فأنت أرجع للورقة
No,
أول.
Makalan Waraga. I'm not condemning the paper. No, that's not. Yeah, it is not about the paper. I condemn them the root of the problem. They might define it very good. That's what I'm talking about.
No, because أنت بتقول إنه الناس اللي behind this is only government and there is no rebel in it. That's what you're saying.
أنا أقول the recent accident. Al-Hassel Yom Al-Arba. This is what we are talking about.
Oh no, يوم الخميس.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. They are not going to kill them for.
Yes, الحصل يوم الخميس ده ذاته يهود دكتور موك بيقول أصلا behind this is rebel, which is بيقول ناس. So بيكون أنت ما تكلمت مع خالك قريب. But let's move on. Anyway.
It's not about Kalam, my sister. Another for Juba, you know, another for Juba, they have different pressure. You know, if a guy, you have to change your language. I mean, to go Hagiga in front of them. So you have to know that there are terms of the insecurity too. But go ahead.
أنت شفت هنا الرسالة بتاع Walathiu also stated exactly the same thing and they blame the government and the rebels. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. أنا بدي الفرصة لأخو كيني. Anyway, بصراحة إحنا let's just take 5 minutes because دكتورة كيج عنده مسؤوليات هو راجع له. أصلا today's room was supposed to be a lot shorter than this. فأستاذ كيني ولا كيني, please take 3 to 5 minutes.
اوكي انا احتمال ما اتكلم كثير ذاته. في البدايه شكرا للناس الفوق كلهم كيش ومديد سويد. بالمناسبه سويد صوتك صوت بتاع اعلاميين، تنفع تكوني اعلاميه في راديو. والشان ده زول بتاع جبهات مع الناس. مكانجي صاحب الصوت الخشن. دنجيت زميل. دنجيت سلام عليك. طبعا هو دنجيت ده ناس يعني.
وعليكم السلام استاذ كندي النمايه.
اشتغلنا في جاي. يا سلام عليك يا اخي، يا سلام. وول يوزيف شارلز كيل ولا منو وكوش. السلام عليكم كلكم وللناس اللي قاعدين تحت بكل احترام. يعني انا قمت من النوم قبل شويه، قمت على صوت بتاع سويد قبل ما كان ما يتكلم. سويد كان بيتعلق على هنا على زول كان متحدث قبله كده، انا ما عارف ده كان منه. كويس خالص والله. ده اقول كلام بسيط بس، وده خلاصه بتاع التفكير حقي خلال المشاكل الحاصل في البلد جنوب السودان، وخاصة الولاية بتاعتي استوائية الوسطى. مشكلة بتاعت بقر والرعاع. طبعا مشكلة بقر والرعاع ده مشكلة قديم، يعني قديم وتجدد. المزارعين بيكونوا زارعين وهم بيكونوا معولين على الزراعة ده، إنه هم بياكلوا إنه ويبيعوا إنه، لأنه أصلا ما في شغل غير الزراعة. ما بيشتغل، ما عندهم وظائف غير كده يعني. لا وظائف في حكومة ولا شنو. هم بياكلوا من الزراعة حقهم ده. بيبيعوا إنه جزء وجزء إنه بيحطوا في حاجة اسمه جوجو. الحاجه اللي بيبنوه من خشب لفوق كده بيخطوا فيه، بيخزنوا فيه العيش. فلما بقى يجي يخش في الزراعه ده وياكله، فبالتالي ما في حاجه يتباع في السوق، ما في حاجه بيتخزن. يعني انت بتكون دخلت في اكله ذاته، في اكل حقه. فهو مشكله قديم يعني متجدد. زمان كان بيتحلى بموضوع بتاع الاجاويد وشنو وكده، لكن ما بعد السلام، ما بعد الاستغلال بتاع جنوب السودان، وضع ده اتغير. المزارعين بيزرعوا والرعاة بيخشوا واتطوروا. يعني المزارعين الرعاة اتطوروا، بقى عندهم سلاح، بقى عندهم سلاح يعني. وحتى الآن المزارعين ما عندهم سلاح. أنا بتكلم على مستوى بتاعت ولاية حقي. على الصعيد الشخصي، إحنا كناس سنتر إكواتوريا اتضررنا من الناس على البقر ده بشكل كعب خالص. بعدين بعد ما أنا جيت قعدت مع نفسي والموضوع ده، لقيت إنه الرعاة ده ما كل الرعاة اللي بيخشوا في موضوع بتاع البقر. مجتمع بتاع بور هم الأزمة الحقيقية في ولاية بتاع سنتر إكواتوريا حاليا. يعني لو قالوا بقر بتاع دينكا جا دخل في مزارع بتاع استوائيين واكل ده ما بقر بتاع دينكا كله خالص، ده بقر بتاع بور، دينكا بور. زمان كنا بنقول دينكا كله، لكن ده ما دينكا كله. حاليا ما عندنا مشكله مع دينكا بتاع عويل، ما عندنا مشكله مع دينكا بتاع عويل، ما عندنا مشكله مع دينكا بتاعت ابيي. اوكي، زمان كان في مشكله مع دينكا بتاعت اسمه ديل بتاعت بوهيرة، حسي بقى ما في مشكله. في مشاكل صغيره بس بتاعت زواج وشنو، ده في حدود مع سنتر إكواتوريا، في محل بتاعت مندار هناك مع ناس بتاعت الياب وشنو ديل، زواج يعني، دي مشاكل عاديه. دينكا بتاعت بور هسه هم الازمه في سنتر إكواتوريا، هم اللي بيخشوا في مزارع، هم اللي عندهم سلاح، بيخشوا بيقتلوا بيطلعوا. زمان كنا بنقول دينكا كله، لكن ده ما دينكا كله. الحاصل حسا في قبل كم يوم في منقله قتلوا ناس وشنو، بقر قتلوا البقر بتاعت ناس زيك. انتوا ليه ده ما عنده علاقه باي حركه مسلحه ولا. انتوا ليه ما تخطوا؟ ناس بيقولوا ده حكومه، ليه انتوا ما تخطوا يا اخي؟ ده مشكله بتاعت ناس بحر الغزال، الحساسيه بتاعهم مع ناس بور. ليه ما يكون كده؟ يقول لك ناشونال سكيورتي، لا، ديل ناس بحر الغزال في حكومه. بعد ذاك بحر الغزال ده من جوا هناك قسموا دياته بحر الغزال، عنده مشكله ابور، مش قتلوا البقر بتاع الناس. ليه ما تخدوا بتاع كده؟ وصل ده موضوع سياسي، دخلوه كده وهنا يلبسوا الحاجات نازل كاكي، مش صفوا الحاجات بتاعت البقر بتاعت نازل. وما يبي يكون ده خطه بتاعت انه يكون في فتنه ذاته معروف، لانه منقله ده يعني ده فيه بهاري وفيه منداري وفيه ناس بتاعت بور. ليه ده ما يكون احتمال بتاعت انه حساسيه خلق فتنه؟ ليه ما نفكر بتاعنا؟ بعدين ما كان جي قبل شويه قال يا اخي ده موضوع بتاعت انه يبحث خلاص. ما هو انت لما تتهم زول، لما تتهم زول انه يا اخي ديل نازل، جيب انه يا اخي جيب دليلك انه 1 2 3، جيب دليل بتاعك 1 2 3. انا عايز اقول كلام وما فتنه مني، والداير يخط ده فتنه، ده فتنه في راسه، خليه يخطه. ولايه بتاعنا سنتر إكواتوريا ده زمان كنا بتقول يا اخي هنا متضررين من الدنكا كله، لا، لكن هسه هنا متضررين من دينكابور. دينكابور بس حصريا. بعد ذاك الزول عنده حساسيه بتاعت غوميه بتاعت دينكا، يجي يقول لي شنو ده حاجه حقه خاص به، it is for you. الناس ديل شالوا اراضي بتاعنا بقوه بتاعت سلاح. عندك قنبه شركات هم شالوا هسه قسموا الاراضي دي وسكنوا قاعدين. بقر بتاعهم ده بيخش من بيدخلوه من بور بيدخلوه لحد نملي، من نملي بيعملوا مشاكل هناك لحد في شرق استوائيه، بيجوا لحد بيجي يخش السنتر الكاتوري وعارف بيقتلوا الناس، بيقتلوا وبيحرقوا اوكي وبيمشوا ماشيين قدام. هذا هو غلط، لكن غلط غلط هذا ما مدي الموضوع ده ما صح. المفروض نستنكر الكلام ده كناس قاعدين في كلاب هاوس، بنتكلم كناس يعني مثقفين وفاهمين.
خلاص أستاذ كيني, can you conclude?
اوكي الحاصل ده كله ما صح. الجنوب بالطريقه دي ما حيمشي لقدام. مفروض يعني البقر ده ناس لو قاعدوا تهد اوكي، لو في مشكله بتاعت بقر ده مشكله بتاع اكل حقه، ناس يقعدوا يحددوا مسارات حقه. ما الجنوب ده كله قش. الموسم بتاع الخريف ده معروف قش ده حيقوم في اي مكان. يحددوا مسار، ما تخش في القريه بتاعتي بس، في مسارات امشي بغابه بعيد بهناك. بعد ما نقعد تهد احنا كمجتمعات نقعد تهد برانا يعني، ما يكون في هجوم، ما يكون في مشاكل، ما يكون في شو بتاع ده بيتحلى. لكن فيما يؤكد انه بتاع ده كانه منهج يعني سياسه بتاعت انه اقتل واحرق واطرد خلي الناس يمشوا مخيمات، ده استراتيجيه كانما هو كده يعني، ما في اي تفسير ثاني غير ده.
All right, thank you brother.
اوكي شكرا
العفو.
شكرا مع السلامه.
أستاذ دينجديت أنا بديك الفرصة عشان تعمل ريفرش للغرفة، وبعد ذاك ممكن نرجع لكم المتحدثين، وعشان نعمل وايند اب نخلص ننتهي من هنا ده من النقاش. Sorry, I'm busy here. اتفضل أستاذ دينجديت.
شكرا جزيلا سويد ماما. بالضروره نعمل ريفرش لروم لانه في ناس وصلوا متاخرين وما فهموا بدانا من وين ووصلنا لوين. الروم ده يا جماعه ده لروم سابق اتناولنا الموضوع ده يوم الاحد، وفي يوم الاحد يعني الروم انتهى بانه اللي حصل ده في منقلة ولا حصل في نهر. الناس اللي هنا اللي ضربوهم في النهر جايين من بور لجوبا. الاحداث الاربعه ده يعني الروم انتهى انه ده الحكومه يا مسؤول، وانا كنت قاعد اقول للناس انه الريبلز عندهم رول في القضيه دي، لكن الناس نفوا الكلام ده. وكنت قاعد اصر اقول للناس يا جماعه في حاجه، فالليله جينا عشان نكمل الروم. المهم نستعرض لكم القضايا اللي احنا تناولناها. أنا هنا عرضنا اتكلمنا عن الخلفية التاريخية، العلاقات التاريخية يعني بين مجتمع بور والاستوائية، وتكلمنا عن الأسباب اللي بخلي الرعاة يعني من بور يخشوا في سنترال إكواتوريا ومنه يخشوا في إيسترن إكواتوريا. وبعد كده اتكلمنا برضو عن الخلافات يعني البسيطة اللي حصل بين مجتمع بور والمجتمعات الاستوائية اللي قاعد تستضيفهم يعني. وذكرنا انه خلافاتهم كان بيتركز حول انه الرعاة بيخلوا الابقار بتاعهم يخشوا في مزارع وبيخربوا الزرع، وبالتالي وجود الابقار بيشكل تهديد لانتاج زراعي اللي قاعد يكون مصدر اقتصادي ونشاط اقتصادي لسكان المحليين في المناطق بتاع الاستوائية. وتكلمنا عن دور السياسيين في التصعيد في تسييس بتاع العلاقة بين الرعاة ديل والمزارعين السياسيين من الأطراف كله يعني. كويس. وقدمنا حلول إنه واحدة من الحلول الآن إنه الرعاة يخرجوا من مناطق بتاع الاستوائية ببقرهم ويتجهوا لمناطق زي مينكمن في أويريال كاونتي في مناطق بتاع الياب، أو يخشوا لمناطق بتاع تشيج في يرول الشرقية، يمشوا رمبيك، يمشوا جوج، يمشوا تونج، يمشوا لحد واراب بالأبقار بتاعهم ده، لأنه اتضح إنه هم اللي بيخليهم يطلعوا من بور ده الفيضانات والأمراض اللي قاعد تصيب البقر، والبقر بتاعهم بيموت بأعداد كبيرة. كويس. بالإضافة إلى قضايا بتاعت الانسكيورتي في المنطقة هناك. فعشان كده اقترحنا إنه يطلعوا من الاستوائية. الطلوع بتاعهم في ناس فسروا الأسبوع الماضي إنه كده كانوا تفرقوا في الناس. قلنا لهم لا، ما التفريق في الناس ده عشان إنه الوجود بتاع البقر بيشكل مشكلة أمنية، لأنه الرعاة مسلحين. كويس. بيقتلوا من السكان المحليين وهم ذاته بيتم الهجوم عليهم وبيقتلوهم، وبالتالي في مشكلة أمنية بتاعت إنه المواطنين بيتشاكلوا، والداخل فوق شنو؟ سياسيين بيولعوا النار ده. فعشان إنه نخرج من القضايا بتاعت إنه الناس بيتشاكلوا كل مرة، قلنا الأبقار دي تطلع كحل للمشكلة وما التفريق بين الناس كما فهم البعض. قلنا برضو إنه يكون في تعويضات المجتمعات المحلية، الناس اللي قتلوا أهله يعني الأهل حقهم، يكون في تعويضات يعملوا لهم. الناس اللي خربوا الزرع بتاعهم يكون في تعويضات يقدموا لهم. وتكلمنا عن إنه في قضايا تانية متصلة بالموضوع دي، قضايا زي الاستيلاء على الأراضي land grabbing، قضايا زي إنه في ناس سكنوا في أراضي ناس تانيين بصورة غير قانونية، قضايا بتاعت إنه الناس ما بيحترموا التقاليد والقيم الخاصة بالمجتمع المستضيف. قلنا عشان وفي قضايا بتاعت قتل، حتى قضايا بتاعت قتل جنائية حصلت في فترة من الفترات، هسه دخلوا في القضية بتاعت الأبقار. وقلنا إنه يتم تكوين محاكم خاصة لمحاكمة كل متورط في الاستيلاء على أراضي الغير، أو لمحاسبة أي زول سكن في قطاع الأرض بدون وجه حق. كويس. قلنا إنه ده ممكن يكون يعني حل للقضايا دي. يعني حاجة اقترحنا إنه الجهاز التشريعي في الدولة، لكن ما في الدولة الحالية، الدولة اللي ممكن تجي بعديها، إنه تسن قانون. القانون ده ينص على إنه الإرث النضالي التاريخي اللي قام به كل الجنوبيين من أجل الجنوبيين وبالجنوبيين، القانون ده تنص على إنه الإرث النضالي ده دي يعني إرث وطني مشترك بين كل الجنوبيين. ليه قلنا كده؟ لأنه في كلام بتاع إنه we liberated you، نحن حررناكم. يعني في أفراد extreme Jing sons and daughters بيمشي بيتكلموا للمجتمعات المحليه في الاستوائيه انه we liberated you. فعشان انه الارث التاريخي النضالي بتاع حق الجنوبيين كله ما يعني ما في مجتمع معينه يشوف انه ده حقه، ما في افراد من مجتمع معين يستولوا عليه ويبقوا حقهم هم برام. قلنا لابد يكون في سن بتاع قانون بيعترف انه النضال الجامبيو الجنوبيين من 1821 لحد استغلال السودان لما كنا لسه في السودان ده إرث مشترك لكل الجنوبيين. النضال بتاع 55 ل 72 ده إرث مشترك لكل الجنوبيين. النضال بتاع 83 ل 2005 ده إرث التاريخي مشترك لكل الجنوبيين. ما في فرد من أي مجتمع معين أو مجموعة من أفراد أو جماعة إثنية تتبنى النضالات بتاع الجنوبيين ده كله وينسب لنفسه دون الآخرين. ده استعلاء. فبالتالي يتم سن قانون بيجرم أي فرد أو جماعة بيحاولوا يتبنوا النضال بتاع الجنوبيين وينسبوا لأنفسهم هم براهم. كويس. ده حاجة نحن قلناه كحل عشان نخرج من المشكلة بتاع إنه we liberated you ده نطلع منه. كويس. لأنه نحن مؤمنين إنه الجنوبيين كلهم ناضلوا، يعني ما في زول يا هو ناضل من أجل ناس تانيين. كويس. الجنوبيين كلهم ناضلوا والتاريخ مكتوب، يعني ده ما داير له جدل. تاريخ بتاع النضال بتاع كل الجنوبيين مكتوب يعني. كويس. فأي زول بيقول إنه we liberated you دي محاولة بتاعت إنه يقولوا للناس دي إنه أنتوا ما حاربتوا، نحن ياو طلعنا بلد ده وبالتالي عندنا حق نسكن هنا وأنتوا ما تتكلموا. ده نقطة نحن قلناها قبل. بعد كده جينا تناولنا الأحداث اللي حصلت. الحدث الأول ده حدث بتاع هجوم على معسكر بتاع الرعاة في منطقة بتاعت منقلة. الكلام ده حصل يوم الأربعاء اللي فات، يوم 14 أمين يوم الخميس سوري. الحدث ده احنا قلنا انه اللي حصل في بيانات قريناهم. قرينا بيان بتاع السبيكر بتاع سنترال ايكواتوري ستيت. مضمون البيان انه قال انه في رعاة من دينكابور من مجتمع بتاع الدينكابور هاجموا المواطنين المهليين ومعهم الجيش بتاع حكومه. ده البيان بتاع السبيكر رئيس المجلس التشريعي بتاع الولايات الاستوائيه الوسطى. وهو هنا يعني كلم الراي العام انه الناس اللي قاموا بهجوم ناس منو ومعهم ناس منو ثاني. قال ديل الرعاة من المجتمع بتاع الدينكابور ومعهم جيش وانهم قتلوا مواطنين وادان الحدث والتمس من كل الاجهزه بتاعت فرض القانون انه يحموا المواطنين. ده المضمون بتاع بيان بتاع رئيس مجلس التشريعي في ولايه الاستوائيه الوسطى. بيان بتاع مجتمع بور بيتهم جبهه الخلاص الوطني انهم ورا الحادثه بتاعت مقتل المواطنين في منقله. ومن ناحيه اخرى بيتهم الجيش الحكومي برضه. كويس. ده الحدث نحن اتكلمنا فوقه. الحدث الثاني ده الحدث بتاع بيلينيان، انه اطلقوا النار على الابقار بتاع الرعاة بتاع الدينكابور اللي كانوا ماشيين لبور. ده ما عنده علاقه بالريبول. الحدث ده بالتحديد، الحدث ده وفقا للتقارير كله وحتى الفيديو هذا شفناه، ده الجيش الحكومي بالتحديد ناس من الامن الوطني. وفي مسؤولين اعضاء بتاع البرلمان اتكلموا واكدوا النقطه دي وانتقدوه، ما مبسوطين منه. فاذا كان في اصوات داخل الحكومه اكدت على انه الاحداث اللي حصل في بيلينيان ضربوا الابقار ده من القوات الحكوميه وهم استنكروا الحادثه دي، يبقى الناس بتاع الحكومه ما يحاولوا يجي ينكروا الكلام ده. وتركيزنا كان ما على اكثر انه يعني نركز في الحكومه، تركيزنا انه نوري الاطراف الضالعه ورا الكلام ده كله ونقدم الحلول ونطلع من المشكله. الحادثه رقم 3 ده قتل بتاع الناس اللي كانوا جايين من بود، انا ذكرته قبل. الناس اللي وراه ديل ناس منو؟ اتكلمنا فوقه برضه، واتكلمنا في رقم 4 عن في ناس كانوا راكبين عربيه كويس، قتلوهم، وفي 2 منهم هربوا والثاني مشى قتلوهم. ده برضه يتورط فوق الجيش، معناه الجيش الحكومي متورط في حادثه بتاعت بلنيان، متورط في حادثه بتاع الهجوم على العربيه في طريق جوبا بور، بينما في اتهام لجبهه الخلاص في الحادثه بتاعت منقله كويس، وفي اتهام ثاني برضه لجبهه خلاص في قتل الناس اللي كانوا راكبين بوت وجايين. قبل سالونا انه الجبهه بتاع الخلاص ده هم موقفهم شنو من الشيء اللي حصل، وقال لنا هل انتم لقيتوا مثلا حاجه؟ هم ردوا فوقه. انا شخصيا رديت، والدكتوره كيت رد انه ناس جبهه خلاص فعلا اتهمهم الرئيس بتاع مجتمع بور انه هم مشتركين في الاحداث دي، لكن لحد هسه ما لقينا اي بيان منهم. هم بينفوا فوق انه ما طرف في الحادثه. وانا شخصيا ذاتي اتهمتهم، نبقى واضح معكم، انا قلت لهم انه الناس دي مشتركين في الاحداث دي. ليه؟ لانه جاء في البيان وفي احداث سابقه هم برضه مشتركين فوقه يعني كويس. ولو في اعضاء بتاع الجبهه قاعدين في جوا هنا، ده يكون واضح لهم وعندهم حق بتاع انه يردوا ويبرروا انفسهم كويس. انا كلامي ده بنيته على شنو؟ لانه في اعضاء بتاع الجبهه خلاص بيتكلموا هنا في السوشيال ميديا وبيناشدوا المواطنين اللي قاعدين في دول الشتات برا وحتى في دول الجوار في افريقيا انه انتوا اجمعوا قروش، والقروش ده ماشيين يجمعوا عشان يشتروا به شنو؟ سلاح، وبعد ما يشتروا به سلاح يضربوا به شنو؟ الرعاة كويس. فانا قلت في دلائل كثيره جدا بالدين جبهه خلاص، لان عندهم اعضاء بتوعهم كوادرهم الاعلاميين بيتكلموا هنا قدام الناس، يعني ده ما حاجه داير له 2 3. فده يمكن الريفرشمنت للروم يا جماعه. الزول الجا متاخر كده بكون فهم ان احنا تناولنا يا النقاط، وبالتالي
استاذ دنجيت،
يعني نتكلم.
استاذ دنجيت.
One
فاي
second,
سويت
Kenny.
ماما I give you the chance، وبعد كده كندي ممكن يتكلم.
اوكي استاذ كندي، انت داير تتداخل بالسؤال ولا ايش؟
يا بس داير اتكلم عن دنجيت شويه. استاذ دنجيت، ما هو انت يعني الكلام اللي انت بتقوله هسه كله عباره عن شنو؟ الكلام ماخوذ من بيانات بتاعت مثلا الناس بور وكده، لكن الغرينه شنو؟ الغرينه بتاعت انه يا اخي جبهه خلاص عنده يدين في الكلام الحاصل. ما انت لما تاخذ الموضوع من انه يا اخي البيان من المجتمع الفلاني بتاع ده، ما هو ما بيكون حاجه ثابته كده انه تقوم تبني عليه انه فعلا جبهه خلاص عنده يدين في الحاجه الحاصل ده. اوكي؟ بعدين المقاطعه اللي انت بتتكلم فيه ده بتاع فيام بتاع منقله ده قريب يعني في اطار بتاع حكومه، يبقى خلاص ما عنده اي وجود في المكان ده، ما عنده اي وجود خالص. ده في عمق الولايه، يعني قريب قريب من جوا، ما عنده اي علاقه بالكلام ده. ما انت لما تاخذ الموضوع من بيان بتاع مجتمع بور، ما هو ده اصلا الزول اللي بيكتب البيان ما يبي يكون عنده عايز يطلع يده من الكلام الحاصل، الجوط الحاصل ده يعني. انت فاهم علي؟
شكرا لك استاذ كندي. يس تفضل دكتوره كيج.
thank you very much. شكرا استاذ دنجيت، وشكرا للكل اللي اتكلموا، براذر كندي واخرين، وبراذر جوزيف تشارلز. I want to respond to brother Chang لأنه سألني قبل وأنا ما جاوبته. قبال ما respond لبرادر أوشان دير أكد لبرادر كينيدي إنه فعلا كلامك ده ممكن يكون حقيقة وورد من اثنين، وده كان ورد يوم الأحد، إنه ما في دليل at this particular time إنه جبهة خلاص National Salvation Army يكون مشارك. المحل ده أنا عارفه لأنه لما كنت ولد صغير أنا كنت برع بقر في المنطقة دي من منقلة لحد منطقة بور. الباري يعني ده الحدود بتاع باري. on the other side بتاع منقلة اتجاه جوبا ياو باري، ما في منداري هناك. لكن قريب ده منطقة بتاع منداري. والدليل إنه الناس اللي خلوا الناس الرواع من المنداري، من المنداري، وهم اللي اختاروا المنطقة لأنه بعيد عن المزارع وبعيد عن السكن، ما في مواطنين هناك. يبقى I want to compare جبهة الخلاص ل SPLA. SPLA ما كان بيقعد بعيد عن الناس، دائما بفتش محل القاعد فوقه مواطنين يكون قريب معه to get information منهم and to get services food وكده. أنا personally I don't believe إنه جبهة خلاص يكون عندها يد. لكن ناس المراه اللي أدوا معلومة لدكتور أنوك believe لأنه ضربوهم between Juba and Nimuli. For they believe that the same people who must have attacked them in the past and whom they assume or found to be min Jabhat al-Khulas probably are the same people doing the same thing. So to me, I take it as an assumption. Lakin, there is no clear evidence confirming what I assume or denying the suspicion إنه جبهة خلاص يمكن يكون involved. Take it as part of the response from me. And the people suspect them. الناس بيشكوا في نواياهم لسبب أو لأسباب الحصل قبل كده في مناطق بين جوبا ونمولي. يعني المراهات اللي ضربوهم بمدافع ما بتاع ناس، ما بتاع أفراد، ما بيكي، ما كده. مدافع بيجروم بعجلات. ما في مواطن بيجرم مدفع بعجلة. So the assumption was that ما بيكون any other force وما كان من الحكومة، فيبقى ده هيكون ناس. ده كان الconclusion. فيمكن today يكون the same thing. But I want you to take it إنه ده بس يعني suspicion. There is no evidence. Evidence يا هو حصل في الناس اللي ضربوهم الجايين من بور، والناس اللي هجزهم وضربهم ده ناس بيمشي بيقعدوا في بور لانه مسؤولين عن حراسه بتاع الشركه الشغاله على الشارع الباني شارع بتاع دوبا بور. فالناس ديل عارفينهم بشخصياتهم. The same people ضربوا الأبوغار. ف this is why التهمة لحكومة يعني looks greater and confirmed by members of parliament, confirmed by constitutional post holders in the past. And there are people within the government. It cannot يعني ده ما question بتاع معارضة. The question بتاع fact confirmed by so many ways. فلو جيت لكومريد روتشان لانه في ناس كان بيضربوا لي وانا ما ضربت لهم, which is important for me to call them back soon. I think this will be my last intervention, not because انا لو انتهت من الناس دي ولقيت الهاوس شغال انا برضو بخش, but I have to go بعد شويه. Brother Ochang, number one, الدكاتره بتاع بور ما دكاتره بتاع بقر براو, فيهم دكاتره بتاع بقر زي ما في دكاتره بتاع بقر في everywhere. في any community. ففي دكاتره بتاع بقر من منطقه بور, لكن not all of them are دكاتره بتاع بقر. Not all of them only respond لما يكون في مشكله بتاع بقر. And they are involved in national issues. In my case, I'm not a PhD holder. I'm a medical doctor. أنا دفعة بتاعت مرحوم دكتور بيتر كيدي. كيدي نو لا بيتر تي بي واغرونوميست مهندس اغرونوميست ومن other people. And so that is number one. I'm a doctor of human beings, and so I try to solve problems so that no human being is affected for me to intervene. I want to prevent. لأنه بيقولوا الوقاية خير من العلاج. مش كده؟ Prevention is better than cure. So that's what we try to do. So my brother, one only can come when there is an evidence. And if there is no evidence, you will see us either avoiding to talk because you don't want to go and say, I assume this or speculate. La, أنا ما داير الكلام ده. If you invite me to your clubhouse on a subject on which I do not have a clear evidence, I will not come. Lanu, I want to state facts. And the facts are what are the ones that show the character of a person. If you are a liar, you will have no integrity. You can say anything at any time. But if you are somebody with integrity, you will only state facts. So my brother, I will not attend any clubhouse room where people will be speculating. I do not claim to represent the Dinka. Sorry, I'm not a community leader. Somebody was, CPI was saying this on Sunday. I am not. I am a member of Real SPLM. And so, Real SPLM, as it has been part of the SPLM, SPLA, Zaman, has been based on rights and respect for communities, for people. Dema fat menendi. So, brother, if you invite me, Zema Gutta, you invited me and I did not come. First of all, I do not attend clubhouses until there is something important to talk about. Then I come and do it and go away. If you did not send me the invitation, you did not call me, you did not do what? So that I could answer you before the clubhouse. Lo kana di maaluma akid dera gulu, then I would have come and say, da kalam kida kida. You agree with me, you disagree with me, I go away. And I would have communicated what is important. That is what I just wanted to say. And please, we want to solve problems. And whether this is my father, my brother, my sister, my mother, my wife making a mistake, I will call it a mistake and call out the name of the person who did it, because this is what I believed in. This is how South Sudan can go forward. We want to correct mistakes and instill in the minds of our people إنه لازم يقولوا حقيقة ويقبلوا مسؤولية whatever they do. لو قالوا what is wrong، لو عملوا شيء غلط يقولوا معلش، لو حسبوه بأي حاجة including الإعدام بيها. I know في واحد عسكري SPLA زمان باع سلاح، والسلاح ده استخدموه عشان يقتلوا عساكر من SPLA ويشيل منهم سلاح وقبضوا الزول الضارب. التحري وصل لده سلاح بتاع منو، لقوا انه ده سلاح بتاع فلان الفلان. لما جاء سالوه سلاحك وين؟ والله يا اخي ضاع وين؟ وضاع 200. وانت ليه ما بلغت؟ لما نحكموه باعدام اعترف انه انا بعتها وانا داير انا اقدم من فلان وكده وكده، فانا لازم اكون قدام يضربوني في الاول قبال ما يضربوا الزول ده. Which is a good thing if you are honest, even if it is leading you to death, let it be. So my brothers and sisters, let us not try to put a blame on anybody, anywhere, anytime, because we disagree with them. Yes, I disagree with the government. Lakin, this is not where I do my politics. I do my politics in the political fora where we discuss or disagree with the government or do it, but not in clubhouses. يعني لو انت زول قبيل زعلان ليه اقول كلام ضد الحكومه، Yes, in politics, there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies. Umbare, I was a friend of the government. Today, I am an enemy of the government. So I must point out what is wrong, why I left, why I do not continue to support. أنا لازم أقول وأقنع I will try نقنع الناس to support what I do, support me, support the opposition, so that we can change the system for the better لمواطن بتاع جنوب السودان. I will not just stay because I am related to X and Y and he or she is responsible in the government. فأنا بسكت. No. This will be, I think I have taken a long time. معلش. Those who have not talked and who may wish to ask questions, please ask your questions. لو أنا لقيت وقت بيجي راجع. لو ما لقيت the moderators will tell me and we'll reach out to you to answer them privately, or if there is any other opportunity for talk, then I will come. But I'm sensitive to long discussions, and it is now over 5 hours since we started, because there are other engagements that require me to attend to them. I would not want to be spending such a period of time. I don't know what time it is now for DENGDIT in wherever he is. It'll be almost morning. So I want us to shorten whatever we do. And thank you so much, Sweet Mama, the moderator for today. I hope, Brother Ochang, I have answered your question. And for any other person who is asking, this is who I am. And those who have been with me know this, not from today. They know it from the time of our school days, who I have been, how I have been behaving, whether it is a clash, a difference between two communities, where I would stand. Anybody can mind will tell you this and ask. لو في واحد كان في جامعة خرطوم في 73 75 ممكن يوريك أنا منو وأنا كنت بعمل شنو. So thank you very much, my brothers and sisters. Sorry for not listening to you, but I have to leave to go and answer a few calls and attend to other issues. But if the house is still on, I will come back. شكرا جزيلا سيد ماما.
شكرا أستاذ دكتورة كيج. I think it's okay. لو عندك مشغوليات ممكن شنو ممكن تمشي، لأنه أنت قدمت الحاجات اللي كنا دايرينه منك. You confirm everything. فبنشكرك لزمنك، وإن شاء الله مرة الجاية نشوفك. وبرضو إحنا الغرفة لسه مفتوحة، أنت ممكن برضو تجي راجع. شكرا لك.
شكرا، مع السلامة.
Sweet Mama, can I say the word before AKEC left? I just want to say to AKEC, I was trying to bring you, but you have clarified that you are not interested. There's no problem. It's not actually that a force. It is actually the same way. Because like issue of rebel being associated with the issue of the cows, It's not something new actually in the region. Whenever things happen in the region, you will find that rebel always will be accused. And this issue of accusing any incident that happened to the cows associating with the rebel, it is actually the way of trying to draw the government to intervene and involve inside. Because if it is being accused that the rebel are involved there, and then the government have the right to involve there because rebel are fighting the government. But when people see that civilians are the people fighting, the government cannot involve. So it become well known for us to know that whenever something happens to the cows, people always will call the rebel because the rebel problem will attract the government to intervene. But let me assure you, Mr. KHOC, that South Sudan today is not a place that the gun is only limited to the army. Civilians are having guns, including even those cattle herders. Cattle herders are having anti-tank, even anti-aircraft, they have it. They have all these mutfarasas. The cattle herders themselves, they have it. Where do they get it? Are they called rebel? No. Where do they get it? So the civilian also who maybe also sometimes confront those people could be also civilian because guns are found everywhere in South Sudan. So the rebel cannot be used for the communal conflict of the civilian. The government have to involve and solve the problem. And then we, the intellectuals from both sides, we have to involve and solve the problem instead of escalating a problem by accusing maybe that rebel. This is not the first time. In Nemule, the same things happened. Angok said it was rebel, but people come and prove there were no rebel. Civilians in Southern Sudan today are even more powerful even than the government. Even the government said it, Salva Kiir said it even. That civilians in South Sudan are well armed to the touch, including cattle herders. So as time goes by, maybe in the future, we will meet one day and discuss the same. And but I like the way you put it, being honest in something, being honest in some of the areas. It is very good, And beside that, there's also allegation of people saying that the Equatorial people associating the issue of cows with the hate of Dinka. No, not all Equatorial hate Dinka. Not all Equatorial say that Dinka must leave. No. What united actually Equatoria until people look like Equatoria are united against the Dinka, it is the issue of the cows. The destruction caused by the cows, displacing people. If the issue of cows is solved, you will see the clear picture of the politics of Equatoria. Whether they hate Dinka, whether they don't hate Dinka. You will see. You will see even whether Equatoria are united to this is so-called hate or they are not united. You will see clearly. Not all Equatoria. Maybe there may be some Equatoria. I don't deny. There will be some Equatoria who actually hate the Dinkas. There will be some Equatoria. But does it mean that all Equatoria hate Dinka? No. Does it mean that all the communities of Equatoria hate Dinka? No. Dinka are part of South Sudanese. And
John
you can...
John Hussein, I have a question for you.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You will finish.
Let Dr. Ake go. Dr. Ake, you can go.
No, I was replying to Dr. AKEC, and then Dr. AKEC
so you don't need to reply. Dr. AKEC is already speak, so you don't need to talk back. So that should be the end. So we want to let Dr. AKEC go, and before I let them go, I have a question to ask you.
But I don't have to talk from you. You are from Barghazal. I am not interested to you. AKEC, thank you, AKEC. I have nothing to do with you. Thank you, Marie.
Yeah, I have a question to ask you, John Hussein, whether you want to answer or not. John Hussein, you are one of the
okay, 1 second معلش استاذ مديد عشان دكتور كي طبعا هو دار يتخارج ممكن نقول له خلاص دكتورة كيج انت ممكن تمشي.
امشي
لانه
هنا بتقابل.
Thank you. Thank you.
شكرا لك، نشوفك. استاذ مديد ممكن تتفضل لو عندك سؤال.
Yeah. So John Wushan,
جون وشان.
your room in Clubhouse is one of the room that you are preaching this hatred between cattle keepers and farmers in Eastern, Western, and Central Victoria. So my question to you, John Wushan, be truthful to 165 South Sudanese in this room. Are you involved? What's going on in Central and Eastern and Western Equatoria between cattle keepers and Monyomuji? Are you involved in this crisis?
Look here, living in terms of suspicious and accusation is
not suspicious. Yeah,
wait.
Let
me answer you. Let me answer you, Madi. Living by suspicious and accusation is a language of somebody who is fearful and coward. You cannot just suspect everything that John Ochang is talking this. When you are talking the issue of the cows now, are you involving for the killing of people in Central Equatoria, in Mangala? Are you involving?
I'm not supporting any killing going on in Equatorial land.
Okay.
But you are supporting the killing.
If you are not supporting the killing, did you open the room when people were killing Mangala? Did you open the room when people were killing?
How many times I opened the room about that issues?
Did you open the room? Did you open the room in Lokelere?
I reach out every time anything happen in area. I reach out on the ground to get right information, not propaganda.
The voice of Munyomiji also reach on the ground and discuss about it. But when we are talking, we talk the fact. When we found a mistake at the side of any side, we tell the truth. If it is Dinka, we tell them the truth. If it is Equatorial, we tell them the truth. If it is farmers, we tell them the truth. So by telling the truth, does it mean that you are supporting, you are involving?
You still remain, are you involved or not?
Involving like of what? By talking?
Not by talking, by supporting the violence going on, like incitement of war. For example, donate money for people and mobilize the youth of Nyomuji to attack the cattle keepers.
I'm telling you, let me tell you this. Let me tell you, Madi, this. If Rebecca Nyandeng can supply the cattle herders with the guns, what is difficult for other people also to help with their own people?
I didn't see any evidence about Rebecca Nyandeng supplies the weapons.
You don't see, did you see my evidence?
When I check it, when you guys came out of propaganda for that,
no, did you see my evidence? Did you see my evidence?
Okay, Ustaz John Wichang, Ustaz Madid.
Thank you, sweet mama. Thank you, Madid. I think we need to have a dialogue on that. But otherwise, let us not hold this lady as a hostage.
I don't have to have a dialogue with you, John Wichang. So the way that I will have a dialogue with you is to move away from incitement of the war and violence in the country. Because the innocent people are dying.
Madid,
you enjoy your life. Hang on.
Madid,
you enjoy your life in Canada.
Madid,
and the innocent poor people are dying every day in South Sudan. And you are here supporting the violence.
I think, Madid, we need to join our hands together to condemn any kind of killing, whether the cattle keepers kill people or displace our people. We need really to, we need really to support it. We need really to participate in it and prevent it. Do you get this? Rather than saying that maybe so supporting and all of this. We need your support and the help of everybody. If it happened to Jeng or to Equatoria, we need to come all together. Rather than coming today to Jeng, and then all Jeng will unite and talk about today. Equatoria tomorrow, Equatoria will unite and talk. It's not a solution. Let us come together. Happen to Jeng and all of that. So, Madid, I will stop here. But you said you don't need to dialogue with me. You will dialogue with me one day. But you don't care because you are from Lake State. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ustaz John Wichang. طبعا احنا ما فتحنا الغرفة ده because people from our local area were attacked or something. We opened this room to provide solutions for these clashes in these areas. And that's why we opened the room. احنا ما فتحنا الغرفة عشان كان في أموال من جنبور community، إنما فتحنا الغرفة عشان نجي نقدم حلول للمشاكل دي، وإن شاء الله المشكلة تنتهي وأهلنا في الإكواتور يطلعوا من المناطق دي عشان الكلاشات تقيف والناس تمشي لمشكلة تاني. فدي هو اللي كانت البيربس للفتح الغرفة يا أستاذ جون وشان. المهم طبعا إحنا أصلا مفروض we should let everybody speak maybe 2 to 3 minutes عشان ما إحنا نوصل لنهاية الغرفة. فأنا برجع المايك لأستاذ دينجديت. أستاذ دينجديت لو عندك كلمة ممكن تتفضل.
يس انا كنت داير الناس اللي في الروم يتكلموا وبعد كده انا اجي اتكلم. انا شايف في ستانلي لواتي لو اديناه فرصه يتكلم بيكون افضل، بعد كده نتكلم.
alright. برضه أنا ممكن أسأل أستاذ كويش، طبعا هو من قبل ساكت فأنا ما بعرف لو عنده كلمة ولا عنده تداخل ممكن داير يعملها. أستاذ كويش are you around?
Yes, I'm around. I'm just passing. It's the discussion has been going good, and يعني الناس لما يقعدوا في رومات زي ده لازم ناس يكونوا focus on solutions. يعني أي زول في جنوب السودان كان سألت المشكلة، أي زول عارف المشكلة شنو. wherever كان في leadership، كان في موضوع بقر ولا كان في موضوع اقتصاد وكان في شنو. But the problem is what are the solutions? ونحن لازم نكون مجتمع لازم تشخيص المشكلة يكون 5%، 95% يكون له solutions. ناس يدوروا على solutions. Some of the solutions يعني they may be very ambitious, but we always have to shoot for ambitious. رئيس كندي لما قال بأنه الأمريكان يمشي المون زمان ده كان الناس ما عارفين how to do that. But we just have to inspire and push ourselves to do some stuff that are difficult to do. Some of the issues like flood, we're seeing it as a difficult things. كلنا قعدنا في خرطوم وقعدنا في محلات فوق بقر، في محلات فوق بحر. الناس every time لما يكون فيه ناس زي ده الناس بيعملوا نفير، الناس الهلة بيجيبوا شوالات، بيجيبوا كوريكات، والناس يملوا شوالات بالرمل وبيشوفوا منه المحل البحر قاعد يكسر منه وبيجي في هلة، الناس بيردموه ويحول المجرى بتاعت البحر. في حاجات محتاج إرادة بتاعت الشعب، بتاعت local people. You're not going to expect the federal government to be doing everything. Yes, the door بتاعت federal government is there, but the federal government is paralyzed, and we could not be paralyzed too as the citizens. It's for us really. If we wanted to have some things, I will see the board community will have fundraising and having hundreds of thousands of dollars raised for a specific purpose. Why don't we have a fundraising for these events and solve an area that بينه البحر قاعد يكسر فوقه وبيجي فينه للهلة؟ Let's have a fundraising. خلي الجنوبين كله all over the world trying to get people how to just volunteer some of the tractors, some of the sandbox, correct, كواريك وناس يملوا ويقفلوا some areas, unless the cattle herders really move back into jungle. I'm really I discourage moving to lakes or to our real area as the solutions. You're trying to put cattle herder from this side and cattle herder from this side. If a cattle herder could not get along with a farmer, do you think a cattle herder is going to get along with another cattle herder?
ما بعرف حصل شنو لأستاذ كوش.
What
لكن
happened?
maybe his internet just kicked him out. أنا بعرفه مشى وين، لكن هيجي راجع. أنا طبعا بتفق مع أستاذ كوش في الحلول اللي هو بيقولوا. لكن طبعا طبعا داير أقول شنو. قبل كده، قبل كم شهر، الكوميونتي ليدرز بتاعين بور، أنا قبل كده اتكلمت معهم، لقيت كان عندهم برنامج قريب زي اللي بيقولوا أستاذ كوش، which is إنه يعملوا fundraising، وبعد ذاك يجوا يعملوا زي حكاية ردمية عشان يحجزوا مياه لاتجاه معينة على البحر، ويكون شنو عشان البلد تفضى من المويه وينشف والناس ترجع البلد. فدي اصلا جزء من البرنامج الناس اللوكال كوميونتي بتاع بور شغالين فيه، فهي اصلا ما بعيده، وفعلا يعني هي جزء من الحلول. وطبعا من الاشكاليات اللي هي عدم الاستقرار في البلد، وبعدين المجاعة وحاجات كتير داخلة في الموضوع، فعشان كده بتخلي البروسس زي ده يكون شنو يكون طويلة. المهم أستاذ كوش، أنت رجعت، أخليك تكمل كلامك، اتفضل.
أنا ما أعرف أنا قطعت من وين. Where's the last time when you guys hearing me?
أنت كنت بتقول مثلا you cannot move cattle herders to go live with another cattle herders.
Right. And it's really, I'm really begging. We're trying to look for permanent problems, permanent solution to permanent problems. You know, when we try to move them, we're doing ugly leg states. Leg state is grappling with own issues. Even Yorul, there is all these problems. When you try to bring another cattle herder onto the mix, it's going to be a disaster. So really, let's try to focus really, if the flood is the issues, let's have fundraisings. Let's try to get even sacks of shawalat, with ramla, by all these. Let's try to people find those areas that the water break into the cities and put those, and then let's just see the government what is going to do. Let the citizens do their own part. All of us here, this is a national security problems. If the vaccines, let's try to provide vaccines. And I شايف عرب اللي هنا في in US and Canada, they will contribute. الدكاترة شغالين في مستشفيات هنا, they will every time they will send containers to Khartoum بالفوق أدوية وفوق شنو, all those things عشان to help the people in Sudan. If the vaccines, let's try to find those vaccines عشان الناس يقعدوا في محلاتهم, to bring a peace, a permanent solutions. Let's really hope this 2023 to be the year of peace. عشان ناخد those people who are really using this issue with our cattle herders to gain their political agenda. Let's put those people out of business. Okay, let them stop those rooms when we tackle these problems with al-Bagarra. When we have those people with that Denkabor is sitting in their area, developing those area and living in peace among themselves, not from place to place. Until when? Thank you.
شكرا شديد أستاذ كوش. حلولك يعني حلول معقولة إن شاء الله. كوميونيتي بتاعت بور يتحصلوا للمبلغ ولا يعملوا الفاندريزنج throughout the countries globally عشان ما يحلوا المشكلة بتاعت المياه ولا السيولة في البلد، ويرجعوا الأبقار لمناطقها، وإن شاء الله ما يكون يتشتتوا بين الولايات وكده. المهم أنا أمشي الدور وأمشي لأستاذ ستانلي. أستاذ ستانلي تفضل.
يا هلا. أولا أحييكي سويت ماما
وكل المودريتورز معاك مديد دنجديت ديفيد كوش مكانجي والناس اللي اتكلموا هنا فوق كلهم. أنا لقيت نفسي راغب إني أنا أدخل الغرفة، أولاً لأن الغرفة ده غرفة بتاعت ركن اجتماعي، وأنا عندي إيمان على أساس إنه لو الجنوبيين بقوا عندهم ركن اجتماعي social corner or social club, this is where we can talk as brothers and sisters, our fellow children, sons and daughters of South Sudan, and we would be able to get a solution to whatever difficult comes upon us. الريزون الثاني لما شفت الناس الأجلاء اللي فوق هنا، أنا قلت إذن هيكون في حلول لمشاكل بتاعنا، وخليني أكون واحد من المقدمين للحلول ده. حاجة التالي، وأنا بستمع تحت فوجئت بطريقة بتاعت تقديم الحلول اللي هو ناس بيقدموا اتهامات وما بيجوا بدلائل. لو احنا سمعنا كلام بتاعت أكيتش الدكتور أكيتش اللي فات، وقالوا ما بيدخل غرف بتاعت جون عشان لأنه غرف بتاعت جون عشان ما فيه مواضيع عنده دلائل أو عنده بروفز وكده. لكن في نفس الوقت أنا استمعت له وهو بيقول على أساس إنه هو بيتهم جبهة الخلاص الوطني عشان الأسلحة اللي استخدم أسلحة المفروض ثقيلة، دار له جرارات، وما ممكن المواطن العادي الجنوبي ممكن يكون في حوزته.
معلش أستاذ ستانلي، أنا ممكن أعمل لك تصحيح بسيط. دكتورة كيج الدكتورة كيج ما قال إنه جبهة خلاص شايل أسلحة كبيرة، إنما هو قال الزول اللي كتب الورقة واتهم فيه جبهة خلاص هم أصلا هم جو بالكونكلوجن إنه ما دام الناس اللي حاجموا كانوا شايلين أسلحة ثقيلة يبقى هم من جبهة خلاص. ده هو الكلام اللي قاله. اتفضل.
شكرا للتصحيح، وأنا برضو بعيد وبقول على أساس إنه لا، ده مكان الكلام، لأنه قاعد يتكلم عن موضوع اللي حصل في إيسترن إيكواتوريا وما قاعد يتكلم عن الموضوع اللي هنا هو اتفق معانا على أساس إنه الحادثة بتاعت يوم الخميس ده من الحكومة بدلالة بتاعت إنه الشاهدين الرعاة نفسهم أكدوا الكلام ده. عموما طبعا احنا داعين هنا عشان نجي نفتش حلول، فعشان نفتش حلول أنا كان بشوف إنه من الأجدى إننا نكون صريحين، نقول الحقيقة من غير ما ندور ونحاول ندافع. حتى لو أنا ستانلي ده أخطأت المفروض أجي براس مرفوع ومن غير خجل وأعتذر وأعترف. فده السبب اللي جابني فوق. أنا داير أقول كده، الخوف يا خلاني أجي، يا تخوف. أنا خايف من كلام بدأ من سيد الرئيس وقال كده، قال يعني هسه أفكار اللي قاعدين يجيبوه في استوائية ده قاعد يخلي الاستوائيين عشان يدخلوا في جبهة الخلاص، وبنفس الكيفية أنا سمعت برضو هنا من الأخ الأستاذ دنجديت بيقول على أساس إن جبهة الخلاص متهم في الحادثة ده، لأن جبهة الخلاص يعني الناس بتاعتهم بيجوا في السوشيال ميديا وبعدين يعني بيعمل دعوة للشعب بتاعت استوائية عشان يصلح نفسهم. شفت الخوف بتاعي ليه هنا من ناحية بتاعت الرئيس، ودار يقول إن أي استوائي يقول للبقر لا يبقى ده متمرد، يبقى لازم ينهوه. وده اللي قاعد يحصل. وأنا قبل قاعد أستمع هنا الأخ تشارلز دينغ من يعني الأجلاء من الناس اللي بتحب الوطن ده، وقال حقائق إن الحصل شنو، ومن أولاد بور على ما أعتقد. لكن في ناس بتصر على أساس لا دي جبهة الخلاص. أنا هنا من جبهة الخلاص. أستاذ دينغديت، أنا داير أقول لك على أساس قبل ما أكون عضو في جبهة الخلاص أنا استوائي، وقبل ما أكون استوائي أنا من منطقة بتاعت ياي. فلذلك كإنسان لما أي حاجة بيضر بي أنا بيعمل شنو؟ بشوف حلول له. أولا في النطاق بتاعت الضرر نفسه، وبعد كده بشوف تأثيره بالقومية بتاعت البلد. لما الرئيس اللي هو قائد بتاعت البلد أعلن مرارا وتكرارا على أساس إنه أي زول خليه يمشي يحارب ويشاكل أخوه براحته خالص، واللي ما بيقدر يجيه لأنه هو ما عنده وقت أو ما عنده القدرة عشان يحمي شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. أنا كإستان للوقت وبكامل العقلية بتاعتي أنا بقول لناسي اشتروا السلاح عشان تحموا بهم نفسكم. ده أنا بقولها كده من غير فضيحة. ليه؟ لأنه ده حاجة خلاص مشروع. رئيس قالها في أكثر من مرة. آخر مرة يا هو قريبان بين الشكل اللي حصل بين النوير والشلوك قالها، قال أخواننا قاعدين يشاكلوا وأنا ما بقدر أعمل حاجة بالشكل ده. فلذلك الناس الاستوائيين بمختلف الاتجاهات بتاعتهم بيقولوا للناس بتاعتهم احموا نفسكم. وانا ده من ضمن الناس اللي بيؤمن على اساس انه الضعيف، الانسان الضعيف الما قوي ما بيكون عايش البيس خالص على الاطلاق. وانت لو مشيت في البروفايل بتاعي انت هتلقى الكلام ده هناك، على اساس انه اي واحد المفروض يعرف انه هو لازم يقوي نفسه ويسلح نفسه في ظل دولة ما موجودة الناس بتتآكل فيها زي الأسماك، وانت عليك انك تدافع نفسك لانه ما فيش حكومة بيدافع عنك. فأظن ده داير اقول لكم على اساس انه ما فيش جبهة خلاص في الكلام ده، انما في انسانية هنا، في انسانية بيخليني ان انا ادافع عن اهلي واقول لهم كيف يدافعوا عن نفسهم لو ما بيعرفوا. لكن اللي بيجي منك معلش يا اخوي دين، انا عارف على اساس انك انت من الكوادر اللي انا يعني كنت بقول على اساس طيب ليه ما في الدنكة كثيرين مثقفين واساتذه ويعني ممكن يديروا البلد ده، ايه اللي يجبرنا اننا نخلي ناكر يمسك البلد ده؟ لكن النهارده معلش انت سقطت في نظري. ليه؟ لانك انت اتهمت اتهام ما مسنود، وانا متاكد انت لو في مكاننا انت هتقول الكلام ده. يا جماعه دافعوا عن نفسكم، شيل عصايه، شيل سكين، شيل اي حاجه عشان ما يذبحوك الذبحه اللي قاعد يحصل ده، ما يحرقوك، يعلقوك في الشجر ويقفلوك في اوضه ويحرقوك. عشان ما يحصل الكلام ده. ليه؟ لأن احنا ما عندنا دولة. حاجة تانية يعني بالموضوع بتاعت القتل، الحرب اللي حصل في منقلة. يا جماعة خلينا نجي نسأل نفسنا، الشعب بتاعت أبناء الدنكة اللي قتلوهم هم وروهم، هم قالوا الكلام ده بنفسهم، منو يا قتلهم؟ طيب ليه هم مش قتلوا باري؟ ليه؟ ممكن نفهم؟ يا هو كلام قالوا عديل كده على اساس انه يا اخي الناس الهاجمونا ده ناس بتاعين حكومه، وجاء وبيكفتوا الناس وبيتكلموا معاهم وبيهددهم وكده وضربهم وضرب حيوانات بتاعتهم. طيب ليه مشوا قتلوا الانوسنت؟ 8 يعني 8 شخص منهم اطفال ونساء وشردوا البلد كله. ليه؟ ما احنا لازم نسال نفسنا اسئله ده. انا الاجابه بتاعي للاسئله ده بيقول على اساس ان لان الشعب الجنوبي ما بيحب سلام ولا دايرين دوله ذاته، هم دايرين الحاجه اللي اسمه جنوب السودان ده يتفرتك خالص. في نقطه من النقاط يا ايوه، في ثوابت انا دار اعرضه، ثوابت انا دار اعرضه قبل ما ادي الحلول. في ثوابت انا دار اعرضه، ثوابت يعني حاجات احنا المفروض نشيله معانا، على اساس ان الشعب بتاعت استوائية ده شعب محب، والشعب يعني بيتمنى على اساس انه يكون في شنو دولة بمقومات بتاعته، بدليل ان احنا كلنا ويتنس. ولو في ناس صغار هنا، انا يمكن كبير في الغرفة ده، انا داير اقول لكم على اساس منذ خلق دولة اسم جنوب السودان اللي هو أنا بيعتبرها من 72 زمن الاتفاقية، الزول الشكل في غابة ده كل الزمن ده كان استوائي، أغلبيتهم استوائية، لكن ما جو قالوا للجنوبيين على أساس إنه إحنا جبنا لكم السلام وإحنا حررناكم وإحنا كده. ومش كده وبس، وكمان قام شال السلطة اداه لمنو؟ لزول تفاوض معاه في الترابيزه. يا جماعه زول باعوه، جنوبي باعوه عشان يمشي يجيف محل العرباوي الاستوائي، اداه سلطه، قال يا اخوي امسك السلطه ده، انا هتمسك بالعسكريه عشان ندافع نفسنا. وكلنا عارفين شنو حصل هناك، سلطه بتاعت واحد حارب لمده 17 سنه وسلموا لك كاخو، انت تقوم تستبذ بالسلطه، والنتيجه بتاعه انه شنو؟ الجنوب قام قسموه، ومع ذلك يقوم يلوموا ده على اساس ان انت يا سبب بتاعت التقسيم. ثابته ثانيه، بعد ما ده حصل والجنوب قسموه، استوائيين قالوا لنفسهم الحركه القامت ده بتاعت SPLM ده حركه بتاعت شنو؟ بتاعت تنكه، لانه كان قالوا لنا هناك على اساس اننا ماشيين وهنجيكم. We will rule you forever. We are born to rule and we will rule you forever. We are going and we will come. Despite this fact, Equatorians, when a time came and the feeling of nation, the feeling of the unity of Equatorians, they joined SPLM. أنا ما داير أتونس عن حاجات الحصل في جوغابة هناك، في الشباب الإسرائيليين اللي كان ماشيين دارين يمشي يجندوا ذاته شنو حصل لهم. يمكن ناس جونا كان هيتكلموا في الكلام ده، لكن بشاعر حاجات كتير حصل هناك، ومع ذلك إن تماسكنا. فده إن دل على شيء يعني ده لو عنده معنى بتاع إنه الإنسان الاستوائي ده ما طمع على حاجة، لكن هو طمع لبلد الاسم جنوب السودان ده. والعيب إن النهارده واحد قائد زي توماس سيريلو ده اللي قبل أيام قبل ما هو يقول حقي يا جماعة يا جماعة في حق ناس ثانيين يا جماعة ما تعملوا كده معلش يا أخوانا وقت وحاول ما نفع طلع برا طلعوه حرامي طلعوه شنو لقوا كان قبل يومين كان ده قائد ده باسل ده بطل ده شنو يعني. شوف التناقضات بتاعت السياسة في جنوب السودان يا أخوانا، ده بيودينا وين؟ ده ثابتة من الثوابت اللي مفروض جنوبيين لما يعوزين يقولوا حقيقة يقولوا. وأنا متأكد في ناس قاعدين يقولوا كان على أساس تحت على أساس إنه لو بلد ده عشان يكون فيه سلام خليه يسلموا لاستوائيين، لأن الاستوائي ده ولا بيعرف أمه ولا أخوه ولا شنو ولا كلام ده. ما عندنا الكالتشر ده خالص. بنعرف الحق يدوا لصاحب الحق. ثابتة ثالثة، التحرير ده بدأ في سنة 83 والناس حاربت لمدة طويلة شديد. أنا عارف ناس كتيبة بنات قردوم، ناس كتيبة هديد، وناس ده كله حصل اللي حصل. ولما جاء القشة اللي قطع ظهر الجمل في 91 حركة مات. الاستوائيين بحب بتاعت بلد اسم جنوب السودان ده عملوا شنو؟ دخلوا بكميات في الحركة. من فترات ده كلنا ما شفنا أي من 83 لحد 91 ما شفنا أي احتلال لSPLM خالص. 8 سنين عدوا مرور الكرام، لكن من ما استوائيين دخلوا في الموضوع ده من كابويتا لغاية تنبرة تم تحرير بتاعت المناطق ده. كل يعني اللي بينكر الكلام ده أنا بيقول على أساس إن طيب لو القوة ده قوة بتاعت ناس غير استوائيين معلوم ما قدروا يحرروا المناطق الحرب ده بدأ فيه، لأنه في ناس بتنكر يعني الجميل بتاعت استوائيين. ده ثوابت أنا داير أقوله، وأنا بقوله لنا لأن أنا عندي إيمان على أساس إن الجنوبيين لسه في عمل إنهم دايرين بلد بتاعهم، وبلد بتاعهم بلد غني جدا. بلد بتاعهم زي ما أنا قلت في منابر تانية بلد بيدي يمكن للشخص الواحد من ال 12 مليون ولا 13 مليون ده بيت ملك من قروش بتاعت الموارد بتاعنا. يعني ما هي شهرية لكل عاتل نايم. بنجيب الخواجات ويشتغل عندنا خدم ممكن نعمل الكلام ده، لكن وين ناس ما عاوزين الحقائق. أنا لو في حل أنا بقدمه، أنا بشوف على أساس إن الحل بيكمن في حاجة واحد، أن الناس اللي جو في السلطة من 2005 ناس ديل زاقينهم من بشير. الجب اسمه الناشونال كونغرس بارتي هو ياو جاب الناس ديل الجنوبيين لزام على اساس انتوا امشوا. وإن كلنا بنبرهن على اساس انه في خلال 23 يوم القائد اللي شال جون جارن قتلوه 23 يوم بس من الجايه بتاعته في البلد. فانا بقول على اساس ده خطه بتاعت الناشونال كونغرس بارتي وضعفاء من جنوبيين امثال كير ادوا منصب وقالوا له انت امشي هناك، احنا هنحكم نيابه عن الجنوب. الجنوبيين مش دارين انفصال، انت امشي معاهم لكن عندنا برنامج ما بعد هننفذه، انت هتاخد اي حاجه انت دايره وانا عميك. وكلنا شايفين ما شال زمن كير بدا يجدع كل الحركه بتاعت SPLM، جداهم رماهم كلهم، واستعان بمنو؟ بكوادر بتاعت ناس. فلذلك الحل لو احنا فعلا جادين في الحل، وخصوصا زائدا الظروف اللي حصل البلد بيمشي فيه، وحتى من قدرة ربنا انه خلاص قوة بتاعه بقى ما في، خلينا كلنا كجنوبين نتفق على اساس انه ناس ديل نزيهم. انا متأكد جنوبين كلهم بقبائل بتاعتهم كلهم، حتى اخوان كير نفسه، من العيوب اللي بيحصل ده لو طلعوا كجنوبين كلهم الناس ديل هيمشوا. بعد ما الناس ديل يمشوا اظن عندنا شغل كبير. الحل الثاني ان دنجديت يا اخوي شوف للحزب بتاعك مكونات بتاعته شنو. انا بنفسي حزين لان الناس ده يعني بقى حاجه بتاعت استوائيه، وتشوف يا توداك بقى حاجه بتاعت SPLM IO بقى بتاعتنا، يعني كله تكوينات بقى قبليه. هل دوله زي ده؟ لا، دايرين نعمل دستور ناخد الاساس انه يكون في 3 مثلا احزاب او حزبين، ومن كل من الكيانات بتاعتنا ده ما في كيان واحد يزيد في الحزب الواحد عن مثلا يكون اقل من القرم اللي بيباس حاجه. عشان ليه؟ عشان نقدر نوصل لحلول. في الزمن ذاك انا متاكد جدا على اساس ان الجنوبيين واعيين، وهيكون التكوين بتاعت الاحزاب تكوين فكري، تكوين بتاعت الحركات هيكون تكوين فكري، ما تكوين شنو يعني قبلي. الزمن ذاك انت مش هتشكوا فوقي، ولا انا هشك في تشارلز ولا في مكانجي ولا في كيني ولا سويد ماما ولا أكيك. نو، أن هنكون مكونين أحزاب بناء على كده. لكن لو أننا بنسمي اللي عندنا هسه ده أحزاب ولا ده حركات، والله العظيم أن ما فارقين عن كير، والبلد ده ما هيمشي انوين. الحل إن البلد يأسسه، وعلى الله ربنا يجيب اللحظة ده. وشكرا.
شكرا شكرا أستاذ
معلش معلش شويد ماما، أنا طولت عليك، لكن والله الموضوع بلدنا محتاج كلام. شكرا.
العفو فعلا إحنا محتاجين الناس تتبادل آراء، تقعد تحت وتتونس في الموضوع ده، تشارك، كل واحد يقول اللي عنده وإحنا نستمع لبعض. دي very important. إن شاء الله يعني الحلول دي يعني لقدام تاخد مكانة، وإن شاء الله المشكلة بتاعت الرعاة والمزارعين يتحلى للأبد، ويكون واحد من المشاكل في جنوب السودان يتحلت، ومنه نمشي لمشكلة تاني. فدي يعني very يعني ضروري شديد إنه نتحدث في المواضيع دي. فشكرا لك، وشكرا لجيتك فوق هنا وللنقاط اللي انت جيت اديته. انا برجع لاستاذ دينجديت، لو عندك شيء، ولا استاذ مديد، ولا استاذ مكانجي برضو. الظاهر بيكون زمن متاخر بالنسبه له. استاذ مكانجي، لو عندك حاجه استاذ مكانجي ممكن تيجي. اصلا بيكون استاذ مكانجي نام. خلاص استاذ دينجديت انا برجع لك. otherwise لو ما عندك حاجه، اذا بندي كل واحد 3 دقائق عشان ما نقفل الغرفه.
شكرا سويد ماما على الفرصة مجددا، وشكرا كمان لستانلي الواتي على الكلام بتاعه. في نقاط كثيرة في الكلام بتاعه وأنا ما داير أعقب عليها، لكن هو بينفي ما ورد من اتهام تجاه جبهة الخلاص الوطني. الموضوع اللي نحن بنناقش فيه ده موضوع بتاع الرعاة والمزارعين وصل لأقصى حدود من التعقيدات، داخله فوقه حاجات كثيره جدا، وانا قلت الحاجات ده من بدايه جميل. بيدخل فوقه مساله بتاع تخريب المزارع، بيدخل فوقه مساله بتاع الاستيلاء على الاراضي، بيدخل فوقه مسائل بتاع الكراهيه اللي بقى موجود بين الاثنيات الليله دي، بيدخل فوقه المساله بتاع الثمانينات، حاجات زي الكوكرة بيدخل في الموضوع ده. الموضوع ده موضوع داخل فيه موت ناس، في ارواح كثيره جدا فقدت، وبيدخل في انه يبقى موضوع امن قومي حتى، يعني ما موضوع متعلق بناس رعاة ومزارعين واستوائيه بس، لا، هو موضوع بتاع امن قومي بتاع ساوث السودان ككل. في حاجات حبشوني قبل، انا لو خشيت فوق اني فك واحد واحد بيكون ما كويس، بيخلق فتنه، فنحن نخلق فتنه. في كلام قالوا عن كوريوم 2 قبل، كوريوم 2 ده مسألة خطيرة جدا على فكرة، لكن we don't want to go there. ليه؟ لأن it is a problem. لو حبشناه هنا يبقى الروم ده ما روم بتاع حلول في قضايا الرعاة والمزارعين، ولو حبشنا كوريوم 2 ده هيكون زاد أكبر من اتهام الموجه لجبهة الخلاص الوطني. وفقا للمعلومات اللي عندي حاليا والمعلومات اللي وصلتني قبل شوية، المسألة دي مسألة معقدة جدا. فعشان كده أنا هكتفي بهذا القدر. النقطة اللي أثاره قبيل عن نظرية الأسبلم، أنا ما عندي حاجة لقيته إنه نظرية الأسبلم عندهم علاقة بالموضوع، وبالتالي أنا ما أقدر بتكلم عن نظرية الأسبلم خالص فيما يتعلق بشنو بالأحداث الحصلة. ما عندهم يد في الموضوع ده، ولذلك الناس اللي جابوا اسم ريل أسبلم قبيل ما بنقدر نقول حاجة عنه. وعند الدكتور كيك ويتكلم كلام واضح قبيل. في كلام ذكره أستاذ كوش، يعني أفتكر هو الفكر اللي قدمه ده حل كويس، لأنه بيقول إنه دينكابور ديل بدل ما بقرهم ينقلوا من مكان لمكان، يكون في إيجاد حلول للمشاكل الطبيعية الموجودة عندهم، زي مسألة بتاعت الطوفان ولا شنو السيول اللي بتغمر الأراضي بتاعهم. لأنه أنا قلت قبل إنه الأراضي بتاعهم جزء من منطقة اللي بيسموه منطقة بتاعت سود ده، وهي منطقة يعني منخفضة وسنويا بيكون في سيول، وبالتالي الأبقار ما بتعيش في الموية. ده الحاجة اللي بيخليه منه يمشي الاستوائية. الاستوائية الآن بقى في مشاكل الجاية من خلال الأبقار دي، فنحن اقترحنا إنه يحولوهم لمكان تاني زي في الليج ستيت، ما عشان إنه يمشي يصيروا مشاكل مماثلة زي المشاكل اللي بتحصل في الاستوائية، لكن كحل مؤقت لحين يتم إيجاد حل لمسألة بتاعت سيول. واقتراح بتاعه كويس إنه الناس تعمل تبرعات، لكن مسألة بتاعت سيول في ولاية جونجلي عموما بما في ذلك الأراضي بتاعت بور، دي مسألة ممكن يحلوا مجتمع بالتبرعات بتاعه. ده مسألة داير له ميزانية مخصصة من الدولة، ويستخدموا تكنولوجيا حديثة يشوفوا طريقة بتاعت إنه شنو المويه ده يخلقوا قنوات عشان المنطقة دي تكون جافة بصوره دائمه، وبالتالي الرعاة ديل يستمروا في المراعي اللي عندهم هناك بدون ما يخشوا تاني في المناطق بتاعت الاستوائيه ونسمع انه مشى ضربوا ناس او ضربوهم. فالفكره بتاع الاستاذ كوش فكره يعني ذكيه جدا، لكن هل بتوع ما بالتبرعات، داير ميزانيه مجازه من قبل الدوله، لكن الدوله دي هسه ما موجوده حاليا على حسب كلام بتاع الواتي. ولذلك احنا جينا بحل زي حلول مؤقته يعني كويس. المناطق اللي بتقطن في البحيرات وفي حتى ولايه الوراب هي مناطق ناس يعني الناس اللي بيسكنوا هناك ناس كلهم رعاة، عندهم بهايم، لكن they manage البهايم بتاعهم انه ما يدخل الزرع وما تخرب الزرع، وبالتالي هيدخلوا هناك، لكن السلاطين والناس المسؤولين في الحكومات المحليه هيخرج لهم خطوط يقدر يمشوا بها، خطوط محدده انه هم يقعدوا به وما يخربوا اي زرع بهناك، لانه وجودهم في الاستواء ما له علاقه بانه بيخربوا مزارع بس. الموضوع وصل لحد بتاع انه في قتل، والموضوع في تفسيرات وراه انه ديل هم السلاح للتهجير السكان المحليين عشان يهلوا مكانه، وبالتالي يحدث تغيير ديموغرافي في المنطقه كويس. ولذلك الموضوع ده ما موضوع بتاع انه دير رعاة بقر بس وقاعدين، لا، الموضوع بقى اكبر من كده. الموضوع بقى انه نحن السودانيين الجنوبيين ذاته السياسيين دخلوا في الموضوع ده وسيسوه وعقدوا، وبالتالي دخلنا لحته انه ما قابلين الاخر حتى كويس. ده الحاجات. النضالات بتاع الاستوائيين ضمن النضالات بتاع الجنوبيين كله ما منكوره. انا شخصيا زول قاري، انا قاري تاريخ كويس، وما بالتالي ما اقدر بنكر انه الاستوائيين ديل انه ما قدموا اي نضال. عشان كده بقيت انا بستنكر كلام انا يعني في نظري قاعد انصبه لابناء الدينكا متطرفين، كلام بتاع انه وي ليبريتد يو، ده انكار لحقوق الاخرين في الوطن انهم ما قدموا مساهمه يعني. بالتالي بقول لهم إن يعني جزء من ابناء الدينكا ما كلهم المتطرفين منهم يمشوا يقول لهم انه وي ليبريتد يو كانهم يعني ما شاركوا. and this is wrong. فالقضيه نحن نتكلم فوقه يعني قضيه متشعب متفرع او متعقد شديد كويس. في حاجات لو خشينا فوق هنا بيبقى صعب كويس. في الروم الفات كان في اشارات على انه في خلاف بين كولكور بتاعت سكيورتي وابناء بور حول الحمايه بتاعت الرعاه وحول انه ما بيدخلوا كويس. والان الحكومه ضرب الابقار بتاع ابناء بور عشان يتم اخراجهم من الاستوائيه الوسطى، ودي مشكله كبيره ممكن يعني تدخل بلد ده في اشكالات. لكن انا ما داير اديكم معلومات انا تلقيته قبل شويه حول المسائل دي. فالمساله ذاته طالع انه المشكله اللي احنا بنخاطب فوقه هنا ده مشكله ممكن يتم تعقيده خلال الاسبوع اللي قدامنا ده ولا 3 يوم اللي قدامنا دي، والبلد ده يوصل لمرحله ذاته نحن نتاسف اكثر. يعني قبال نهايه سنه ممكن تحصل حاجات كثيره جدا. but we will talk في وقت تاني. انا ما عايز اتكلم عن الحاجات دي now. لكن احنا عملنا عرض للاحداث اللي حصلت وحاولنا نقدم حلول، وفي ظل انه الموضوع ده معقد ظهر فوق حكايه بتاع الاتهامات اللي الناس من قبل ما مرتاحين منه. لكن دي الحقائق، دي الحقائق. انا ما ضد استوائيين ولا انا ضد جبهه الخلاص الوطني ولا ضد اي زول ابدا. دي التعقيدات على الموضوع، وانا حاولت اعرض المعلومات للناس بشكل موزون يعني في معلومات لو انا قلته هنا يكون صعب بصراحه، لكن انا بسكت بس، انا ما اقولهم عشان ما نسبب في مشكله زياده. فالمهم الروم ده ناقش حاجات كثيره جدا، وحاولنا نقدم يعني حلول، وفي ظل انه كنا بنتكلم عن الحلول في حاجات برضو ما عجبت الناس، لكن ده جزء من المشكله وبنقوله بالشجاعه، ما ممكن يدرسوه. ما عايزين نختال اي زول ولا دايرين نضرب سمعه اي زول، لكن لا، بنعرض معلومات كويس، نعرض معلومات برا من بيان بتاع المجتمع بور، في معلومات تانية بس ما عايز اتكلم انا داير الزمن بس يكشف حاجات ده، وان شاء الله ما تحصل، لانه كله شر في شر. فسويت ماما انا بجيب هنا، وممكن بعد كده الناس تانيين تديهم كلمه وانا اهمرق من الروم، لانه انا عندي محل تاني ماشي فوقه ماشي اتكلم.
alright. شكرا لك أستاذ دينجديت. أصلا أستاذ مديد برضو بيقول اللايف في فيسبوك هيتقفل في أقل من 20 دقيقة. فالمهم أنا بعرف لو في زول غير المتحدثين يكون عنده كلمة داير يقولها، otherwise أنا كنت ممكن أخلي دكتورة كيج يقول كلمته الأخير ونقفل الغرفة.
ما تدينا
لو
دقائق.
سمحت بس انا اقول كلمه اخيره.
ما تدينا دقائق also so we can talk and then to close the room.
alright. خلاص انت اتفضل استاذ ستانلي.
اوكي. شكرا شديد. يعني احنا مبسوطين لان يعني ابناء وبنات جنوب السودان بيدوروا على حلول، وخلينا ندور على الحلول ده بشنو؟ بصراحة وبإخلاص، لأنه إحنا يعني اللي خلينا نجيب يوغنديين وكينيين وياتو يستفيدوا من دولتنا، إحنا الأولى بها، إنك جنوبيين إن أولى بها، لكن ما عشان خلافات بتاعت أخوان تقوم تمشي تجيب عدوك عشان يجي يلخبط لك ويخليك دايما في الكلام ده. حاجة وحيدة اللي أنا داير أقوله وداير أكده هنا، على أساس إنه من زمان كان في تبادل بتاعت الزيارات، يعني بتاعت الرعاة بالذات، وما فيه كلام خالص. ليه؟ لأن عارفين ظروفنا شنو. ظروفنا على أساس إنه في ناس مثلا بتيجي عندهم فيضانات أو بيكون في فترة بتاعت جفاف أو هكذا. حتى اليوم يا جماعة يعني الأبناء بتاعت اسمه منو أبناء بتاعنا من الدنكا مالوال المسيرية بيجي عندهم، وبيجي رغم إنهم من أعداء، لكن طالما في احترام، طالما الزول ده بيجي وأنا أقول له أقعد هنا أو محلي أهو أرعى فوقه ويحترمه، ما أظن الاستوائيين بيرفض لأخوانهم الجنوبيين إنه يجوا في استوائية. طالما الواحد بيجي ويكون عاوز يقعد بين أخوانه، ما هيرفضوا له الأرض على أساس إنه يبني ولا يستقر هنا. ده حاجة إن لازم نكون متأكدين منه. ولا أنا داير أأكد لكم كمان، جافانا لويس لوبون حتى قال لرعاة من بتاعت بور على أساس إن سنترال إكواتوريا هم ما بيفهموا في الرأي، خلاص الرأي ده كان زمان، ففي محل أنا ممكن أديه لكم، لكن مع ذلك ما في حاجة بيحصل من الشكل ده. أنا متأكد لو الناس بتدي احترام لبعضها، يعني موضوع السلاح الحاسة بقى شايلين ده، أنا أعرف على أساس إن الإنسان إنسان، حتى المتعلم فينا لو السلاح بقى في إيده بيبقى متعجرف. لو إننا نشيل الموضوع بتاع عجرفة ده برا بيت بقوانين، أنا أعتقد على أساس إن الجنوب ده بيمشي في أي محل وهيعيش فيها زي ما هو عاوز وفي سلام وأمان. وموضوع بتاع الفيضانات ده زي ما أخوي ديفيد كوش اقترح هنا، ده اقتراح مؤقت يس ممكن نتفهمه، وده حل بتاعته بسيط. أنا مهندس مدني، يعني يمكن لي 17 سنة خبرة ودراسات عليا كمان. يعني الموضوع بتاعت الفيضانات ده والله العظيم يا جماعة، القروش اللي احنا ضيعناه لأفراد سرقوا 4 بليون والكلام ده، الحل بتاعته بسيط جدا. يعملوا أهواد ده بيسرب المياه من الأماكن عشان يكون في أماكن محددة، يمكن البقر ذاته بيستفيد منه في إنه يشرب من الأهواد ده، وده ما حاجة مكلفة خالص. ممكن يعمل قنوات عشان يسير فيه المويه ده بطريقه منتظمه، وعلى حسب الدراسه بتاعت شنو الطبوغرافيه بتاعت الارض هناك، وكل كلام ده بيتم بكل سهوله. لكن زي ما انا قلت ما عندنا حكومه، يبقى علينا كلنا كجنوبيين اننا ندور ناسس لنا دوله بتاعنا وحكومه رشيده، وكل ده ما والله ما هنحتاج للكلام ده كله، بالإضافة إلى قوانين رادعة يحترم. زمن داك هتلاقونا كلنا شعب واحد وبنحب بعض وكده. يعني لما أشوف التشاينيز بيحترمني هنا في أستراليا ده، وأشوف مثلا الجنوب أمريكي وهكذا عايشين مع بعض في احترام، حتى الخواجي اللي شايف إنه قال البلد ده بتاعه رغم إنه جاي زول مجرم، يعني لسه بيحترمك عشان القانون. شفتوا كيف؟ لكن كير شغال مع ناس NCP، وهم بتاع ناس NCP طبعا انهم ايه يكرسوا نفسهم. ذاك استخدم الاسلام وده دار يستخدم القبيله. شفتوا كيف؟ فهو ده المشكله بتاعنا. وشكرا جزيلا. انا عندي امل كبير على اساس انه بلدنا هيكون بلد يعني جميل، مش لنا بل للاجيال اللي جاي. احنا المفروض لو بنعمل حاجه مش عشان انا بيلقى شنو. عندنا في الروتان بتاعنا في واحد قالوا له خليه يزرع شجره مانجا. الراجل ده قام قال شنو؟ نما لكم بونيكي، يعني معناه انا حاجه الاقي انتاج بتاعه. فالزول ده فضل شنو؟ عاش وما عنده اي حاجه، لانه هو كان ما داري يعمل حاجه على اساس انه هو ما هيجي يلاقي النتائج بتاعته. لكن احنا نعمل شغل عشان المستقبل يستفيد منه، ولو لقينا منه فخير وبركه. وشكرا لغايه هنا.
شكرا لك أستاذ ستانلي. أنا هنزلك وأنا بشكرك. شكرا لك شديد. أستاذ تشارلز ممكن تتفضل، نديكم 3 دقائق.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Thank you, sister. You know, طبعا مشاكلنا دي طبعا it will be long way to go. أنا بحبه sometimes it is good to get a very good accurate information, and believe me or not, those in Juba, لو انت شفت عايز طلع تقرير في Juba, don't take it very serious, because why? These people, they are under control. You know, you could be a leader of barrier and انت ممكن تطلع قرار وفي citizen انت عبارة في بلد according to different, you know, if you analyzing good you will know it, because those leaders in Juba, they are under control. All those statements بتاعهم press conference بتاعهم, they are tied with the national security, so ما بكون في حقيقة. But if you want to know the reality, call people in the ground. You know, you will get a great accuracy of information. And that's why we, the people in the area, we are said those 2 accidents, El Hassel Bitijada, there is no hand of the NAS. I'm not a member of the NAS, but people have to be given their right sometimes. You know, In order for this country to move forward, we cannot just accusing and take every trash to to everybody. This is the government that the one who did this accident in the river, and then he did again في Murahat. So Kalam Gulia's statement with Ali Galke, no, this is completely government that the one responsible for all these accidents. There's no denial on this, and these are the facts. But Lozo Sias is Kalam, yeah, he's talking because he want to protect himself. But if you talk to him or her in behind the scene, he will get different stories. So especially those of you of Denga York and Bilga information, look at it very careful, and verify it very good. So Mafi Nasfi Tijara Kulukulu, they are Hakumade, they're the one who killing us. In terms of development, let me tell you this, Akwan. South Sudan is yes, faculties of management in every department of Shagali for. If you experience, but you know what the human being needs. Human being, first of all, with human being, first of all, you have to be secure. Loma security, you cannot even eat. Yeah, Loma in the security, one can eat. But when you have security, you can eat because you will move. And when you are moving, you are looking for food. When you are moving, you are looking for, entrepreneurial things you can do in your life. All the expertise we are talking about, they cannot work as long we have this dictatorship in Sulta. As long self-guide, al intellectual far fi dola, they give them experience. Warlum, this is gonna happen. Faidanat jai, shunu ajara kulu jai khatatate. But do they believe those? No. Mashagalibo. Anadel to me, I will never, as Ajabazan Basal in the Equatorian, I want you to be patient. Because, in Bor, when the Bor was being promoted in 1976 to become a province, the Awal Mahafaz, Demin Baria, James Law, I think Dictor will correct me later on. I was a baby, Zaman Ana Kanjan Saghair, Mikin Sunum Talisama Gam. For the Awal Mahafaz Bidan, and followed by two Awal Anwer, John Kong, Kali John Kong, fi John Kong Tan, Michael Mario guy fi Juba Hina, Yalla number Arba Bada Nasbor. You see? So our relationship, the community was living very good, but Siasa is too high, Siasa is killing our Jungla Butana. And a lot of you will not understand it. Some of them, they know it, but they don't want to deny it. You go look kida, but the reality is there. في مشكلة. الحكومة عنده مشكلة مع أبناء الوطن في الاريا. في حاجات فيها أساسيات قايم تاي, but they are using it to kill our citizens. Punishment بتاع زول واحد قال ما شامل للناس ثانيين. And that is wrong. أنا ما بشوف light, I will see the light soon. President Kiir exit the power. Other than that, we will just talk. We will pending munu. But زمن كير يطلع برا ونشوف رئاسة جديد في الحكومة ده, then we will look to it something else. ده حاجة ممكن نقول. أما عشان أبقى هايم قاعد أمشي في الليج ستيت، أبقار في الليج ستيت أكتر من أبقار في بور. For what reason؟ لأن نرحلوا أبقار هناك. في إدارات ده ببدأ من كم خمسينات. They used to come. جا في السبعينات، في الستينات جا وجا وأبقار لسه قاعدين هناك. The problem it is not the flooding. The problem it is insecurity created by the government. The Hakuma is the one who created that insecurity for Jungla. Al Hakuma ma de na zakun peace among themselves. And that's with our board, we made a peace, but not with our new. Lo tijada gasa zol mikin gum in board hatta October.
Yeah, Zol, hey. Asma.
Listen, Adina.
عمل conclusion وما دخلنا في
Yeah, I'm coming, sweet mama. I know that. Yeah. هسه مواطن ده بقوم هسه لهذا كوب بمشي بكرينه ما في اي مشكله بالتجاره عشان يقوم من بور جاي لجوا ده كميه من الساكر معناها something wrong here في حاجه ماسه and we try to dodging it, we are dodging it. Even other parties they just want to dodge this. وده ما ودينا قدام
thank you
لو ده نجاو في النهايه. فالمهم we hope for the faith, but I don't have hope on President Kiir, and that's it. That's the last of my word. Thank you.
All right. شكرا لك يا عم. انت ده طلعنا من الحلول اللي احنا قلناه وده نمشي دخلنا في حاجه جديد تقول قال نودي الابقار في مناطق بتاع النوير. يا اخوي انت
ما قلت
اتفقت مع الجماعه
ما
ديل؟
قلت كده، ما قلت كده انت يا سيستر لك، ما قلت كلام ده. انا قلت الناس بقول قال ابقاري ودوه في اتجاه الليك. نو، انا I'm saying that way. ده اتجاه قال انا امشي الليك ده، انا قلت الكلام ده wrong، ما صح.
اوكي. also شوف انت بتقول انت تكلمت مع الناس تحت هناك وكده. انت عارف برضه اتكلمنا مع الناس تحت، اتكلمنا ما مع الدكتور انغوك لوحده، مع الناس اللي كانوا في قلب الحدث ذاته. اوكي، فاحنا مش إن عندنا الاوراق وخلاص وجينا جارين نجي نقولها هنا. we talk to multiple people. Okay.
Sweet mama, even though you the club like give come, you know what the Denga Yog is
look
saying. Denga Yog, come on, the
it
leader,
doesn't
but
have to
let
be
me tell you
one way
this.
or another. Hold
Hold
on
on.
1 second.
Denga
Look.
Yog is your leader, okay? I know that, but you know, not even good accuracy. I mean, there ain't good information. All information to Denga Yog, it
how
doesn't make
good
sense.
how good
Master,
does it have to be? Okay, look,
master.
اسمع. Okay, في حاجة بقول له we can agree to disagree. It doesn't mean that whatever you have and you believe that's the actual truth. Okay, it doesn't mean like if you don't believe it, it's not truth. Okay, so احنا ممكن نتفق انه شنو، خليك برايك واحنا براينا. احنا ما مجرد انه جايين نقرا الورقة هنا وبس، انما اتكلمنا مع الناس كتير، ناس اللي كانت في محل هنا ده اللي حصل فيه الاحداث دي. اوكي، انت هنا انت بتقول لي قال الدكتور انغوك بيقول لك وكده.
أول أقول أنت ما من المنطقة. Look, you are not. Look, أنت ما من المنطقة. Okay, دي مدينة دي ما من المنطقة. Okay, أنتوا تقالوا دون كيف؟ You
يا
know,
سيدي
two of you are
انت
not.
بتعرف انا اتربيت وين؟
Number two, it took one party. It are not with a Denga Yok. So you will protect Denga Yok information. You say it not, and in Bugudama Nas Katalna. Al
يا
Katalna
إلهي
Hakuma.
بص
What's the problem
يا
here?
عمي. look. Okay, let's just stop it here. and انا متاكد خالك دكتور انغوك ده انت ما اتكلمت معه. Go speak to him and then message me and tell me what you got. Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you because ظاهر عليك انت داير تيجي تعمل لنا بروباغندا اللي بيقولوا ده اللي انا شايفه هسي. فالمهم انا هنزلك.
Well, propaganda عندكم. أنتوا بتقول لنا الناس ما ده أنتوا أنا
يا
propaganda.
اخويا
How did you accuse?
ادوك كم انت؟
دقيقة سويت ماما.
Yeah.
يا أستاذ تشارلز، القضية ده فوقه حسابات سياسية، لكن أنا ما داير أتكلم فوقه كويس، وأنا عندي معلومات إنه أنت متأثر كويس بالقضايا السياسية، لكن ما عايزين نيجي نتكلم عن حاجات ده هنا. I'm not misleading anyone and I don't want to create any problem because there is already a problem and we don't want to add more problems. فالنقاش ما يكون بشكل شخصي بينك وبين سويت ماما. وبعدين في تطورات كثيرة حصلت يمكن أنت ما بتعرفه، لكن هنكلمك ما هنا، هنكلمك يمكن بيني وبينك.
There's nothing I'm not but let me tell you this. If I know a lot of things, I never talk. What's going on right now في داخل جوانا بيعرف. أنا فاهم كله.
ظاهر عليك أعرف كل شيء يا أستاذ. المهم
لا
خلينا
sweet mama, I think
المهم ما في مشكلة.
خلينا
sweet mama, sweet mama, I don't have personal issue with you, please. Okay? Yeah. No. Take it there. I'm somebody I know and it's all Zayik.
Brother
So,
Charles, there is nothing
yes.
personal. There is nothing personal here. And please, I would like to say, do not take it personal. Thank you.
المهم شكرا لجيتك وإن شاء الله نشوفك مرة الجاي. وشكرا. المهم طبعا باقي لنا الأستاذ كيني. كيني أنا بديك فرصة دقائق أقل من 5 من فضلك، يعني ما تطول عشان نخلي الجماعة ديل يقولوا كلماتهم الأخيرة ونقفل الغرفة. We've been here for so long. Thank you.
اوكي شكرا. الحوار جميل. داير اقول كلام. موضوع بتاع البقر المزارعين انتوا عارفين يعني الحاصل في الموضوع بتاع البقرة في الجنوب ده، الجنوب ده ما كله قش ده ما شاء الله، يعني الموسم بتاع بعد الخريف لما ينزل قش ده بيكون قايم اخضر كده، بعد الخريف ما يخلص قش ده بيكون ناشف، بيكون اصفر. البقر برضه بياكلوا اخضر وبياكلوا ناشف. تحديد بتاعت مسارات ده دي حاجه مهم خالص لو فيه احترام. اوكي. بعدين لو في دينكا اقرب لناس بتاعت استواء الوسطى ومتداخلين معاهم وبيعرفوهم كويس، دي الناس بور. دي الناس ناس بور ديل، لا بحكم الجغرافيا هم قريبين خالص، ونازل دخلوا جوا بدل، يعني حتى يعني من خمسينات هم في جوا داخلين، دخلوا في جوا كتير زمن بتاع بلالير بعد اتفاقيه بتاع جوزيف لاجو. في استوائيين قاعدين في جوبا ده ما طلعوا منهم لحد ما عمرهم كم 70 وماتوا، قاعدين في جوبا ده ما طلعوا اي محل. لما تقول له دينكا بيعرف دينكا بور، حتى ذاته ما بيعرف في دينكا في ابيي، ما بيعرف انه في دينكا وين محلات البعيد. دينكا البعيدين دول اقصى شمال الجنوب ما بيعرفون، بيعرفوا دينكا بور. ولو في دينكا حاليا خربوا صور بتاع دينكا، دول هم ناس بور، لانه في تعميم يعني بيقول لك الدينكا كلهم لا، لكن بتاع هسه بقى واضح، هسه اتقسم بقى واضح، ما بقى مدي كله. فهنا بنفكر في حلول. الموضوع بتاع الاكل بتاع البقر وشنو بتاع ده هو موضوع ده ساحل ايزي خالص. غابه ده كله قش. الناس دي لو قعدوا تهد حكومه، لو في اراده بتاعت حكومه قعدوا مع المجتمعات، بقر ده بيقول له امشي بيجاي اي محل بقر ده ممكن ياكل منه عادي. لكن في اراده ثانيه، في اراده ما هو في اراده بتاعت قلب ما نظيف، في نوايا سياسيه، اجندات دخل في الموضوع ده بقى ما هنا. ما قبل 2005 موضوع اكل بتاعت بقر في الجنوب، النزاعات ده ما للدرجه ده. البقر ما بيدخلوا في الزراعه كده عمدا ويكون في سلاح هنا. ما هو زمان البقر ده ما كان في سلاح، بقى في عتاد، بقى في سلاح، بقى في اجنده، خلق اجنده ثانيه. فهو ده الاشكال كله، ده الاشكال يا استاذه سويد. بعدين الاستاذ قبل شويه اسمه كوش ولا منو اتكلم قبل شويه، جوزيف ولا منو، شارلز. على فكره الزول ده يتكلم كلام حقيقه، يعني يتكلم حقائق وبصدر رحب. يعني انتوا عارفين المشكله بتاعت انتلكشوال بتاع جين كانسل، مش يعني انتلكشوال بتاع جين عموما، يعني الاغرار بالحاجه الحاصل ده، الاعتراف انه الزول يقول يا اخي ده غلط، بيكون بنيه صافي ويكون بقناعه انه يا اخي هو بيبحث عن مصلحه بتاعت كل الناس، او يقول صراحه من غير يكون في خوف. نادر، هم اقليه على فكره اللي بيتبنوا الكلام، اللي بيتكلموا بشكل صراحي ان الحاصل بتاع الموضوع بتاع هم اقليه.
عمل conclusion سيدي.
انا عديت الزمن. اوكي، انا بخلص. الجراءه والامانه في من غير سياسه. الامانه والجراءه من غير سياسه، انه يقول له غلط نازل حياتهم. يرمبر يا استاذ دينجديت، تتذكر استاذ دين زكريا ده اول دينكاوي يعني مثقف حاول انه يعمل مقالات في موضوع بتاعت انه ينتقد جين كانسل انه البتاع ده ما حاصل، يعني احنا كجن كانسل بتاع ده بيعمل لنا ضرر. الحاصل من كيل ده وسبورتس بتاع جن كانسل لكيل ومخططات بتاعت كله ما نافع ما كويس. عمل سلسله بتاعت مقالات، عمل مقال واحد بس، الباقي ما تمه. وقد جينا سالنا، انا شخصيا سالته قلت له باقي السلسله وين يا دين زكريا؟ انت لو بتتذكر يا دين، قلت له باقي السلسله بتاعت مقالات وين؟ قال لي يا اخوي انت ما عارف، انا عندي بيزنس في السوق والبتاع ده، ما بقدر يمشي والناس زي اللي يتكلموا بيعطلوا البيزنس. هو قال كده. ما في زول بيلبس الجلابيه بتاعت انه يكون جريء ويتكلم في الحاجات ده من داخل جين كانسل، ما في.
خلاص
لكن
اخوي اعمل
في المجالس بتاعت
كونكلوجن
قهوه
عشان انا
في المجالس بتاعت قهوه وهنا عادي بيقول لك هاي ماشي بينتقدوا، لكن بابليك كده ما في. اوكي شكرا، انا ما اطول عليك كمان اكون خشيت في زمنكم. شكرا لكم خالص. مع السلامه.
لا شكرا لك وشكرا للبوينتس اللي انت قدمتها لنا هنا. بس داير اقول لكم شنو، انا داير اقول كلام بسيط عشان ما اكون قاعد اتداخل كتير وكده. داير اقول انه اول حاجه قبل انا ذكرت انه ما ضروري احنا نتفق في كل صغير وكبير عشان ما نوصل لحل، ما ضروري. اوكي، اهم حاجه انه شنو النقاط العريضه نتفق عليها، وش انه شنو نطلع الجماعه ديل من هناك. لانه ما حيحصل يوم حتلاقي زول حيتفق معاك في صغير وكبير، ده مستحيل. وانا شايف انه اغلبيه الناس حتى هنا في الغرفه وفي الكومنت سيكشن بتلاقي زول لو اختلف معاك في حاجه صغير خلاص اذا الزول ده عنده شنو، عنده حاجه معه كده. لكن انا طبعا احنا قاعدين هنا في غرفه وفي ناس بتجي تقول كلام هنا وهناك، وده طبعا بالنسبه لنا احنا ما مشكله. اوكي ما مشكله. اوكي درايم بيقتنعوا بكده حسب المعلومات اللي عندهم، حسب النيات ولا whatever. لكن ده كله ما ضروري انه احنا نتفق في كل صغير وكبير. اوكي دي حاجه لازم جنوبين يكونوا عارفينها. معناته زول لو ما اتفق معاك في حاجه صغير معناته زول ده كذاب. لا 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 لا، ما هي كده اصلا. مستحيل يستحيل انك تلاقي مجتمع يتفق في كل صغير وكبير عشان ما يقولوا عليهم كلهم بيقولوا في حقيقه. فاحنا ما نقعد نشيل الحكاوي بالطريقه دي. المهم انا حدي فرصه لاستاذ مديد، وبعد ذاك بجي لاستاذ دينجديت ولا استاذ ولا الدكتور كيتش. استاذ مديد لو عندك حاجه داير تقولها اتفضل. اوكي بيكون استاذ مديد بعيد. انا استاذ هنا دكتور امين، دكتور كيتش انت موجود؟
أنا موجود.
Alright.
أنا جيت راجع.
أيوة اتفضل. طيب.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I came back وقت ستانلي كان بيتكلم في الأول والمرة الثانية، فده بيكون كلامه والمداخل الأخير بتاعت برادر تشارلز. فأنا بشكر يعني برادر كيني وتشارلز وستانلي وكل اللي اتكلموا. بعد ما أنا مشيت طبعا أنا ما بكون سمعت، لكن السمعت بعد ما أنا رجعت is very good. yes أنا داير نأكد لمرة ثالثة وكده that relationship اللي كان موجودة بين دنكابور أهلنا في الاستوائية بيبدأ بمنداري وباري وبيمشي لإيسترن إكواتوريا كله. كان حميدة جدا جدا، لكن السياسة دخل فيها وخربتها. ف we can get it back if we manage the politics بصورة كويس and if we manage الconflict الموجودة بصورة clear و involving زي ما كان بقول my brother Ochang كل الكونسان أي زول الطرف في مشكلة لو كان راعي بتاع بقر أو مزارع سيد الزرع سيد المزرع we sit down كلنا نتفاهم بنلقى الحل الجذري للمشكلة بتاعنا ده. So we must work together لسهلة الحل الجذري لمشكلة جنوب السودان. تحليلاتنا ممكن يختلف ما هي الأسباب للأزمة الموجودة، لكن لو قعدنا بنسأل لوجود أو لتفسير تحليل الروت كوسيس لمشكلة شنو والحلول بكون كيف، لأنه لو ما شخصت البروبلم ما ممكن تعالجه. البقر في إكواتوريا معظم المجتمعات بتاع إكواتوريا بربطوا البقر. الدليل يا هاسي المنداري مع دينكا في ميل واحد يتعوقوا. لو كان في حاجة كويس هما بيأكلوا مع بعض بيساندوا بعض. It is the same thing with the Bari. المرحوم هيلاري باولو لوغالي دفع أبقار في إيريس بتاعي على تبه شنو؟ هو براوي هر زول كبير منيبه كتير، لكن شغل لمانة، شغل لمانة، والقعاد في جوبا لمانة. So he was able to help me. أخوه صغير داري زوج ودفع بقر في مهر. So it is not يعني an assumption، ده حقيقي. So our relations can get better if we sit down. وعشان كده اقترحنا يوم الأحد مع كل المكسولين في المنبر ده، الأستاذ دينجديت، الأستاذ مديد، الأستاذ كوتش، والأستاذة سويت ماما. اقترحنا إنه it is better إنه ناس بوردا يمشوا بالبقر بتاعتهم يرجعوا لمنطقة بور. لو رجعوا لو ده ما كفاهم ممكن يمشوا لبحيرات وإلى آخر. So ده ممكن يذوب الحرارة في قلوب الناس and the people can live well وكده. Again until لو لقينا الحلول اللي كان بيقترحوا بالمهندس ستانلي، ولا شكرا أستاذ. يوم داك مولانا أبل في أول حكومة بتاع الجنوب، جنوبيين كان بيعرفين بعض لما كانوا في الشمال during the conflict، عارفين منو بيكون وين سولو ناس مسافرين ماشيين كده 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 بينزل عند بعض، ما بيمشوا، ما حتى لو كان في لوكندات ما كان بيمشوا لوكندات، لو كان في استراحات بتاع حكومة ما كان بيمشوا استراحات. بيكلم اخوه يا اخوي يا اخي يوم كده انا جاي بتلغراف، ما كان في تليفونات. يوم كده انا جاي اوكي my brother I'll wait for you, will be happy to receive you كده. so لما كلفوه بتكوين حكومة اختار الناس ذو الخبرة في مجالات مختلفة اللي هو كان بيعرفهم، وخلق جنوب روحة الجنوبين حسب المعيشة الناس كانوا فيها. It was very beautiful, everybody liked it, we were all happy. لكن سياسات جا دخل. My brothers and sisters, we can differ, and if we differ in opinion, I think it would be best for us to agree to differ calmly, to differ with respect, to differ smoothly. That is the point of view of X and Y, and this is my point of view. Lakin, let it not create disharmony among us. Let us continue to work together. We will agree very soon on the points of which we disagree today. فعشان ما نطول، أنا كنت شايف brother Gabriel موجود somewhere. brother Gabriel قبل كان ذكر كلام إنه المشكلة has been في معارضة. The opposition has been the problem. Opposition بدأ 200 comrade ولا brother Gabriel. When South Sudan became free, there was no or very, very, very little opposition. جنوبين كله were all agreed for the welfare بتاع جنوب السودان. To the extent, the only person that can for opposition, Georgia Thor, refused or called for a unilateral ceasefire في يوم بتاع رفع العلم. فلو if there has been a failure, my brother, I want you to analyze it properly and correctly and conclude this is failure of the government. government اللي كنا فيها، أنا واحد من ناس الحكومة، لأنه كنت بمثل رئيس الدولة هنا في أمريكا. We failed before we became an opposition. Today, what is the opposition calling for? Opposition has been calling for a dialogue between كل الجنوبين. What has the government done? It doesn't want to come to the table for dialogue. How do we resolve the problems? قلنا قبل لو انتم ما قعدتوا لما تقعدوا بتلقوا الحلول اللي بيطلع اللي بيخرج الدولة من المشاكل المأساة. المرة اللي فات استمعنا national dialogue exclusive ما كان في ناس البرة الانترنال national dialogue قدم مقترحات. What happened, brother Gabriel? المقترحات دي were rejected. They were rejected. I will not say by the government, I would say by President Salva Kiir Mayadi. شخصيا. He was the one who refused to implement them. If we are calling for dialogue today, and he doesn't want to come to the table, how do we resolve issues with our crisis in South Sudan? Will it now be the failure of our opposition? No. أبدا. ده بيكون failure بتاع government. عشان كده لو في حاجة يعني بنشير لأخطاء عشان نفهم الناس بصورة هادية بصورة مسؤولة. There is a failure somewhere and we need to correct it. We need to change. لأنه كلنا شاركنا في لسنة حرية جنوب السودان. There is nobody nowhere who has not participated. أنا جيت بوشالا عشان أبدل a brother who was killed. This was a bad في بوشالا بلد أنواع 1985. This person was a very senior officer في جيش بتاع Uganda. He came back, he was a pilot, he came back to South Sudan and he took up his arms, joined the SPLA. Then he was the commander of the Jesh, the SPLA camp in Pochala, and he got killed, unfortunately, by the enemy. So I went to replace him. For everybody has contributed in different ways. For when you say we have liberated, so we have to stay there. If he had not been killed, would he say he would want to remain in Pochala? عشان هو اللي حرر Pochala? No. He would go anywhere. Nasenwak would want to come and stay in their place. For statements like those that divide our people, we don't want them. We like statements that unite all our people or that create harmony and unity. This is how we can always achieve better if we are together. اليد الواحد ما بيصفق لكن اليدين بيصفق شديد بيسمعوه في راس جبل. So we have discussed so many things. We have agreed on, we have proposed workable solutions which have been accepted by the community rearing their cattle. Cattle herders have accepted it, and that's why they are leaving. Lakin when they try to leave and somebody what doesn't mean that Al-Jahda does not want these people to leave. Why? Do they want them to be killed? لأنه زي ما سمعتوا من كومريد وشان قبل إنه ما داير دينكا في إكواتوريا. ده ما بقى بقر، ما بقى بقر، ده دينكا. وإكواتوريا is on the route to neighboring countries, and people will continue to be moving to those countries. For Dinka will be moving there also. What will happen to those Dinka? We don't want to mix issues. Let issues be separated and clear. Al-Bagar is creating problems. Let the Bagar go away. Dinka al-Begot في المنطقة, whether in central Equatoria, will stay like anybody living in that area. لو هيكون مزارع, he will not be a problem to the neighbors. And he will not be stealing. There is a brother who said something before, كان عنده خلفية قانوني بتاع البوليس. أنا ما أعرف ده كندي ولا ده منو. ذكر كويس إنه يا أخوانا يعني دائما السلطان بتاع البلد هو كان آخر سلطة. لو في مشكلة في المنطقة دي هو اللي بيهلوا. بيهلوا لو كان يغرم يعمل شنو، المهم هو اللي بيطلع الحلول. ف if somebody stays in a community and gets absorbed وكده وكده, he will not be a threat. في واحد عميم مات في لوا. I have never seen him, لكن I know his name because I was told what عمك وضر في Equatoria. We assumed that he was dead, but we did not make any what. But LSPLA لقاو في لوا when they captured المنطقة. And he was established, ما كان businessman لكن كان مزارع قاعد كويس, زوج التشولي ومادي, والحمد لله الله رزقه, عنده 5 أولاد من مرة واحد وعنده 6 من مرة تانية. And they are all there now. If we meet, we will not know we are related. lakini au jamat by natural disease, but ma SPLA captured Lawa. Ufat min sanad kam? I went to school in 1960 and I did not see him. So he went before I even went to school. When I just met only in 2005, yeah, we just met anu. So anybody can live anywhere, can adapt the conditions, and can survive. لو ما عنده البقر اللي بيخلق المشاكل. معلش أنا جريت, لكن أنا داير أقول let us discuss with an open mind, open heart. This is how we are going to find solutions to our problems and to nation building. We can build. There is a lot of potential and hope in South Sudan to do better than what we have today. What we have is not a government of the people and for the people or by the people. So whoever is in the room has to know that I'm also related to Bahr Ghazal, it is not an opinion against Bahr Ghazal. Many of the leaders know that President Salva Kiir was a friend of mine. لما كان في الجيش بتاع السودان كان ضابط بدبورتين. We became friends. ومشينا تلاقينا تاني في غابة and we stayed together. But in politics, you can differ with your brother. And it will not be a reason for you to keep quiet and do not point out mistakes. Let us go ahead. If there is anything wrong anywhere, بأدلة, say it. لو ما في أدلة, you can talk about it as a suspicion, and that will continue. أنا ما أقدر أرجع تاني لبرادر أوشام, لكن if you were there will come a time when I would say, when NAS was seen to be part of a problem, because I have concrete information, and I did tell my friends في NAS وريتهم إنه يا إخوانا, this has been a mistake. You help the Mu'atanin to do this. You gave them equipment, but this is not good for the future leadership with our South Sudan. You don't need to do that. And there is no problem. We disagreed. We agreed to disagree. Marish, sweet mama, and brother DENGDIT, I know it is very late for you. لكن معلش أنا جريت دائما الكلام بيطلع حلو في آخر الحلقة. Thank you very much and God bless you. I hand over the mic to you, sweet mama.
شكرا شديد دكتورة كيتش. يعني we appreciate you being here, spending all of your time helping the two communities to resolve the problem. We appreciate that. أتمنى يعني الناس اللي في غرفة هنا زي ما أنت قلت, we can agree to disagree, but mostly we have to agree in points that will bring all of us together, and that's why we're here. يعني ما ضروري إنه نتفق 100%. أستاذ دنجديد أنا بديك المايك عشان تقول كلمتك الأخيرة قبل ما إحنا نقفل الغرفة. شكرا.
Thank you very much, sweet mama. All we are saying is that we are focusing on the solution rather than concentrating on the differences and the complications of the problem that we are talking about. We are saying that cows must go away from the areas of Central Equatoria and Eastern Equatoria. They must be relocated to other areas. And in our solution, we suggested that they should go to Lake State, the areas of Yorul, as well as the areas of Lake State, and they can go as far as to Harap. If we insist that the cows should be kept in Central Equatoria or in Eastern Equatoria, then we are not solving the problem, because the local communities have been complaining since 2007, and I was in Khartoum. I was reading the newspapers. Intellectuals, politicians were talking about this. And so we should not insist that the cattle should remain in Eastern Equatoria or in Central Equatoria. They have to move away. Suggesting the areas of Yerul, the areas of Aliab, and the areas of Che is not a strange thing, because actually, if you go back to the history, you will find that in history, the areas of Bor and the areas of Aliab and Che were historically one. This means that Yerul was part of Jonglei state or Upper Nile state until the year 1930. It is recorded in the books of history. This information is available in one of the books written by our historian. And so the people of Bor and the people in the Yerul area and others are not strangers to one another. They actually share common history, and they share culture. The people of Bor like wrestling. When you go to Yerul, you find them, they like the same thing. And there are similarities in the language. The language is very close. And so people should not look at it as something strange. And Brother Kush was very clear. He said, if you are rejected in a place by the people of that place, then you cannot force yourself to be there. You have to relocate voluntarily. Otherwise, you will get relocated involuntarily. And we don't want that one, because it is not a solution. We want amicable solution. A lot of things have been said, but I don't want to talk about other issues except focusing on the solution. So this is our faith. This is what we believe should be the solution. We want peace to be maintained between the local communities in Equatoria and our brothers in Bor community. That's what we all want to see. But I understand that sometimes some of our suggestions and solutions to the problem cannot be acceptable to some of our brothers and some of our sisters. And this brings us to the point of Dr. AKEC, that it is not bad for us to differ, but let us differ peacefully. And so this is the point. I would like to thank and appreciate everybody who has spent his time or her time in this room listening to us and interacting with us, whether through coming up to talk or through writing their opinion in the comment section. And I would like to thank Brother Madid for his great passion. We have been here now for more than 5 hours. So thank you very much, everyone. All we want is the welfare of our people. Sweet mama.
all right. وبهذا جينا في نهاية الغرفة. وانا هكرر كلام انا قلته امبارح، انه عندنا اخواننا. امبارح كان في واحد جانا فوق هنا وقال احنا ما هنطلع من مناطق بتاع اكواتوريا because احنا قلنا بكميات في المناطق دي، فبالتالي احنا ما هنطلع، خلي الجماعه اللي قاعدوا هناك. فامبارح انا قلت له شنو؟ قلت له اي واحد زيك، قلت له انت والناس اللي زيك دول، طبعا هو ما قاعد في بلد اصلا، ما قاعد في جنوب، انما كان قاعد برا. قلت له اي واحد بيتكلم زيك الساكنين برا في امريكا ولا كندا او استراليا ولا اي محل برا، قلت لهم انتوا ستفوا شنطكم وارجعوا امشوا اسكنوا بنفسكم في المناطق بتاع اكواتوريا ديل. لكن الجماعه ديل الروان قاعدين هناك باسرهم وعيالهم وابقارهم وكل ما عندهم يطلعوا من المناطق دي. اي واحد عامل راس قوي وداير يمشي يقعد هناك ويكون قاعد برا البلد، خليه من فضله يشيل شنط حقه ويمشي يقعد بنفسه في مناطق بتاع اكواتوريا، الا بعد ذاك لو حصل له شيء يكون على مسؤوليته هو والناس بتشهد. فاحنا ما نصعب الامور للناس اللي قاعده تحت واحنا ما قاعدين هناك. زي ما بيقول الزول اليد في نار ما زي زول اليد في مويه. الناس اللي برا ديل بيقولوا كلام ساي وما بيعرفوا احوال الناس اللي قاعده في البلد. فالمهم بنناشد يعني من كل المجتمعات الجنوبيه انه الناس على الاقل تبادر بالبيس توك. Like I said, we don't have to agree in everything, but at least يكون في مبادرة. ليه؟ لأنه الجنوب حقنا we don't want to lose it. We don't want to kill each other. وبعدين البلد حيفضل للناس منه؟ حيفضل للناس الصوماليين، كينيين، اثيوبيين والدول المجاورة. let's start peace talk between each other within all the communities. شللوا بقى واحد بواحد. الناس اللي انا شايفهم يعني disagreeing strongly وتنحي كل شيء عشان مجرد واحد مع زول، مجرد ما واحد اختلف معك في النقطة. You know, people don't have to be 100% agreeing in one thing. That's just impossible. if أنا لو اتفقت معك في شيء والاثنين that's enough at least for now because زي ما احنا شايفين الأحوال في جنوب السودان. anyway ما عندي حاجة كتير أقوله. أنا أشكر المتحدثين أستاذ دينجديت، دكتورة كيتش. أنا بشكركم شديد للعمل اللي أنتم عملتوه وكل المعلومات اللي تحصلتوا عليه وجبتم هنا. نشكركم شديد. وبعدين بشكر كل الحضور اللي كانوا قاعدين معنا من قبل ومن بداية الغرفة. thank you guys so much. وإن شاء الله نشوفكم في غرفة الجاية، وإن شاء الله نجيب موضوع تاني يكون حلول لجنوب السودان. وبرضو مش إنه هنخلي الموضوع ده، إنما إحنا هنتابع المشاكل اللي حاصلة في البلد في المناطق بتاع إكواتوريا، نتأكد إنه الحتة ده اتحلى بكل حظافيرة عشان المجتمعات دي تستقر ويشوفوا سلام، يعني يشوفوا استقرار وكل واحد منهم يفرحوا بمناطقهم ويعملوا اللي هم دايرين يعملوا because that's their areas. فشكرا لكم يا جماعة. نديكم جزيل الشكر ونشوفكم مرة الجاية وربنا معاكم. Goodbye.